Hello, everyone, and welcome to the stream today. Hopefully, you enjoyed the little overture there by the legend Marty O'Donnell and Michael Salvatore, the composers of the original Halo soundtracks. There's nothing better than Halo, than the music and soundtracks from Halo to put you in the mood to play some Halo. So, that is what we're going to be doing today. Hello everyone, Safat Savitas, Mauricio True, Baharder, Cardal, Olvander Hayden. Welcome one and all to the stream today. In case you're wondering why I'm streaming 2 days in a row, as opposed to usually when I do it not this frequently, is mainly just because this week is my Thanksgiving break, so I have a lot more time to stream than I normally would. So I'm going to take advantage of that, and going to play through all the campaigns before Infinite comes out. So yeah, because this week is my break, that's going to be the game plan. So what we're going to do. Yesterday we did Halo Wars, which went off surprisingly well. And today we're going to do the next game chronologically, because I'm doing this in chronological order. Because if I did it in release order, it'd be 1, 2, 3, ODST, then we go back to Wars, then we go to Reach, and then we'd go to 4. So yeah, we do in weird order. We're doing in chronological order in terms of in terms of timeline order, in terms of when they take place. So Wars takes place first, and then Reach is up next. So we're gonna do this, and we're gonna start Noble Actual, scoring on, why not? Legendary, of course. Skulls are good. The only skulls I have on are Grunt Birthday Party and I Would Have Been Your Daddy, one of which adds more varied dialogue for characters, and the other of which just essentially makes the Grunt's heads explode when you shoot them. So that's what we're gonna do today. And yeah, we'll see how this goes. Yesterday's stream went off very well, so I'm hoping that today's will go well just the same. Also, I left a comment on the compilation video that you all told me about yesterday, and I basically said a surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. And the person who made the compilation responded by saying the legend appears. So it's a nice little interaction. You wondering what the skulls were? Yeah. So if you're wondering what the skulls I just put on, well, yeah, nothing that alters the gameplay. Just, you know, cosmetic things and adding more funny dialogue. But the skulls in general are gameplay modifiers. So some of them make the game harder, some of them make the game easier. Everyone in the comments called me a genius. Not all of them. One person called me insufferable for calling Dojin an idiot, which maybe I did, but I don't know. It didn't bother me all that much. But yeah, the majority of people in those comments told me that I was just like this big brain player. I'm like, I don't know. I feel like I think one of them actually said that like that's the point in the game you're supposed to figure things out. And I'm like, yeah, that's the point where you have all the information that you need to piece things together. So I'm not very particularly like impressed by myself for figuring out. I guess but apparently a lot of people really love to see it, so I'm not gonna complain. Yes, I did see your message on Xbox Live, and you mentioned that. And yeah, so here we are playing through all the Halo campaigns. But yes, I did see your message. And one did say I talked fast, but people always told me that. It's just the speed at which I talk. There's not much I can really do. I mean, I guess I could just slow my speaking pattern down significantly, but that's insufferable to listen to, so I will not be doing that. But yeah, to go back to what we were talking about, skulls. Some make the game harder, some make the game easier. Some will give enemies additional health, some will give you additional health, some will make all the enemies invisible, some will upgrade their ranks, stuff like that. In the original games, you had to find the skulls in the campaign to unlock them, but in MCC, they're all just unlocked by default.
I disagree.
One compilation video. So, I learned yesterday at the end of the stream that someone actually made a reaction to, or made a compilation of people reacting to the Mastermind Reveal on Investigations 2. I did not know about it prior to this point. People brought it to my attention, and I was very surprised and happy to see that, because among this compilation, I was apparently in it, and I can post the link in chat for those of you who don't know what we're talking about here.
Consider it done.
That's the video. It's just a compilation of people reacting to the Simon Keyes twist in Investigations 2.
I'm Carter.
And I am featured in this video, which I didn't know about, but someone brought it to my attention. Actually, many people yesterday brought it to my attention. Apparently, that's how someone found my channel, was through this compilation, which I was very surprised to see. But you know, it's kind of the Thanos meme of "this does bring a smile to my face." That someone actually included a piece of my Let's Play in the compilation video. So I was very pleased to see see this go down yesterday.
Got it.
Yeah, there's the video if you want to check it out for yourself.
Welcome to Reach.
Yeah, a lot of the you watched the video. Oh, that's how you found your channel. Yeah, that's a lot of people said that that's, or at least a couple of people said that that is how they found my channel, which I was not expecting at all. I mean, I guess I don't really know. That's a good question for everyone who's in chat right now. How did you find my channel? But was it just recommended to you through your YouTube recommendation? Did you go searching for Ace Attorney videos, or through what means did you find? Because I'm always very curious to see how people found my channel. Looking at Ace Attorney tier lists.
We're looking at a down.
Yep, that's a big one. That's a big one. Is people find my Ace Attorney tier list video. You found me when searching Ace Attorney LPs. That's another one. Because yeah, apparently even in because I've searched up Ace Attorney just in incognito mode, and still somehow my videos are towards the top of the list. Because usually when I type in that stuff, it's like, okay, it's skewed to me because I'm the one who, it's on my account, so obviously my video's gonna show up first. But even incognito, I'm on page 1 for some of my LPs, which is mind-boggling to see. But you know, thanks YouTube algorithm, you've really helped me out here. You know, people who use voiceover on iPhone at 200% speed, listen to that as pain compared to that. My speaking is in slow motion. Yeah, that's the thing. People think I talk fast, but that's just because comparatively, I guess my speaking pattern is a bit faster. But there's people who speak much faster than I do.
Yes, sir.
If you haven't channel search for recent Dual Destinies LP videos, that's, I think, interestingly, I think that's probably the point when my channel really started to take off. Because I found people who wanted to watch my stuff with my original trilogy Let's Play, but things didn't really start to take off until Dual Destinies. That's when I started to get very frequent. I started to remember people's names, and I see these people coming back for every single video, and it was a noteworthy, sizable, significant audience. So that's that's that. Found my Halo 5 Let's Play. That's another one that not many people, I'm guessing most people in the chat have not seen that, but yeah, that's something I'm pretty proud of, is my Halo 5 Legendary walkthrough, because the channel that usually makes Legendary walkthroughs for Halo games, HokeyBird428, has not made one for Halo 5, and has said that he's never going to make one. So I figured, well, if he's not going to do it, then fine, I'll do it myself. So I made it, and it went over really well, and a lot of people were really happy with the strategies and tips that I gave in that walkthrough for helping people get through Halo 5 on the hardest difficulty. So yeah, I'm happy to hear that you found me through that. You saw people in an Ace Attorney Discord server talking about me before, about my Apollo Justice Let's Play. I imagine it wasn't positive things to say, though, because many people do not think very highly of my Apollo Justice Let's Play. But yeah, it was mixed. I can also see that. I can also see that because I think the one thing I can say about Apollo Justice that won't meet any scrutiny is that Apollo Justice Ace Attorney is the most polarizing game in the series. You really either love it or hate it. I've seen people say they love the game. I've seen people say they hate the game, myself included, of course. Never seen anyone say, Apollo Justice is just alright. You know, it's just an alright game. Never heard someone say that. I've always heard an extreme in either direction. You search my channel to watch more Ace Attorney LPs and end up falling down the rabbit hole of Trevor Magic and my never-ending quest to destroy Toy Story 4. Well, I applaud you for doing that, because of all the things that I've done on my channel, my Toy Story 4 series is probably that either my Toy Story 4 series or my Dragons of 3D video are the things that I'm most proud of. Because it's like, we're dealing with my favorite piece of art ever created, contrasted against my most hated piece of art ever created. So, I think I really poured my heart and soul into those two projects, and to see the positive reaction, because I've seen people on the finale, the comments of the final episode of my Toy Story 4 series, sharing their stories of what these characters meant to them, what Woody, Buzz, and Jessie meant to them over the years, and how they felt walking out of the theater for Toy Story 4, and it's like, that's why I made the series. Not just to prove my point that the movie's terrible, but to kind of act as a cathartic medium for people who also feel like they're screaming into a void when they say that Toy Story 4 is bad, because the world thinks it's amazing, so they don't really have any medium to let it out. So I feel like that's another reason why that video went over so well, or why that series went over so well, is because it acted as a sort of cathartic medium for that. And then my Dragons of 3D video, when I see people saying, like, I never heard of this game before this, but now I've heard of it, and you convinced me to give it a shot, that's another reason why I made that video is because it's so criminally underrated that no one even knows about it. So I wanted to draw more attention to it, and I'm happy that I did, because people decided they want to give it a shot after that video. So yeah, I'm definitely proud of those two things. Great stream. My walkthroughs are awesome. Thank you. I'm happy to hear that you found my walkthroughs to be useful. You watched all my Halo Let's Plays and I helped you improve your skills. That is great to hear. I'm happy to hear that you found some useful tips for my Halo walkthroughs. General consensus was that they prefer my positive Let's Plays. I can see that, because, I mean, I don't really blame people for that, because I started out my Ace Attorney Let's Plays being very positive and speaking, except for Big Top and Lost Turnabout, which I still stand by. Those cases are crap. Except for those cases, I have largely positive things to say about the original trilogy, and I was very, very optimistic and upbeat throughout the series. So I don't really blame people for expecting more of that moving forward. So I can imagine that seeing my Apollo Justice Let's Play was kind of a shell shock. It's like, well, this isn't what I expected to see at all. This is like the opposite of what I expected to see. But interestingly enough, Apollo Justice was also the opposite of what I expected to see from an Ace Attorney game. So, you know, welcome to the club, pal. Next, need me to make a video on the most mediocre piece of art. What would that even be? What would? Oh God, there's someone behind me. Nice flank, people. Okay. If I were to make a video on something that's considered like the most mediocre anything ever, what would that consist of? Like, what would I pick, I guess? Because I'm trying to think, because I don't really have many strong, I guess I just don't really have the desire to make something that's mediocre. Because it's just, like, it's called mediocre for a reason, because it just, didn't react very strongly positively or negatively to it. Or perhaps, because at that point, I guess if it's just, like, Toy Story 4 was just something where the plot was broken, maybe Justice for All, I said it was mediocre. Yeah, so I said it was mediocre because the Reunion and Turnabout and Feral My Turnabout are phenomenal cases, but the Lost Turnabout and Turnabout Big Top are terrible cases. So when you balance that out, you have a game that is 50% amazing and 50% awful. So the balance results in a game that is mediocre, technically speaking, because so much of it is just awful, and it's only saved by, like, the excellent cases can only shine so brightly because they're brought down by two terrible cases. So it's not really, like, when I think of something that's mediocre, I'm thinking of something more like, I guess, what would constitute a mediocre film? I'm guessing. I guess we'll go with, I guess I'll go with, maybe, I don't know. I really don't have any examples. I'll just go with Abominable. Abominable came out in September of 2019, and I didn't really have anything positive or negative to say. I was just kind of like, that was fine, I guess. You know, didn't hate it, didn't love it. It was fine. It was alright. So that's what I think of. But the reason I just gave the Justice for All the mediocre rating, because if you balance out the cases, that's kind of what it comes down to. You remember Reach? Do I? Yes, I do remember Reach. I always have, always will. Toy Story 4 kind of sucked. Oh, trust me, I'm aware. I made 5 videos talking about how Toy Story 4 kind of sucked. More than just kind of sucked, though. How it destroyed the entire series. So, I don't know how I didn't... I was gonna say I don't know how I didn't flip the truck, and then what did I do? I flipped the truck. So, there's that, I guess. You feel like Justice for All isn't necessarily brought down by the bad case, because the last case is what everyone remembers. Yes, but you have to remember that the rest of the game does exist. So I don't blame people for remembering only Feral My Turnabout, because that is one of the best cases in the series. However, when you step away from that, you have to also remember that yes, that case is incredible, but it's not the only case in the game. The other cases do exist as well. And when we're talking about review or like assessing a numeric, can you shoot this stupid skirmish already, please? Fine, I'll do it myself. There we go. When assessing the quality of the game, you have to remember that the other 3 cases exist as well, and that's why, in overall, I would say that the bad cases bring down the overall score. Because for as awesome as Feral My Turnabout is, it's not enough to... It's enough to save the game from being irredeemable, but it's not enough to propel the game past, like, a decent, mediocre rating. Am I going to Halo 2 Legendary? Yes. Yes, I am. It might take me 12 hours, but I am going to do it. There will be lots of death, there will be lots of pain, but I am going to do Halo 2 Legendary. I'm planning on playing through all the games in Legendary before Infinite comes out. Should have left it at 3 if you ask me. Yes, absolutely they should have left it at 3. They should have stopped after Toy Story 3, and they should... Well, they can make shorts. They can keep going with the shorts, and like the Halloween special, the Christmas special. They could have done that, because those were cool. But another feature-length film should have stopped after 3. There was no reason in the world to make Toy Story 4 unless you actively wanted to destroy everything, which they did. Who is my favorite Spartan from each gen, aside from John? Wow, that's a... I guess... I think I'd probably go with, Kelly for Spartan 2. I skipped Spartan... I think Johnson's a Spartan 1, right? I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure... Wasn't Johnson, like, the... an early gen Spartan, and that's why he was able to survive the flood infestation in First Strike? I'm pretty sure he was, a Spartan 1. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Spartan 3, because all Reach are Spartan 3. Everyone on Noble Team except for George is a Spartan 2. Sorry, Spartan 3. So I think I'd go with Cats for that one, because Cat's awesome. Spartan 4, maybe Vale. I really like Vale. She doesn't get enough time to shine, because Halo 5 is horrendously written, but I really do like Vale as a character. And is there an elite still in here? I don't know. Johnson, okay, yeah, Johnson is Spartan. Okay, I was pretty sure. I just wanted to make sure before Hi, you're right there. Before I definitively cite him as my favorite. But yeah, Johnson would be my favorite of the Spartan 1. I'm running low on ammo, so I'll go with that one. There's only one reason why they wanted Toy Story 4. Money. Josh Cooler just happened to be a Disney villain. Well, yeah, so I think the Pixar wanted more money. That's why they made Toy Story 4. But the reason why it turned out as crap as it was is because Josh Cooley just wanted to destroy everything. So that's kind of what happens there. Halo 5 was terrible. Yes, Halo 5's story was awful. And you'll get to see it live, because I do also plan on playing through Halo 5 again before Infinite comes out. You'll get to see Halo 5 live before your very eyes. You consider The Force Awakens to be a mediocre movie? Maybe. I don't really care enough about the Star Wars movies. I've never been a Star Wars kind of guy, which you think sounds odd because I'm a massive nerd for like outer space and that, and it's kind of... That Marine should have been dead, but he's not, so we're not going to complain. You saw nothing. But I've never been a big Star Wars fan. I enjoyed playing Lego Star Wars, and I enjoyed the rides at Disney World and stuff like that. But the main movies themselves, I've just never really been a big Star Wars fan. So I don't really have the passion to really critically analyze any of the Star Wars movies. But I'm more than willing to take your word for it that Force Awakens is kind of meh. Why the hell is there a dab emoji? Because memes. You first watched one of my Mario Brothers Wii 2016 walkthrough because you got stuck on one of the last castles. When I started playing Professor Layton, you kept watching and stayed around. Thank you. I'm glad you decided to stick around. Yeah, that was a lot of fun to do, my New Super Mario Brothers Wii walkthrough in 2016. That's a really hard game. People had a lot of trouble with those, especially some of the later levels, so I'm glad you were able to find that somewhat useful, and that you decided to stick around to this day after my Professor Layton LPs. Lego Star Wars better? Oh yeah, absolutely. Lego Star Wars is way better than Star Wars. I'm sure you'll find hardcore defenders, or not, sorry, you'll probably find hardcore Star Wars fans that will want to kill me for saying that. But I presented with a choice, I'd rather play Lego Star Wars than I would watch any of the Star Wars movies. But I've just never really been a big fan of them. I've just never, and it sounds so weird because you'd think I would be a fan of them given how much of a massive nerd for outer space and stuff like that I am. But it just never really connected with me, I guess. I have no emotional connection to Luke, Han, or Leia. So I just haven't really... I don't have any incentive to hate the prequels or the sequels, nor do I have any incentive to love the original trilogy. I just kind of ambivalent towards it all. You consider Iron Man 2 and Iron Man 3 as mediocre boring? Iron Man 2, definitely. I feel like I'm the only person on planet Earth who actually gets enjoyment out of watching Iron Man 3. I just really like Iron Man. I really like Tony Stark's kind of journey through Iron Man 3, and the ending scene when he's at his destroyed house and he throws the core into the ocean. Well, I like that little payoff. I get that I'm like the only person who actually thinks that, but you know, I'm a fan of it. How bad is Halo 5? Oh, you'll see. Oh, you'll see. You will see how bad Halo 5 is when we get around to Halo 5. You will see. You won't believe it, but you'll see it. You look forward to new Lego Star Wars? I'm nervous about it, honestly, because the recent Lego games have been very lackluster compared to the past. I feel like they have not been able to reach that same level of quality they used to have with their original Lego games. So I'm really nervous to see how it's going to be, but I'll go into it with an open mind, as always. my favorite Halo games from best to least. Halo 3 is at the top, followed shortly by Combat Evolved, probably ODST, then 4, then Reach, then 2, then 5. Iron Man 3 is nostalgic for you. You remember watching it when you were younger? Yeah, I can I can see that being a big factor for someone. Nostalgia is definitely nostalgia is a hell of a thing. Yeah, I think I got all of them. Three Combat Evolved, ODST, 4 Reach, 2 5 probably. That's not including the Halo Wars games, obviously. Halo 5 boring trash, wanted a refund. I didn't want a refund because I still found the gameplay to be fun, and the multiplayer, they knocked it out of the ballpark. But the actual story and like what they did specifically to Cortana's character is indefensible, and it's like it's on par with what they did to Woody in Toy Story 4. I need ammo. I need ammo bad. Like I hate. You'll see, and I really think / hope that Halo Infinite's gonna fix her character, but they did Cortana dirty in Halo 5. I don't know why they did it, because I don't think that was the result of, like, I don't think that was a Josh Cooley malicious moment, because Brian Reed does seem to genuinely think he made something that's really good and insightful and interesting. I think he's just an idiot. I think Brian Reed's just an idiot, and he just doesn't know what the hell he did. But Josh Cooley knows what he did, which is why I guess I'm more forgiving for Halo 5, because at least I'm like, well, at least you thought you were making something good. But Josh Cooley knew what he was doing. He knows what he did. He knows exactly what he did. He doesn't get any sympathy from me in any discernible way. I think Halo 4 is mediocre and Halo 5 is straight shit. I think that's fair to say, because specifically in regards to the multiplayer, Halo 4's multiplayer was not good at all. But I really strongly believe that Halo 4, even if you're not a fan of fighting the Prometheans, I really strongly believe that Halo 4's narrative and how it further develops Chief and Cortana's characters easily makes up for any gameplay shortcomings. It really is powerful, and you'll see it for yourself when we get to Halo 4. Please don't blast me away, that'd be nice. Okay, are we retreating? Yeah, we're retreating, okay. We're good. Fall back into the outpost. Alright, now I can look chat a bit more. You heard you're considering adding an option to have the characters only grunt in Skywalker Saga. I've not heard that, but I think that'd be a neat thing if they did. The thing is, I've never really felt that the biggest problem with the recent LEGO games is the lack of... Because I know a lot of people miss when they only grunted and didn't, when they just like, instead of talking with full-on voice acting. And I can see how you might think that would be a derailing thing, because the thing with voice acting is that when you give the characters the ability to actually speak, it kind of restricts your creativity. Because part of the reason that made the original... Part of the things that made the original LEGO game so entertaining was the fact that because they could only grunt, they had to get really creative with how they could actually communicate and express what they had to say. But since now they can actually speak with dialogue, it kind of limits that a little bit. So I can see how you might think that. But I think the bigger problems are in its level design and how it's kind of become more hand-holdy. Instead of dropping you into an open area and saying, have fun, solve puzzles, break stuff, it's just, like, there's really deliberate camera panning motions to show you exactly where to go.
It's alright.
You can't believe that Cortana's character got reduced to being a Windows assistant. Yeah, that's the ultimate character betrayal.
Keep still.
They made Cortana evil after Microsoft added Cortana into all their Windows softwares. Yikes. Yet, I don't know what they were thinking. I really don't know what they were thinking with that. I'm really hoping that Halo Infinite's gonna fix her. I don't know how they can do it, but I really hope that Infinite's gonna fix her character. Came in to tell us you won't be able to join the rest of the stream because of school. That's okay. The stream will always be up here for you to watch after the fact. Hope you have a good day at school. I look forward to me playing the Layton prequel trilogy. The trilogy is a continuous story, which is fun. I still love the Masters of Disguise, which is both funny and ridiculous. I think I'll probably be more forgiving of Professor Layton if I play the trilogy, the prequel trilogy. Well, okay, I say that, but maybe not. I think I should probably rephrase that to say I probably won't get as mad, because now that I've played Danganronpa, like, I know how bad it can get. And I know, because I used to think that Layton was, like, as ridiculous, as insane as you could possibly get. Also, if we shoot these things, it's going to cause a chain reaction and blow everything up. Give it a second. There we go. But, I used to think it was as ridiculous and insane as it could possibly get, but I've seen the light now, and I know that I was like, oh god, perhaps I treated you too harshly, Professor Layton. Because I've seen what Danganronpa is capable of now, and I'm like, oh god, this wasn't even close to the worst thing in the world. At least Ending knows that the endings are ridiculous, but it doesn't make it good, but it does have an audience. Yeah, so, like, the difference between Layton and Danganronpa is that Layton is just, like, ridiculous in terms of, like, there's an entire city under the earth. Yeah, sure. Oh, Layton constructed a flying machine out of living room furniture. Okay, sure thing. But the characters of the Professor Layton, before first level, can assure us the server room. We don't know if we're able to see what happened to the Marine that was kidnapped. I don't actually think I can. Are you referring to the room that's like in there? I don't actually know what you're referring to. But yeah, so like Layton's characters are intact, and their characterization is still excellent. But I don't think that, like, the problem with Layton is its plot, like, kind of goes completely off the rails at the end. But the characters are still intact, which is what matters the most. Whereas Danganronpa's characters are crap, and it destroys the world building and makes it all irrelevant. So I'm sorry, Layton. I didn't, like, you're still crazy and insane, but at least you're not that bad. That's bad. Okay, missed that as well. This could be bad. Yeah. Sorry, I'll look at chat in a second. There we go. Okay. You're currently editing the Persona 5 shitpost, and you have to say, fuck masking and image compositing. Oh, yeah. Well, welcome to the world of editing. Welcome to the painful world of editing. I had to do so much of that stuff for, like, to mask out what part of the characters wouldn't be blurred out for, like, the endgame style credit video. That was painful. But yeah, welcome to the world of editing. You know, I play Legendary, but do I play heroic level sometimes as well? Not really, because now that I've played a Legendary, I don't really ever have a reason to go back, because I like the challenge of Legendary. I really do like the challenge, and I don't really have a reason to go back. So I'm assuming this is what you were referring to, because this is the server room that we're in right now. Those are all the servers there. I'm assuming you're referring to these Marines, but we can't actually, like, there is no, you can't see the Marine that got kidnapped. It's just, you just see the 3 dead Marines right over there. If you're referring to something else, I really don't know what you want me to see. Like, this is all the server room has to offer. So, yeah, there we go. There's dead Marine here, and this dead Marine's right here, but the rest of them are just civilians that got killed. So, I hope that's what you wanted to see, and that's mission over. I think that was Deathless. I think that was a Deathless run. So, it's pretty cool. The Layton prequels have even more bullshit than the original trilogy, and there are no more fake city twists. That's good. I got really sick and tired of fake city twists, because that was literally, spoilers, every goddamn game is that the city is fake. I'm like, even the crossover is like, oh, guess what, the city's fake. Thanks.
2 minutes is too long.
Great. But, so yeah, and to summarize what I was talking about, the Professor Layton kind of goes insane in the end, in terms of, like, it flies out the rails of, like, oh, giant tower in the sky gonna destroy the world or whatever. But it's the character work between stuff like Layton and Luke and Layton and Claire and all that, that's always on point. So, you know, it kind of makes me look back at Layton and be like, I'm sorry I treated you so harshly, because compared to Danganronpa, you're just like, I'd rather have something that is insane to watch and, like, clearly off the walls, but keeps its characters intact, than something that has its characters in tatters, whose plot isn't as absurd. Kind of wish Master Chief from Halo got into Smash as well. I never really had that much investment in what character got into Smash, because I've just never been a big Smash fan. I mean, certainly it would have been cool to see, in terms of, like, Halo getting more crossovers and collaborating with other developers, but I don't think there was ever a chance of that really happening. And obviously, had Phoenix Wright been added to Smash, I would have played through his classic mode on the channel, because that would have given me a legitimate reason to actually play Smash classic mode on the channel.
I'll take it.
But, you know, the fact that using a free editing program is probably not helping. Oh, you have my deepest condolences if you're using a free editing software to do something. Because if you're doing what I think you're doing, which is pasting Evil Emperor Zurg onto the final boss of Persona 5,
Acknowledge.
Good God Almighty, you have my condolences to do that with a free editing. It's painful enough with something like After Effects or Vegas, which is what I used to make the end credits thing.
God help us all.
For Ace Attorney, was I used After Effects combined with Vegas to make that work, both of which are paid programs. But if you have to use a free software for that, I'm so sorry. Also, Deathless Run of the first mission, I'll take that. I'm so sorry. You have my sympathies. Monokuma and Smash, no. Just no. Actual pain would be what that is. Phoenix Wright in Ace would be, or in Smash would be a dream come true. Oh yeah, I mean, it'd be cool to see because, like, I could play through his classic mode on the channel, and I think that'd be a cool event to do, to actually play through a Smash classic mode on the channel. And I just don't think it'll, because now, that was like the last fight, right? Like, they're done adding stuff to Smash, that's the end of the line, Ultimate's complete, so I don't think that'll happen anytime soon. Halo getting into Smash would probably get more people to play Halo. Yeah, it probably would. I think it definitely would get more people to play Smash. Sorry, not Smash, Halo. Most likely would have been Doom Guy Smash. Yeah, probably. If anyone, it would have been Doom Guy.
Yes, Commander.
Sorry you can't stand Danganronpa. Let me tell you, you are in good company here, my friend. You are in very good company. You are in, if you are not a fan of Danganronpa and you want to dunk on it, you are in the perfect chat to do that, because I have made quite a name for myself dunking on Danganronpa constantly. So, welcome to the party. We dunk on Danganronpa basically every stream.
Oni has requested Team Noble's direct intervention to help secure Sword Base.
You won't say anything in detail, not spoil anything, but the final boss of Persona 5 does have a dramatic reveal such a way you could hypothetically edit him in. Oh, I think that's what he's doing. I think the person in chat who's talking about, like, masking over things to edit that thing, I'm pretty sure he's talking about editing the Evil Emperor Zurg over the Persona 5 boss. You have a complicated relationship with Danganronpa, but you don't know your 100% definitive opinions on it. I think complicated relationship is a good way to put it for me in a different sense, as in, like, it's been such a whirlwind. Like, 2021 has been such a fever dream for me in terms of, like, how I've actually gone through Danganronpa, because I started off with the first game, which was, yeah, like, I liked Danganronpa when I first played it. I really did. When I first played it at the beginning of January, I was like, man, I really didn't give this game a good enough shot. I felt bad for shitting on it, I felt bad for criticizing it, I'm like, I should have given this game a better shot, because I'm really, okay, first death, I'm really enjoying myself now. But, then, by the end of the first game, I'm like, oh god, wow, apparently I sang his praises too quickly, because this is disastrous. Then, the second game happened, and I was like, oh, are we doing the same thing again, but on the island? But I still ended up thinking it was the best game in the series thus far. And then Ultra Despair Girls happened. Sorry, then Danganronpa 2.5 happened. And then I'm like, oh god, what the hell is this? And it was just, like, comically awful. Then Ultra Despair Girls happened, and I was, like, my brain exploded because I couldn't believe that what I was playing was a real game because it was so off the walls, batshit crazy, and creepy as hell to play through. Then Danganronpa 3 happened, which actually broke me because of how long I had to spend editing those videos together, and it, like, nearly brought me to my knees. Then V3 happened, which essentially made everything I did throughout the entire year irrelevant because nothing that ever happened in the first three Danganronpa games and the TV show mattered at all because it was all an elaborate reality TV show. So yeah, I think it's safe to say that I also have a bit of a complicated relationship with Danganronpa. It's been a whirlwind of all around. You also get to stand the fan base. Oh, well, welcome to the party, my friend. Welcome to the party. I have had very interesting interactions with Danganronpa fans who don't understand how basic science works. And if you think I'm kidding, you should go check out the comments for episode, I think it's either 6 or 7 of my V3 LP, where I have to debate how science works to Danganronpa defenders who have to try to explain to me how that shot put ball makes any sense at all when it just doesn't. So yeah, it's been a year. This has probably been the most stressful year I've ever had making YouTube videos, a large part of which has to do with Danganronpa. So I'm glad that that's over with, or at least over with except for Danganronpa S, at which point it will no longer be over, but hopefully that'll be the last of it for a while. I'm hoping that what we're hoping for is that 2022 will be a Danganronpa free year. We're hoping for no Danganronpa next year. We're hoping for a Danganronpa free year, and then I can finally rest. is what we're hoping for. What's my favorite background music track from each Halo game? Combat Evolved is going to be Ambient Wonder. Probably. It's either going to be Ambient Wonder or Walk in the Woods. But man, there's so many good bangers from Combat Evolved, like Under the Cover of Night, Covenant Dance. There's so many good ones. I think Ambient Wonder is going to win though. Halo 2, I would say Follow, but that's not an instrumental because there are vocals in it. So I guess I'll go with Leonidas. Oh no, I guess I can't because I would say that for Halo 3 as well. No, sorry, I won't. I'll say Leonidas for Halo 2. I'll say Wake Me When You Need Me for Halo 3. I'll say Deference for Darkness from Halo 3 ODST. I'll say 117 for Halo 4. I'll say Oni Sword Base for Halo Reach. And I will say, the Light is Green for Halo 5. They did say they want to make more games. Please don't. I would cry. That would be the big sad if they made more Danganronpa games. I mean, the thing is, maybe we're judging too early. Can I pick up the sniper, please? Maybe we're judging too early. Like, maybe we just have to, because it's a new director making Danganronpa S, so maybe we just have to wait to see how the new director handles the series before we jump too far ahead in terms of our assumptions. But I'm not very optimistic about the future of this. I might have just killed myself. Yeah, that was my fault. That was entirely my fault. It's fun watching me play Persona 5. I'm basically the only YouTuber that doesn't control the team directly. Makes me look more special. Yeah, a lot of people say that I should be controlling the team directly, but I found. I mean, you're gonna see in a second actually a good example of why I kind of let my team do my thing, is because I have more experience with like giving teammates powerful things and letting them do their thing, and you'll see an example of that just after I clear out these two rates. But yeah, a lot of people say I shouldn't do that, but like you said, it makes my Let's Play more unique, so I think it helps me. It helps my Let's Play stand out a bit. And I think I just enjoy the game more playing it the way that I'm playing it, and that might not kill that. That's not going to kill that wraith. I was way too far out, or maybe it will. Nah, I screwed that up colossally. Okay. Maybe the future games will be amazing. Maybe. As in, like, maybe the new director will prove to us that the formula can work if put in the proper hands. But I don't. I'm just gonna work the checkpoint. But I seriously doubt it. Imagine Chuchukumi somehow ended up in charge of the Danganronpa team. That's the only person on this planet that could actually fix it. No, I think the only person on the planet who could actually fix it would be him. My LP of Persona is quite unique. Yeah, me stopping constantly to talk about middle school stories combined with me. Can you stop rolling down the hill, please? Combined with me not controlling the team directly is probably what makes it stand out more than it typically does. And did that... Okay, that's a bit closer, but it's still outside the... Okay, no, we got it. I think that's... Okay, there we go. We got it this time. Let's back up a little bit. You hated Case 1 because they baited us with a main series game female protagonist and went, haha, nope, boring protagonist boy again. Yeah, that's honestly, I was kind of, don't kill me. I was kind of actually hoping that Kaede would be the protagonist. It's like, well, this could be interesting. Because Kamaru, like, Kamaru was probably the best thing about Ultra Despair Girls. And then they kind of just did nothing with that for the whole game. Well, I mean, they did something with it, but, like, they wasted it with the payoff in Danganronpa 3 for how they concluded the Ultra Despair Girls storyline. So it could have been cool to see how Kaede was characterized. But then they just, like... why didn't you just... You know what they could have done? They could have just reversed it. Just make Shuichi the protagonist at the beginning and then make Kaede the person you play as. I don't understand why that decision wasn't made. Even watching my 2.5 analysis twice and seeing it yourself, you still don't remember what happens in it. Basically, it's something. It's a bit of a fever dream. Basically, it starts off with Kazuichi wanting to go on a date with Sonya, and then instead of doing that, he dies, and his death happens off screen, and literally they cut to commercial break, and when they cut back, he's already dead. So then the World Destroyer comes in, and he shoots people with his finger gun, and then Nagito goes on a quest to, Fuyuhiko, Sonya, and Peiko go on a quest to avenge Kazuichi or whatever, but then they all die. And then Nagito goes to avenge them, and then he almost dies, because he brings the building collapsing down on top of him by throwing a baseball at the wall. And then it's revealed that it's all just an elaborate fever dream, and it's so stupid! It's such a stupid... I hate it. It's really bad. Like, Danganronpa 2.5 is so bad it's laughable. which I guess is better than the other ones where they're just so bad you want to die. So, you know, pick your poison kind of thing. Anyway. Oh, into the air we go. You wanted a refund, but the PS Store wouldn't let you. So you deleted all the save files. Well, it works. If it works. Hopefully next year will be Danganronpa Free 3 Cortana. Did you say Danganronpa 3 year? No. Please, no. Please, I beg of you, no. Please have mercy on me. You just kicked your table accidentally. You are in pain. You have my condolences. I hope you are not in pain anymore. I've heard that the best way to remove pain is by playing Danganronpa games. I've heard those games bring no pain to anyone, and they're only fun times and happiness. Obviously, I am speaking with no sarcasm in my voice whatsoever. How would I rate the palaces so far? 2, 1, 3 is what I would say. I would easily rate the museum as the best. I rate Kamashida's next. Not because I think it's excellent, just because I've not... Kanashiro's Palace, I just didn't like that at all. I found it very drawn. I think that might be us dead. Yeah, this is us dead. We don't survive this. We do not survive this one. Okay. This could go, well, very poorly. That's why you don't remember it. You want it out of my mind. Yeah, it's so absurd. I'm just gonna commit to the death in this one. There's no way I survive this. Or maybe I will. No, I won't. Or maybe I will. How? Okay, I should not have survived that. I should not have survived that. I should not still be alive right now, but I am somehow. Okay. How would I rate the stories of the palaces so far? Well, 2 would probably be on bottom because I just care the least about Yusuke. The tie is going to be between Makoto and An, and I think I'd probably end up going with Makoto. So I guess I go 3, 1, 2. Just because I am perpetually baffled by how quickly they were able to get me to turn around from thinking that Makoto was terrible and I hated her and I desperately wish she would leave the story, to actually caring about her and wanting to see her in literally everything. So you are not driving, Cat. You want a tip for Halo Reach? Never let Cat drive anything ever. Never ever let Cat drive. She will drive you off a cliff. You know what Grunt Birthday Party skull is? What does my other skull mean? My other skull is, if I can pick the skull thing, please. I would have been your daddy. Rare comma dialogue becomes more common. So basically, I hear more the chance. Cat. Okay, fine. We're not taking the warthog. She chooses to jump on the side seat, not the turret. But yeah, oh dear God Almighty. It basically increases the chance of me hearing rare dialogue for the characters to say. Rank the 3 villains. Well, Kamoshida is obviously the easiest to hate because he's awful. So I guess I'd probably go 1, 3, 2. Who would have thought that I would end up liking any character with the names Makoto? Not me. I never thought that ever happened. I thought that I never thought I'd ever say the words "I like Makoto" in any context, literally ever. Because I don't like. Well, the thing is, I guess I can't definitively say I don't like Makoto. Because I did care about Makoto and Hina and Kyoko and all the characters. I wanted to see them reach a proper resolution. But I still... Makoto is just a bland character. He's literally just, I am the protagonist, you shall like me now, and there's nothing more to it. He's just the luckiest guy in the world, except for Nagito, whose name is an anagram of Makoto, but that doesn't mean anything other than that he's lucky, because... why? Imagine telling my past self that Makoto was going to be one of my... Yeah, no context, go into the past and say, hey, past self, Makoto will be one of the romance candidates in the future. I'd be like, come again? You sure about that one, buddy? I think any characters in any games that I've recently played would make it into my top 10 most... Oh, I would need to completely rework my top 10 most hated characters list. I made that list... My top 10 worst games list and top 10 most hated characters list that I made in my 4K subscriber Q&A video, I need to rework both of them because they're both horrendously outdated, and they were made outdated so quickly. Like, literally, that's a ghost. Literally, the second after the... Not the second, but like, the... I made those lists directly before a series, in the midst of an LP, where I found, like, the worst characters and the worst games ever. So, I need to completely rework those games if I have any chance of actually, like, having it be a genuine list. Your favorite Japanese animation is Halo Legends? Interestingly, I've never actually seen that. I've never actually seen, Halo Legends before, which you'd think is strange because you think I just voraciously devour every kind of Halo-related media that exists on this planet. But yeah, I've never seen it. I've never seen Halo Legends. I probably should, because I've heard good things about it. I've just never watched it. I've just never watched it. I think there was a time where Preston Layton was my most hated video game character. Yeah, those were the days. Those were the days. Can we go back to those days before I learned how crap Danganronpa actually was? Can we please go back to those days? Would Kokichi be first? Probably. The amount of people who... it's either Kokichi or Nagito, I think. Is the amount of people who think that Kokichi and Nagito are, like, the best characters in the series actually infuriates me. It's just like, are you kidding? Why? Is it just because you like edgy bullshit? Is that the reason why? Because it can't be because of good character writing, because that doesn't exist for those people. So, I don't get it. I do not empathize with people who think those characters are well written. I just don't. I just do not. I don't get it. I never will. Have I ever played Fireteam Raven? I think once in an arcade. It didn't really stick out to me, though. It didn't really stick out to me. I wasn't super into the Halo arcade game. You're gonna eat and I'll be back in a bit. Alright, enjoy your meal. We'll still be here when you come back. You hate Nagito because he spread a really big message of people with mental issues. Yet Nagito, just the Danganronpa series in general just doesn't tackle mature topics with any, well, it doesn't tackle serious topics with any sense of maturity. So, yeah, that's just, yeah. Professor Layton's a terrible character. Well, he's a Gary Stu in terms of, like, any ability the plot needs him to have, he has. Anytime he gets himself into a situation where it's like, I need to do this, he can just do it. Whether it's building a flying machine, or, I guess you can just do the Phineas and Ferb theme song, it's like, building a rocket or fighting a mummy or climbing an Eiffel Tower, whatever it might be, whatever he has to do, the plot will allow him to do it. Because if he doesn't do it, he'll die. So, yeah, it's always frustrating to see whenever a character does that. Chihiro was real bad. Oh yeah, that was like the first taste of, guys, what are you doing? What are you doing with this? Like, are you aware of what you're insinuating when you talk about this stuff? Because I don't know that I describe malice to it. Like, I don't know that I describe Josh Hui levels of these people are malicious in doing it. I think they're just too stupid to understand what they're talking about. I think they're generally too stupid to realize, oh, so this can be interpreted in a way that we didn't actually think about. So, yeah, I think that might be what happened there. But yeah, that was jarring to see for the first time. What's your favorite multiplayer co-op is, okay, first off, you need to get off that turret right now. Home in. I think those shots are gonna miss. Oh wait, no, they landed. Okay, that went well. That went very well. Favorite multiplayer co-op is probably Cuphead. I've had a lot of fun playing Cuphead because I've played it with a lot of different friends. Neil, Brooks, Joe, Forgot 45. I played that through that game many times. Oh, but Portal 2 is a close second. Portal 2 co-op is a close second. I had a lot of fun playing through Portal 2 co-op. So it's either Portal 2 or freaking Cuphead. It's a close tie. Very, very close tie. Please take these plasma launcher grenades. Funny how Persona can handle. I took my eyes off chat for a second and I died. I shouldn't have looked at chat. You don't think Persona how funny how Persona can handle its topics very well? Yeah, it's like night and day compared to, like, if you compare Persona 5 to Danganronpa, it's like night and day compared to how they handle their topics. It's actually kind of pathetic how immature Danganronpa is. And I really don't think it's because they're malicious. I think it's just because they're too stupid to understand. I really do think that they think they've created a masterpiece and they don't understand what they're actually insinuating with their commentary and scripts. I really think that's what it is. It's just blatant stupidity. Where'd that other ghost go? I guess it's gone. All right. Can I get the concussion rifle? Maybe. Or did it despawn? Oh wait, nope. Got it. Nice. Okay. What about it? Oh, right. I don't know how I didn't forget. Oh my god, I completely forgot about It Takes Two. Yeah, It Takes Two. It Takes Two wins. It Takes Two definitely wins. It Takes Two is phenomenal. I don't know how the hell I forgot that. I think I'm gonna go make a quick pit stop back to the other place to go grab something I forgot. Persona 4 villain is probably your favorite. I know nothing about the Persona 4 villain, so I will wait for if I ever decide to actually play that game. But the fandom will go rabid if you... Hold on, I gotta rewind to see that. Fandom will go rabbit if you criticize Chihiro, but he just pretended to be a girl because he was insecure. So you know that meme where it just shows like a stencil pencil test animation character with the words, when did you get here? When the hell did you get here? Okay, hi. You weren't there a second ago. You were not there a second ago. Oh, Jesus Christ, this ghost didn't exist a minute ago. Okay, hello, goodbye. Nice knowing your friend. Jesus Christ, that was a panic attack and a half. Yeah, you know the meme is just like, point goes over your head, you missed the point. Congratulations, you missed the point. 10 out of 10. Top 10 most powerful video game characters, number 1, Professor Layton. Essentially. Any ability the plot needs him to have, he has. Without fail. Love Cuphead, you love the lines and plot. Yeah, the art style, simple plot, the compelling gameplay. Cuphead's an incredible game. I'd recommend, if you haven't played Cuphead yet, anyone in chat, go play it. It's really something else. Way Out was fun with the bros. Oh, I had fun playing A Way Out too, but I think It Takes Two is still the better game overall. I need both those things. Hold on. I think It Takes Two is just the most compelling, creative, and surprising burst of creativity in a game I've ever experienced. Like the sheer variety in terms of the levels and the gameplay variety across every single encounter. It's just so many unique mini games, so many unique worlds to explore, a really compelling, heartfelt story. I just had so much fun playing It Takes Two, and I think it's definitely worthy of Game of the Year out of the nominations. Because obviously Greystone Chronicles deserves to win, but it wasn't nominated because, of course, it wasn't. So out of what's nominated, It Takes Two definitely deserves to win. Love Cuphead so much, but beating all the bosses on hard S plus rank was so hard before. I have not done that yet. I have not yet beaten the Cuphead bosses. I've A plus them all, but I've not S ranked them all. And where did our Marine friend go? Are they back here? I don't know where our Marine friend went. But I can't see our Marine friend anymore. But yeah, I've A plus them all, and I've S ranked a couple of them, but I have not S ranked all of them because that's a Herculean task essentially. I don't know where our Marine friend went, but I think I might have just made that trip to the rocket launcher for nothing in that case. You threw your 3DS in the trash after Professor Layton MacGyvered his way out of every plot. Yeah, trust me, I've been there. I've been equally frustrated by, I think we're dead, yeah, by Professor Layton's ability to just, because he's a Gary Stu, and anything the plot needs him to do, he'll do. That's his core characters. He has no limit. There is no roof to what he can do as a character, and I'm very curious to see what exactly the prequel trilogy has in store for him in terms of his characterization. Or rather, his abilities as a character. I'll be curious to see how that goes. Cat, can you please shoot the things that need to be shot or else we're gonna die? Cat, please. Okay, we're not going up that way. You S ranked them all, it's not frustrating to do because all the bosses are fair. Oh, I didn't say it was frustrating, I said it was a Herculean task because they're all, it's very challenging to do. But I've never, like, there were no Xbox achievements for doing that, there was just Xbox achievements for we're dead. Yep, I need to not drive like that. There's no achievements for S ranking them all, so I got the A plus ranks and called it a day. You think Layton does best in its gameplay? Oh yeah, the puzzles are the best parts of the Layton trilogy, easily. It's not even close. The story pales in comparison to the gameplay. The puzzles are, they got easier as the trilogy went on. Can I please stop driving over things? They got easier as the trilogy went on, definitely, but they were still very well designed overall. And I just drove straight into that. You still like the Professor Layton games? The stories aren't that great. I think there's a lot of things to enjoy about them, certainly. But the stories themselves are not, they just fall apart at the seams at the end. They completely and utterly fall apart at the seams, and it's not even close. Like, it's honestly kind of embarrassing how badly those games fall apart at the seams by the end of the game. It's actually kind of infuriating how badly they fall apart at the seams. Remember when my top 10 worst games didn't have yeah, because that was before I played V3. Obviously, it wouldn't have been in the list because I didn't play V3 yet, so obviously it wouldn't have been in the list. But trust me, if I were to remake that list now, it would probably take up all 10. It would honestly probably take up all 10 slots. It would honestly probably take up all 10 goddamn slots if I were to remake that list, because it's just such an indefensibly awful game. I don't know how people defend V3. It's such an indefensibly terrible video game from every substantive aspect. Like, I don't know how the hell people... It's like Toy Story 4, and how I just don't understand how people can possibly think that it's anything other than utter shit from start to finish. So, yeah, it's just awful. It's just actually awful. V3 is completely terrible. You'll offend a couple characters in V3. Which ones, out of curiosity? I'd be very curious to hear which ones. You don't care about stories in games as long as they're not the main focus. Like I said, yeah. Well, unfortunately, the main focus is, well, I mean, so Professor Layton, I think, prides itself on its it spends a lot of time focusing on. It's not like Cuphead, where the story is clearly there just to justify the gameplay, and the focus is obviously just on the gameplay itself and not the actual story itself. They clearly want you to pay attention to the story in Professor Layton and not just like dismiss it and focus on the gameplay. So it's not like a Cuphead situation where you can just forget it all. You find it interesting how the games I never knew about but ended up enjoying both have slower segments and fast-paced segments. Yeah, they both do. You need to. Well, I mean, I knew about Ace Attorney. I just never played it because my only exposure to it had been through the medium of the. Freaking Turnabout Encounter musical. Himiko and Ryoma, because Phantom doesn't like them. Is Ryoma the prison dude? I really do not remember. I've purged so much of that game from my memory. Is that the guy? I think it. I don't know. I don't really care. V3 is just shit. But obviously Himiko's the magician because her magic. Yeah. No, I'll never forget that. He is? Okay, so I remember that correctly. Phantom hates him just for his design. He's definitely the most unique out of the bunch in terms of the fact that he doesn't fit with the rest of the cast at all. Like, he clearly doesn't fit with the rest of the cast. Also, I'm gonna try something here. This might kill the Warthog, but I'm gonna try it anyway. Let's give this a shot. Okay, well, I need to line it up better than that. Or is it still gonna work? Okay, it still worked. Nice. I'm surprised that didn't blow up the Warthog, but it's still kicking, so I'm not gonna complain. Watching Turnabout Encounter without knowing anything about Ace Attorney must have been confusing. I definitely was aware that there were some references I wasn't getting, like things that probably would have made more sense had I actually played the games. But I still knew what the hell was going on, so it wasn't like I was completely and totally lost. But I clearly understood that there were references that would have made much more sense had I actually played the games. But the core premise of the plot was still something I understood, and still one elite alive over there. So, by the way, thanks for the sub. Hopefully you enjoyed the content moving forward. Voice Tony, you did know who Phoenix and Miles were, because honestly, who doesn't know who they are? I knew who Phoenix Wright was, but again, it's only, well, I guess I knew him vaguely. Okay, he's running away, fine. I knew him vaguely because of the MatPat video, which was just terribly constructed. Like, MatPat's video is honestly horribly researched. And he has to pretend that there's only 4 cases in the game instead of 5 in order for his points to hold any weight whatsoever. Because if you actually acknowledge that Rise from the Ashes exists, it instantly nukes his entire script, and I'm dead because I didn't. Oh, I'm not. Oh, I'm not. If you acknowledge that Rise from the Ashes exists, it instantly nukes that entire script, so you have to pretend that it doesn't. Well, I guess, I say pretend, it's possible he just didn't think to... I don't know, I think did we establish in a previous stream that he actually did know about them? I don't know. Jockey's death was a bit much. Did the writers know it was gross and doing this incompetent? I think they knew they knew full well what they were doing. They knew exactly what they were doing. They knew full well that giving her that emotionally harrowing, awful death scene was going to get the reaction they wanted because they know that people love Chiaki. So they knew that if they did that to her, yes, it would be gross to watch, but it would certainly get a reaction, and it got a reaction. Like they wanted shock value. They wanted shock value. They wanted nothing but shock value. Most Halo games are first-person shooters. You were a little confused when I was playing a League of Legends style game yesterday. So something I mentioned yesterday, like when you asked what makes Halo different from other first-person shooters, one of the things I said was this game isn't a first-person shooter; it's an RTS. That was one of the things I opened that conversation with. It's like, yes, the Halo is by and large a first-person shooter franchise. It's what it started as. It's what it revolutionized the FPS genre in 2001. That's what it started as. But what I was playing yesterday was a Halo Wars spin-off, and the reason why I was playing it yesterday is because Halo Wars is the first game chronologically in the series. Like, chronologically speaking, that's the game that comes first out of all of them. So, that's why I was playing that yesterday. Hi, hello Miguel Borgs, welcome to the stream today. I'm gonna go see if I can find some more DMR ammo real quick. But yeah, I don't know if I call it a League of Legends style game yesterday, because that's like an MMORPG, right? So it's not quite the same thing. Because an MMORPG takes a lot more, like that's more hero focused, I think. Whereas an RTS is more just like true composition and micromanagement. Again, I don't know anything about League of Legends, but I know that that's more of an MMORPG, whereas Halo Wars is more of an RTS. So it's like a real-time strategy game. I guess they're similar in style, in terms of top-down perspective, ordering kind of troops around all over the place. I can see where you might think that they're like similar, but the genres definitely have a lot of unique differences. And I've never been a fan of those kind of massive multiplayer online RPGs, because I feel like just too much at once, like too much overcrowding on the screen. So I've never been a big fan of that. But yeah, like someone just said in chat, it's what they wanted to. They wanted to shock the audience. That's the main reason they did it. Is they wanted to shock the audience. They knew, because like the only reason they brought Chiaki back is because they knew that if they brought her back, they'd get a very, very strong reaction from the audience, because they know that she's the best character they've ever written, and they knew that if they brought her back, they'd love it, and then if they killed her again, that they'd get another strong reaction. That's the only reason they did that. So what's my favorite weapon in Halo? A lot of people will go for the battle rifle because, you know, 3-round burst kind of thing, but I've always said the assault rifle. I've gotten the most use out of the assault rifle. I mean, I guess it depends on what game, because obviously Halo Infinite assault rifle is the best it's always been, is in Halo Infinite. But even just in games like Halo 3, Halo 4, it's still really good. You don't see me really using the assault rifle in Reach all that much, because it's really not that great. But I tried to use the assault rifle as much as I could in my Let's Play, just to kind of show off what it would look like. I'm going to try to use this a bit because I try to save him over the DMR. You've never played League of Legends of Fortnite? Pure human being right here. Yes, you are the purest of souls for never dipping into the toxic pool, cesspool wasteland of those games. I mean, I've never played them, so I can't really say much, but I've seen Dota players. I have seen how inhumanely, unhealthily competitive. Because, like, I like to be a little bit competitive. You know, like, obviously, when I play a game, I want to win, right? Like, that's, I want to win, obviously. So, you know, I guess you could say I have a bit of a competitive nature in me in that regard. But, you know, if I lose, it's like, I'll be upset, I'll be disappointed, but it won't be to the point where I'm just, like, inconsolably, like, completely ranching out in just disgust and madness. Please go away. But I've seen Dota players, and I know they're not, like, League of Legends and Dota are two different communities, but if the Dota community is any indication of what the League of Legends community consists of, I don't think I want to dip my toes into the League of Legends community, because Dota was enough for me. I've never played Dota. Well, actually, I was considering it, because some of my friends were playing it, but then those friends introduced me to their other friends who were, like, professional Dota players. They're, terrible. They were awful. All they know is competition. All they know is win, win, win. Give your life away to Dota, and if you do not win, then you may as well not even be alive. And by the way, my first time playing Among Us was also with the same. I think I might be dead. Nope, I somehow saved that. My first time playing Among Us was with those same competitive Dota players. Imagine playing Among Us with esports ready, competitive, hyper competitive people. Not fun. Not fun. Oh my god, you're right there. Jesus Christ. Hi. Go away from me, please. Thank you. Hello, Bad Game Slayer. Welcome to the chat. I almost just died by an Ultra Elite, or sorry, a Gold Elite Commander, but I didn't, and I saved it. Also, currently, we are talking about the League of Legends and Dota community. You gotta admit, you used to play Fortnite in Chapter 1, but it got awful in Chapter 2. I think it got awful in Chapter 0. I've never played it, and well, so that's not true. I've played it, obviously. I had to record the footage for my 4K subscriber Q&A, but there's a reason I don't play it regularly. It's because I just don't like the Battle Royale genre. I never have, and I never will. I've always hated Battle Royale, and I think Fortnite is the worst offender in that category, in that genre of video games. Among Us players are toxic as hell. Yes, they are. They are insufferably toxic. Oh my Jesus Christ. I have nothing but disdain for Among Us and its community. I have nothing but disdain for them. Because they have, like, if Among Us was a game that was played by people who understand how logical arguments work, and they're like, I saw you go here, but you said you were here. Or you said you're here, but I'm here and I know you're not there. Like, basic common sense logic to help you disprove people's defenses. That'd be one thing, but it's not that. It's like someone asked you, what were you doing? I said I did a few tasks in this location, and then you said, no, you didn't. You did 2 tasks. 2 tasks is not a few. Therefore, you're lying. I'm not kidding. I said I did a few tasks, and they said, well, you did 2 tasks. 2 tasks is not a few. He's lying. Boot him out. They actually said that because Among Us players are just brain dead. They have no concept of logic. It's actually infuriating. Okay, I'll say this. The only time I actually kind of enjoyed it was when I was playing with Forget 45's group of college friends. Oh, also, one more, also, if you sneeze, if you like exhale during the non-meeting rounds, they'll laser you to death. They'll be like, you must not talk. Talking is against the rules. It's against the Fairly Odd Parents rule book. You must not speak a word. When you're not in the meetings. It's like, why? What's wrong with you? Like, because they think if you say even a word, it's like, this is sacred time. You must not say anything here. But in Forget 45's college group, with like playing with her college friends, they were like, oh, you can talk during the rounds. We don't care. So like, so long as you're not sharing information about each other, it isn't like not saying I'm the imposter or whatever. You can talk whatever you want. It's like, hey, you guys are actually cool and kind and nice. Wow, crazy how the other people are actually decent, but that's the only group I've ever played with. The only group I've ever played with that has a functioning brain. Would I still stop playing Among Us even if it didn't have a toxic community? Yes, because I think that its gameplay doesn't even work in isolation. Because like I think even just as a social deduction game, it is very weak compared to other games of its style. Among Us is Danganronpa, everyone is brain dead. Well, I was about to say, like, that's how it always has been. That's just Danganronpa in a nutshell. In fact, I think I might actually give Danganronpa more credit in terms of its, like, that's an insult to Danganronpa, like someone said. You remember when you correctly exposed an imposter and then you got kicked for being correct with no proof you were an imposter? Yeah, that's Among Us in a nutshell. No sense of logical decision-making whatsoever. I can see that happening because I've seen that stuff happen before. Also, that new map is terrible.
Mom.
That like airship map, it sucks. It's too goddamn big. And by the way, the fact that did it win an award at the Game Awards last year, or was it just nominated? I think it won something last year. That's bullshit. It came out in 2018. It should not have won anything last year. That's garbage. There are so many awesome creative games that came out last year, and none of them got the time or attention they deserved because fucking Among Us stole the spotlight from it despite being a 2018 game that didn't even deserve any of the attention it got. And I know that's like the hottest take in the world to say that Among Us is crap, but I'll stand by it to the ends of the earth. I don't think it's good at all. I think it's quite terrible, actually.
You're certain?
Their armor configuration matched.
Shield strength too.
I gave the order not to pursue. Our primary objective was to get the station's relay back online.
In their defense, the reason they lack common logic is that the community consists of 7-year-olds. I was playing with adults.
Ma'am?
Like people in their 20s who were supposed to have fully functioning brains. And they still said stuff like, you said you did a few tasks, but you only did 2, therefore you're lying.
Such teams are small,
It's
nimble,
just,
and
it's,
almost
wow.
always zealot class. No doubt they came to the station for the abundance of Oni.
Last time you played Among Us, you joined a group. Well, I'm not going to say those names out loud, but yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all that there's people,
we had other more urgent
people
matters to attend to.
that have those usernames. Although I think you might find that stuff in any community, to be honest. I don't think it's just Among Us. I think that might just be every community. It might be more prevalent there, but I think, because we kind of talked over yesterday, how every community has its stint of awfulness. So I don't know if I place the blame solely on Danganronpa for that one. Sorry, solely on Among Us for that one. Wow, that shows how my brain thinks now. I just default to Danganronpa whenever we're talking about something that's shit nowadays.
That data is classified Tier 1.
Do I know the Among Us meme? No, I don't. I've heard of it, but I don't. They don't.
Maybe you'd like to join.
You say who doesn't? I don't. I have no idea. I mean, I've heard it referenced, but I don't actually. I don't know its context.
Punishment for civilian interference with the Spartans.
Sure, a lot of games have name filters. Oh yeah, that's true. A lot of games do have name filters, but Among Us just has nothing of the sort. So that is fair. Yeah, that's fair.
Let's move, noble team.
You still stand by that Among Us is only good with friends? Well, I mean, I guess I might be willing to stand to say that, because when I played with Forgot 45's group of college friends, that was fun. to play with her college friends because they actually have good heads on the shoulders, and they're kind, they're polite, they're intelligent, they know what they're talking about. So yeah, that was kind of enjoyable, but I still wouldn't. I don't think I'd do it again. And besides, like, just, oh, by the way, ever since they changed the system to where now instead of being able to type things out, you have to use a stupid like command wheel system to actually pick what you want to say, it makes it unplayable if you don't have a Discord voice chat going on. And the reason why they have to, excuse me, the reason why they have to do this is because they have to make it palatable for console players, because obviously console players can't type. Unless you have a USB keyboard attached to your console, you can't type at the same speed as you can on PC, which makes it unfair to console players. So you have to change it so that it boils down to the same command wheel system for picking things. But that takes away so much nuance of conversation that it just there's no deception that can take place. There's nothing. It's just, yeah, it's all crap. For some reason, your brother thinks if something makes money, it's good because you're, well, I can't say your brother's an idiot because that's cruel of me. I wouldn't say that. But I do think that the mindset of if something makes money, then it's good, then that is a very easily attackable position that can crumble to pieces in a matter of seconds. Because there's a lot of things on this planet that make money that are not good. So it would not take much critical thinking to easily and quickly disprove the idea that if it makes money, it's good. Quick chat is garbage. Why do you think it was a good idea? Because they had to make it palatable for console play. They had to. I'm pretty sure the game's crossplay, so they have to make it so that everyone who plays together, whether you're on a console or PC, is on the same playing field. Because there's no in-game voice chat, the way they remedy that issue is by making it such that on PC you now are forced to use the quick chat command wheel, which is garbage and awful and makes the game borderline unplayable. Not that it wasn't already, but it makes it even more unplayable than it already was. So that's why that happened. And my other favorite is if an imposter does something stupid, like something really stupid, such as vent into a room with other people in it, and then when the meeting comes out and they say like, hey, why did you vent into this room? They said, okay, yes, I did that, but this other player is also the imposter, so take him down with me. And they're correct. Like, that happened to me. I was in a room with someone, you know, like, trying to gain their trust, as in, like, hey, I'm friendly task doer, I shall be your friend. And then my imposter buddy vented into the room with me. And obviously, well, at this point, I now have to throw him under the bus, because it's like, well, you did something really stupid, so now I have to throw you under the bus in order to preserve my credibility. But then after that happened, he said, okay, well, Trevor's the imposter too, so get him out next. And then they believed him, and then they got me out and the game ended. Because I hate the people who play this game. It's just, it's such crap. If a disgusting burger makes millions of dollars and it is a culinary masterpiece. Yeah, that's one instance. Like, there's a lot of examples you can choose from in terms of just picking something that isn't, like, is so obviously, you hopefully wouldn't find anyone who would actually think it's good, but something that makes a lot of money. And at that point, it's like, well, if it makes money, then it's good, right? Oh, so what's that? Did I shatter the consistency of your argument to pieces in a matter of seconds? Oops. You know what else is probably gonna make a lot of money? The Nintendo Switch Online expansion pack. Is that good? I somehow doubt that the person in question would stand by that belief. At least I hope they wouldn't, because that's not good. The expansion pack is garbage. It offers subpar emulation for games that have been around for decades for an incredibly awful price hike. Question. Have you ever seen anyone actually defend the expansion pack? Because I haven't. That's one thing I've never seen, as I've never seen anyone actually defend the expansion pack and say, this is good. I've only ever seen people criticize it. Please kill that guy. Okay, almost. And Nintendo fans will eat up everything Nintendo puts out. I don't know if I'd go that far, because like I said, I'm pretty sure I've only seen people criticize the expansion pack. I've not seen anyone actually try to defend it. I mean, maybe someone has, but I've not seen it myself. You have? Oh, you have? They go, but you get it for a year. I don't care. It could be. That doesn't matter, because there's other subscription services that offer that same price tag, but give you infinitely more, and that actually is functional. Like, it's not that much. They aren't offering you anything more in terms of its functionality than what they previously did. They're just giving you more games to play, and they're bumping up the price hike to now it's almost on par with stuff like Xbox Live Gold and PlayStation Plus or whatever it's called. Like, that's asinine. How about you fix the baseline Nintendo Switch Online membership, then we can talk about adding more games to the service and maybe a price hike. Like, it's absurd. You know what else made a lot of money? Toy Story 4. Yeah, it sure did make a lot of money. And you say that, but the thing is, people actually defend that. Like, people, they did that with Toy Story 4. They're like, well, Toy Story 4 made a lot of money, therefore it's good. You can't look at all the money it made. You can't say it's bad. It's like, no. What I can say to that is that my controller is disconnected. That's what I can say to that. Controller, thank you. I can say to that that the marketing was really good, because you judge the success of a game or movie's marketing by the success of it, by the sales. Like, the sales of something determine the success of its marketing, because that is what marketing is what gets you to go see or play a thing. So if a game has exceptional sales, that means that the marketing team did a phenomenal job. It's not an indicator of the movie's quality, because the trailers could make you think it's going to be a completely different movie, and then you go see it, and it's like Toy Story 4 could show you trailers for Toy Story 4, and then you go see it, and it actually just shows you Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, and then you're like, that was shit. That wasn't what I signed up to see. It's like, well, yeah, but it made a lot of money, so it was good, right? It's like, no, you advertised a movie that wasn't actually what it was shown. So it's not an indicator of anything other than the success of the marketing. Stay away. Steven Smash looks so fake, you love it. Yeah, I couldn't believe it when that announcement, because the other thing is that announcement came out the same day that I announced my Investigations 2 LP. Or not announced it, when I released episode 1 of my Investigations 2 LP. So it's like, that must have been a hell of a day for, if you were into Smash and Ace Attorney on the channel, that must have been a hell of a day to be on the internet. That must have been like a fever dream for some people. Because I had said forever that I would never do it, and then I did it. And also, simultaneously, people probably never thought that Steve would get into Smash, and then, well, he did. So, there was that, I guess. Basically saying, no matter the actual quality, it is good. If the story is bad, it doesn't count. If the gameplay is bad, it doesn't count. If the graphics are bad, it doesn't count. So that would be what we call a meme. As in, like, before today, I wouldn't have believed that anyone actually thought that was a legitimate argument. And because, like, that would have been the meme example that I use when trying to prove a point about something. I wouldn't have thought that anyone actually thought that nothing else matters except for how much money the movie made. That's insane. If I didn't, people would beg and beg forever. Let's be, like, I mean, because people wanted to see it. I don't blame people for wanting to see it. It would have been the only, well, I guess not the only, but it would have been it was the most heavily requested game I'd ever received. So I would have never stopped getting requests for it. So eventually I figured, well, it's the 1 year anniversary. I want to do something special. People are never going to stop asking for this game. Why don't I just give it to them? And then they did, and for some reason, it did really well. I think it probably performed outside of potentially my Trials and Tribulations LP is probably the next contender, but beyond that, I think it probably did the best out of all my Ace Attorney LPs.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
Did I know that Joker's voice actor is the Smash announcer? I did not know that, but that's an interesting coincidence, I guess. And I think there's no more health packs in here, so I think I'm screwed on that note. I think I'm screwed on health packs for the time being. That's fine, though. Transformers made a lot of money also. It must be a masterpiece. Yeah, Transformers made so much money. Obviously, it's the best thing ever made in that case. You'll all still hope in Nintendo and Nintendo fans after Nintendo Labo and Zelda Amiibo paywall content. I don't know anything about the Zelda Amiibo content, but I do know about Nintendo Labo. And I thought Nintendo Labo was a pretty creative. I mean, oh my Jesus Christ, go away. Stop, go away from me, please. Okay, you need to stop. Oh Jesus Christ, okay. But yeah, Nintendo Labo was a pretty creative, cool idea. I don't really have anything negative to say about that. But I don't know anything about the actual Zelda Amiibo paywall content. That would be news to me. You need to stop. Go away, please. Thank you. Sans costume comes with the remix of Megalovania. You have almost all hope in Nintendo because the game's still good. Yeah, I mean, they still make good games for the most part. So I don't really, I don't have anything negative to say about their games. I think like Nintendo has always been the example of you guys make really good games, but good God, your practices are so anti-consumer, it's almost embarrassing. Like they clearly clearly have passion and care for the games they make. It's just that their practices as a company are very anti-consumer.
It's an indigenous creature called Kuta.
DCEU movies in a nutshell. The trailers made them look better than they actually are. If you want to go down the DCEU rabbit hole, we can, but I don't really want to, because the DCEU is just a cesspool of shit. Like, at least the MCU was on top of the world for a little bit until Phase 4 took over and destroyed everything with Loki. But DCEU was always, like, ever since Man of Steel came out, Man of Steel started out crap and it just got worse and worse and worse with each subsequent movie. With the Snyder Cut obviously being the worst defender of the bunch. Despite, I'll never understand why people think the Snyder Cut is better than the actual base Justice League. Because it's just the same movie, except it's longer. And it has more bloat. And it introduces more world building that makes even less sense than it already did. There are literally remakes of Megalovania Smash, you're not joking. Oh yeah, I know. I've not heard it, but I know it's in there. Which, by the way, apparently there was a Toby Fox song in Pokemon Sword. Never heard it because I think it was in the post game, and I just never played it because I didn't care enough to. But I think it was in there. It's Miyamoto's fault. He's way too old. He has old values that don't work nowadays. Yeah, people don't put up with this crap anymore, so the ways of the past don't quite work out of the well anymore. Steve can fight Sans and Mementos in Smash. Now that's, oh god, that's a crossover of the century. Hello, Grunt, goodbye. Joker was the only character Xander knew beforehand would be in Smash. He actually believed it was fake when he recorded it. Xander actually recorded lines were announced that never got used. Interesting. Interesting indeed. It's in the battle tower. Yeah, I don't know anything about the post game for Pokemon Sword because I didn't care enough about the game to actually continue after. The final battle drained me so much because at that point I was just so done with it. I was so ready to move on to literally anything else because that final battle where my speed was just not on. It was literally incapable of keeping up with the enemy, so I wasn't able to do any damage. It was just an endless battle of pain. So I was just so happy. I was so happy when it was over. As a DC fan, the DCU is nails to all those characters. Yeah, I've heard that the way in, because I don't know anything about the actual origins of the DCU characters. All I know is that all I know about DCU is that the plot is broken and its world building is awful. Because that's all I can judge as someone who only knows the DC characters from the actual DCU itself. So I can't judge them as the individual characters themselves. All I can judge is the execution of the world building and the plot. And from what I've seen there, it is not good. But I have heard from people that the actual characters themselves are not well handled at all. After hearing the Mario movie announcement, you generally believe that Miyamoto is going senile. I don't know how that decision got made. I just don't understand how was Chris Pratt the voice of, I know it's a meme, but like genuinely, how is Chris Pratt the voice of Mario? How did that ever happen? Chris Pratt as Mario. Who in their right mind thought that would be even a remotely good idea? I have absolutely no clue how that got through any kind of screening. Chris Pratt as Mario. Jumpman Mario. Chris Pratt. Sure. Why not? You really want to see the Mario movie because I'm just so glad maybe that's what they were going for. Maybe their motivation was just, let's just make this seem as absurd of a concept as possible to make people want to see it, to see how insane it's going to be. Because that's part of my motivation is like, what is this movie going to look like? Is it going to be more insane than the original Mario Bros. Movie that came out in the 80s or 90s or whenever it came out? Because maybe Chris Pratt as Mario, Seth Rogen, Jack Black, like, what are we doing? This whole movie is just a meme. It's just a giant meme. Chris Pratt as Mario is like the least insane cast. Well, I mean, that's comparatively, maybe. I mean, I don't know. I still think Chris Pratt as Mario is really out there. Like, come on. You don't think Miyamoto chose the cast? Oh, I don't think he was the casting director, but I think he probably had some say in who gets to play the roles. I'm sure he had some kind of say in it. to some extent, because with how directly involved he is in that kind of stuff, I imagine he may not have had the final say, but I think he probably had some kind of input. Among Us is just Mafia, but you can walk instead of sitting and sleeping. It's fun when you are among trusty friends. To some extent. Problem is, all the friends I've played it with are crap. The only people I played it with that were not crap were Forgot 45's college friends. Of all the people. Because like I said, we go to different colleges. So, you know, we don't get to see each other that often, but we try to stay in touch as best we can. And one of the times we did that was when I played with, she invited me to play Among Us with her college friends, and I didn't want to, but she convinced, because I had horrible experiences in the past, but she convinced me to give it a shot, so I did. And honestly, it was kind of cathartic, because I was sharing the stories of all the times in the past when I got dicked over by stupid Among Us players with her college friends, and they were all like, wow, you played with really stupid people. I'm like, yes I did, thank you. Like, they also agreed that the crap that I had to deal with was just awful, and it made me want to never play the game again. So yeah, it was very cathartic to play that, play with those people. And I think I might be dead here. No, I'm not somehow. Hello over there. Hiding in the trees, are we? That worked. That did not work. Oh god, back away. Game About Chatting is supposed to be only about PC, and Game About Chatting is supposed to be only on PC and phones. Well, I don't know if it's supposed to. I think you could have made it work. You could have made it, all you have to do is just implement voice chat. Just implement voice chat. That's all you have to do. Because I think most people have some kind of voice communication for their consoles. I don't think it's too big of a stretch to say that the majority of people have some form of voice communication for their consoles. For the most part. Whereas, but on console, but not significantly fewer people have a USB keyboard than people who have some kind of headset to chat on consoles. So, yeah, that I don't even. They should have just implemented voice chat for console, and that could have fixed it.
Dry river, that might be your best route.
It worked out well for Nintendo. The Joker and Byleth got in a smash because Cassandra, Lee, Mortis had to record lines of both characters so they could go in. They could do it in one go. Yeah, kill two birds with one stone kind of thing. They basically assassinated Superman and Batman's characters in DC. Oh yeah, that's one thing I've heard is that, like, Superman just shows no care whatsoever for actually killing people in Man of Steel when he's supposed to be like the. Also, even this even pissed me off as someone who doesn't even know Superman's character that well. He just stood there and did nothing while his father got killed by a tornado. Like, what are you doing? You have the ability to help him and you just don't. Why are you?
That's the source of our dark zone.
Voice chat would be a bad idea because how the player base is. So the choices are console is literally unplayable because you have to use the stupid text chat, or you have to use the stupid group wheel, or you give people the option to play in voice chat. Or how about you just give the option for people to group up with an in-game party system, and then use voice chat that way. Anything other than what they actually ended up with would make it so much better on console. What they did is just terrible. Voice chat would have been better than whatever the hell. Yeah, voice chat would have been so much better than whatever the hell they added. Have I played the Fire Emblem game? No, but Forgot 45 has played Three Houses, and she's sung its praises. And I do own the game, so I'm definitely gonna give it a. June, why did you shoot? You blew my cover. I'm definitely gonna give it a shot one day. The problem is I have so many, and if I do give it a shot, I want to cover it on the channel. Problem is that I have so many other games that I need to play through first. I don't know how long it's gonna take to get to it. Switch has voice chat for the system. Yeah, well, they do. The problem is that their actual voice chat is run through the most insane hardware ever. But I would still take it over the stupid voice chat, because at least once voice chat works, it works. But there is no, it's not a thing where once you overcome the hurdles, it works. There are no hurdles to overcome with text chat. It's just a broken system. Whereas Nintendo's voice chat maybe has a lot of hurdles to overcome, and it's horrible the way they implemented it. But at least it works. Like, you can still talk to each other once you get it running. I'd take that a million times. I'd take that any day of the week over the garbage text chat system they implemented for the console edition. It's dreadful. Yeah, it is. 3 Houses is definitely something you trust someday. I will, because Forgot 45 has sung its praises and has convinced me to give it a shot. I just need to. There's so many games I have to play on the channel before I can ever get to that point. But you can definitely say that it's on the the list of games that I need to play in the future. Oh, also, someone recommended me to play Honey Pop. That's never gonna happen. That's a game I'll just say up front that's not the thing I'm ever gonna do. Something tells me there's going to be a war in the comments when I pick a house. I've handled worse. At this point, after I've dealt with Apollo Justice and Danganronpa, there's nothing that a YouTube comment can throw at me that I can't handle. And I wasn't paying attention at all. I was not paying even a little bit of attention, for Christ's sake. Oh, this checkpoint. Okay, I've dealt with, like... I've had people question my actual passion and for Toy Story. Like, I've had people question that. I've had people question my sanity. I've had people question my intelligence. I've had anything you could possibly imagine thrown at me over the years. From Apollo Justice to Zero Escape to Press Lane to Duel to Danganronpa to Toy Story 4, whatever it may be. At this point, there is nothing that could happen that could possibly knock me down. Like, people debating over what house I chose or whatever it is, that's not going to stop me at all. If people fight over which team I chose in Pokemon Go, they can do anything. I've never played Pokemon Go, but I'm sure that's been a thing that might happen. Only the most expert yeah, so... The thing that got me about that comment was that they simultaneously said, I don't question your passion for Toy Story. I don't question that you are a true fan. Also, only a true expert of Toy Story 4 would understand the ingenious of this movie. It's like, do you not... They just don't understand the inherent contradiction by saying, I don't doubt you're a true fan. Also, you are not a true expert of Toy Story because you don't understand the genius of Toy Story 4. It's like the most inherently critical It's the most inherently idiotic, moronic, brain-dead contradiction that you'd have to be an idiot to not realize. It's so blatantly obvious. It's actually pathetic. But that's the length you have to go to defend Toy Story 4. Because you can't defend it on its own merits. You can't defend it on its own merits. Because there are no merits to defend it on. And when you try to defend it on its own merits, you end up like Brooks, and you look like an idiot in front of everyone who is watching. Like, he did not handle himself well there at all. He kept fumbling over his own words, like stammering to make even a single basic point. And once he did make a single salient point, he said he was silent for 30 seconds, and he said nothing. And because of that evidence, my conclusion is he was thinking about the playground. Because that logic definitely holds up very well. For context, one of the characters is... Oh, yeah. The Persona Q spin-off, you say? Yeah, I'm not gonna... Oh my Jesus Christ! You need to go away. Goodbye. See you later. Yeah, I'll stay away from those spin-offs. Thanks for the heads up. Go away, Suicide Grunts, please. It's not all clear, June. There's an enemy literally right in front of me. And behind you. A true fan is going to ignore idiocy. Like, yeah, it's just... At least he didn't try to pull the true fan card. If Brooks tried to say anything along the lines of, well, you're not a true Toy Story fan, so you don't understand the genius. I would have snapped in half if he said that. That would have actually broken me. Thankfully, he didn't say that. Persona Q makes some good characters become really bad. They reduce all the characters to 1 or 2 jokes. Ah, so they've all been Flanderized. Oh wait, I feel like I should just call them like Buzz-Eyes at this point, because the term Flanderization is like they reduce the character down to their one trait and one joke. But I feel like I could just refer to Buzz in that case, because that's what happened with Buzz. He was this really smart character, but now he's just funny Space Ranger, pushes the buttons on his voice in his voice box because he needs to be told what to do. Don't you find that so funny? No, I find it actually very insufferable. I find that very painful, actually. Honest becomes I love sweets and I'm bad at acting. Yeah, I don't want to see those characters go down the toilet, so thanks to the heads up, I will stay far away from those spin-offs. Whatever the cost. They need to buzz off. Yes. Yes, they do. Hey, remember when that stream started off with a talk about bee puns? And then it became a Toy Story 4 debate where I wanted to just end it all? That was a fun time. That was the most fever dream stream I've ever had. Because we went from sour down, like, calm, cool and collected, low talk, like, just very chillax, chill session talking about the future of the channel, to, oh my god, this is actually happening, Halo Infinite multiplayer is actually here. And then that turned into, like, B-pun debate, or talking about B-puns and a bunch of other topics like that, which then turned into a Toy Story 4 debate, which then, like, that was the most insane, off-the-walls stream I've ever done, because there was just no telling what was going to happen next. Anything was possible in that stream. It was so insane. But you know what? People seem to enjoy it, so... it may have been, November 15th, 2021 is going to go down. Someone actually mentioned that stream is going to go down in the history of this channel. It will. I'll never forget that stream. It'll go down in the history of this channel forever. And it's the most insane thing the most insane stream I've ever had. But, you know, like, it was painful in the moment, but retroactively, man, that was an experience. You're sad you missed the stream? Well, I have good news for you. You can go back and rewatch it anytime you want, because it is available on the channel right now. It's the Halo Infinite launch day multiplayer stream, so you can go back and check that out whenever you wish. I'm glad you missed the stream then. I think you get some enjoyment out of it retroactively. Like, if you want to watch me tear someone to shreds over Toy Story 4 and just devour every single thing I've ever, like every single argument he ever had, that's a stream for you. Where's June? I think June just disappeared from the scene. He's not here anymore, okay. I guess I have no teammate anymore. My teammate is gone. Duly noted. You have a question, and you have a question, I have answer. Fire away. I love questions. Unless the question is why is Toy Story 4 bad, because that would take me 6 hours to answer, and I already answered it, I don't want to answer it again. But anything else, I'm all ears for questions. So fire away. At least with Flanderization, the characters got reduced to a single trait they actually had in the first place. With Buzz, he got reduced to something he never... Yeah, he got reduced to the opposite of his character... Like, he got reduced to the opposite of who he always was. Whereas Josh Cooley's like, well, Buzz was never really the brightest crayon in the box. It's like, can you just stop talking? Can we surgically remove Josh Cooley's voice box? I mean, he did it to Woody, so, like, can we just... like, make him... I should have made that... Why didn't I make that joke? I should have made that joke in the video. God damn it. I hate it when I complete a series, and I think of, like, an additional criticism or a joke I could have made, or notice a mistake I made and I wish I could have fixed, and then I can't fix it. God damn it. I hate it when that happens. Because now I can't fix it. Well, just know that I wish I could have put a joke in there about removing Josh Cooley's voice box. You left a comment on my... Hold on, I gotta survive this encounter, and then I'll read that in a second. You left a comment on my video asking why I stopped uploading episodes of my Persona LP after the 15th. So you left that comment... Let me check my notifications. You left that... Oh, I don't actually know when you left that comment. But, whenever you left a comment, I've already answered that before in the... I actually answered that in the stream we were talking about. In the Infinite stream, I answered the question, and yeah, as someone just said in chat, I'm not making... I'm taking a break from actually full edited videos until the 1st of December, because I was pushing myself way too hard, way too fast. But, I'm supplementing the content with streams like this until then. But don't worry, I've not abandoned Persona 5. I'm still gonna continue that series. But I'm just taking a little break from... Where is June? What, did you... I usually have... Like, June's usually here for the scene to actually help me shoot things. He's just not here anymore. He's just gone. What I think of Uchikoshi as a writer, I don't know what that person wrote. Like, that's not a name. I obviously know of Shuchikumi because he's Ace Attorney. I know Kodaka because he's Danganronpa. I do not know what he wrote. I'm assuming... Are you talking... I'm guessing probably Zero Escape? Because it's the only one I can think of. I don't actually... Or maybe he's... Is that the person who wrote... I don't know. Okay, I was correct. He made Zero Escape. I think he knows how to write well. Oh my god. I think what happened is, because I've been trying to think about how to explain what happened with Zero Escape, because he had a really good first game, and he turned it into a really, really excellent second game. Like, he took all the strengths of the first game and made them even better for the sequel. But then the third game happened, and it just destroyed everything that... Like, it just wasted all the setups in the second game. And I know it was written by the same person, so I don't know how that happened, essentially. So I don't know how to explain it. And I'm also almost out of sniper ammo, which is not good. I'll take that focus rifle, though. Give me that, thank you. Take a little bit of this. So I think maybe he might have been rushed, or maybe he ran out of time or something like that. Because I don't know how else to explain how you write 2 incredible video game stories and then drop the ball so badly with the 3rd game. Zero Time Dilemma was multiple people? No. Maybe, I don't know. I was playing 4 Shovel Knight games consecutively and also Persona 5. I was going to get burned out eventually. That wasn't what did me in. If it was just that, I could have done that just fine. Because it would be no different from me, like, playing all 4 Shovel Knight games back-to-back would be no different from me just playing 4 different platform games back-to-back. What did me in was the fact that I was trying to do all that while simultaneously working on my Toy Story 4 series and my Free Guys video, which also came off the aftermath of my Danganronpa 3 series and everything else I made over the past year. So that's what did me in, not just playing Persona 5 and not just playing Persona 5 and Shovel Knight. Zero Escape, Zero Time was the worst ending trilogy ever. Change your mind? Probably. Specifically in terms of the ending, probably. Because at least Danganronpa 3 actually gave the characters, like, a happy ending. But Zero Time Dilemma didn't give the characters an ending at all. They just said, well, there's still a guy out there who's doing bad things, so, go stop him. Or something like that, I don't know. Well, they didn't even try to actually finish the story, which is I hate it when they do that. I hate when stories set something up, and then next time they just go, oh, actually, lol, we're not finishing that story, lol. Danganronpa 3 isn't a game. So, yes, that's true, but you said worst ending to any trilogy ever, not any game trilogy ever. But even then, I still think Zero Time Dilemma as ending is worse, because Danganronpa 3's ending actually at least gave the characters the happy ending that they deserved, but Zero Time Dilemma didn't give the characters an ending at all. It just stopped the game dead in its tracks. What's going on? We're talking about a lot of things at once. We're talking about Zero Time Dilemma, we're talking about Shovel Knight, Persona 5, my workout schedule, my video schedule. Talking about a lot of stuff, actually. We're also trying to debate whether Danganronpa 3's ending is worse than Zero Time Dilemma's ending. I am firmly in the camp that Danganronpa 3 is a worse overall piece of content, but the actual ending of Zero Time Dilemma is way, way worse. Because it doesn't even give the characters an ending. It just stops, it doesn't resolve the conflict of the game. The whole thing about the religious fanatic is still a problem they need to fix. But they just say, well, I don't know, maybe we'll fix it. Find out in the next game that's never getting made. Also, this is the end of the trilogy, so goodbye. Nice knowing you. It's just awful. What was that? Oh, look at that! Hey, look who decided to join the party! Where the hell were you for the past 10 minutes? Welcome back. Insert the classic clip you use, essentially. Oh my god. Zero Time Dilemma was a disappointment. Understatement of the century. Understatement of the century. I had such high hopes for that game, because the second game was just so good, and then I played it and it's like, wow, that was just awful. You were out for some minutes and an hour early, so could I sum everything up? Dunking on Among Us, dunking on Danganronpa, dunking on an Apollo. Actually, we haven't really talked about Apollo just all that much. Talking about Among Us took up a good chunk of the conversation. Talking about Nintendo's corporate business practices, talking about the Mario movie, talking about whether voice chat would have worked well for Among Us, stuff like that. Dunking on Among Us when? Started around the point when I entered Oni's sword base towards the end of the last mission, and went towards the beginning of this mission. We really do love to dunk on stuff here. Yeah, I've fostered a community that likes being open and honest and critical of things, which I like. I'd much rather have an audience that isn't afraid to speak their mind and be truthful about the things they believe and criticize, than I would have an audience that just like mindlessly loves or mindlessly hates everything and is afraid to say anything that might offend someone else. So I'm very happy that I fostered a community that is open and honest and critical of things. Wouldn't be a Trevor Magic stream without Duncan and Danganronpa. One day we'll do it. One day. What about Mario movie? I mentioned that. I mentioned that we talk about that. We talked about the Mario movie. It started around the point when the dropship got dropped off in the motor pool area in the middle of this mission.
If we're gonna smother this thing, we need to go in hard and fast.
You haven't been commenting as much as you're editing. That's totally fine. I wish you luck with your editing. I am looking forward to seeing how it turns out. I'll never say no to a good opportunity to dunk on Josh Cooley some more. Alright, how many deaths was that mission? 3? Alright, I'll take 3 deaths for that mission. I will accept a 3-death run of that mission. Yeah, I wish you luck with your editing. Would you get gunned down if you said you like Among Us? No. Because I've said earlier that I think that I've had fun playing Among Us with Forget 45's group of college friends, but the problem is that, by and large, the people I played Among Us with made me want to die, so I just have not had good experiences there, because everyone I played through has been an idiot. To give you an example, one of the times, I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but I'll mention it again since you seem to be new to this conversation. One of the examples was, I said that I did 2 tasks, so I did a few tasks, but then the person said, you didn't do a few tasks, you did 2 tasks. 2 is not a few, it's a couple. So that got me voted as the imposter and voted out. Another one is I was an imposter, my friend was my teammate was an imposter. I was trying to gain someone's trust, and I was in the room with them. Then my imposter buddy vented into the room, so obviously they called a meeting to get him voted out, and then the imposter said, okay, but Trevor's also the imposter, so vote him out next, and then they did. It's like, what are you doing? Would you make a stream where the challenge is to not talk about Toy Story 4 while just sitting around at all? That would never work. I could do it myself. The problem is that, I'm sure we as a community can only go so long without dunking on one of those things. We could try, but I don't think it would work out. I don't think we'd make it all that far. He had big plans with Zero Time Dilemma at first. Even Ace was going to show up, so bad it ended up like that. Yo, yeah, I think the potential for Zero Time Dilemma was going to be awesome. I think it could have been an amazing game. Problem is that it just wasn't. And you're right. I think it might have had something to do with the fact that the production of it was nuked halfway through, and they had to restart because the game was canceled because the second game sold so poorly. Did it sell poorly in Japan or in the States? I think it sold poorly in Japan. I don't know for sure though. But either way, it sold poorly somewhere, which is what got the production of the game canceled. And then the fan base wanted it back. So that's kind of what happened with Manifest, actually. Is Manifest Season 3 got canceled, or Manifest got canceled by NBC because they're idiots. And then people were like, wait, but we want to see how the story ends. And then Netflix, the heroes, well, I don't want to say the heroes that they are because Netflix has done some things recently that makes you go, But they picked up Manifest for a 4th season, so they saved it. So I can say that much at least. I really feel bad because I feel like I'm not able to keep up with the whole chat as I'm playing, because there's just so many people talking, but I'm trying my best to keep up with everyone. What school college story can I share with us? You mean one that I haven't already told? Because I can tell a million ones, but I'm trying to think of one that I haven't already told before, because I probably told most of the major ones, or maybe, I don't know. Tell you what, I can probably tell you a story, but I need a broader field. Like I need a more narrow field to focus in on, to kind of figure out what kind of story I can tell. Among Us as a concept is great. Yeah, conceptually it could be great, and I was excited to give it a shot, but then I actually played it and I'm like, oh, this isn't good at all, because the people are idiots. It's a problem. It's a game where it depends on people not being stupid, but the problem is that people are stupid, so it doesn't work. You like my Danganronpa 3 series, but because of the way I started it, you can't watch without watching my Danganronpa 2.5 video. Yeah, it's kind of based on the idea that you think you can't keep up with the chat. Well, the problem is that I'm playing the game as I'm glancing at chat, and because it's going by so fast, I'm trying to read. Like I miss chat messages as they go past because I'm still in the middle of talking about the last message, so I kind of miss some stuff. But I'm doing my best to. I'm doing my best to keep up with everyone's messages. If I miss your message, I apologize. But I'm trying my best to read everyone's messages. But yeah. So my series is kind of designed so that you've played all the previous games, or at least watched my series in those games, and you've watched my 2.5 video, and basically like you're caught up with the series prior to that point. That's kind of essential for understanding my series. Kind of the same thing with Toy Story 4, which is that it kind of depends on you knowing what happens in the first 3 movies to get the most out of the experience. But even if you have not yet, I think I'm gonna revert. That's the Marine death. Even if you have not yet seen those movies, I did my best to kind of explain what happened to make sure you were up to speed and you could kind of get the most out of the experience and still vaguely understand what I was talking about. But obviously it means more if you've never. Obviously, it's gonna have a bigger impact. It'll make more sense if you have actually seen those movies. Among Us concept is great for the first week, then things got boring fast. Well, I mean, the concept it doesn't have an expiration date. The concept would always be great. It's just that the way it was executed, it died immediately because it was great for YouTubers to make content on it, and then as soon as the game died, they moved on to the next big popular thing, because that's how it works. Is Big YouTubers, they focus on whatever's most popular at the time, and then once that thing dies, they move on to the next popular thing because they don't just sit in one thing and just let it rest for a while. We should not have survived that, but we did it. I'm not going to question it. We so should not have survived that. Who do I hate most in 1? Yeah, people already answered it. Byakuya. I hate Byakuya so much. Well, actually, wait. So of the main cast, it's Byakuya, but he's grown on me a lot. But by this point, he's grown on me a lot. The answer is probably Junko Enoshima, because she's just a terrible character. She's such an awful villain. So, it's probably going to be Junko, honestly. Byakuya's grown on me, but out of the main cast, it's Byakuya. But if we count Junko as the villain, then Junko wins easily. With him, you can at least see why someone loved Byakuya. I think if you are similar to him, you might empathize with him a little bit, but I think that might be why I hate him, is because I've dealt with people so much. Like, I've dealt with people in my life who are just that big-headed and arrogant and condescending to everyone around them. And I just kind of, I've seen that behavior before, and I don't like seeing it in other people, so which is why he pissed me off so much. So it might be something like that. Byakuya grew on you. I kind of said that. I think didn't I say that in my Danganronpa 3 series, that by the end he grew on me a little bit? Like, it's like they actually started to give him some development in that scene where he calls Makoto and Hina. So they tried to fix him a bit. So they did give him some development, and that's kind of like, because like he grew from hating them, so by the end of that call he like actually viewed Makoto and Hina as worthy teammates and worthy friends, which is why he spoke kindly of them. So he kind of grew on me a little bit because he as a character grew up a bit by the end of the series. But I still don't love him or anything. He's not as insufferable as he was when I first met him. So Junko probably wins. Although if you go just by the first game, it's a close race between Byakuya and Junko. Do I think I would rant so easily on YouTube today if Apollo Justice hadn't triggered you that much? I always could. I always would have been, like Toy Story 4. I could have made that series anytime, anywhere, and I would have shown no compunctions whatsoever about tearing it to shreds without remorse. But I think I was more comfortable doing that because I knew from my Apollo Justice videos and my subsequent LPs that I accumulated an audience that was fine with me ranting and sharing my thoughts on things, which I think is what made the series more easy to swallow for people. Because I think if I made my Toy Story 4 series back around the time of Apollo Justice, it probably wouldn't have gone over as well, because people weren't used to hearing me rant about things. They weren't used to hearing me tear stories to shreds, which is why I don't think it went over as well as it could have, you know what I mean? Why it went over better than I think it could have is what I'm trying to say. Like, I accumulated an audience that's used to hearing me rant about stories that are awful and sharing my thoughts on things, which is why I was able to get away with criticizing one of the most highly reviewed movies in the past, like, 5 years. How is this race not dead? There we go. There's a YouTube series called Among Us, but it's a reality show. Every episode ends with the biggest idiot in the series winning the game. It perfectly reflects the actual game. Yeah, it rewards idiocy. It rewards the stupidest players. Did I watch BoJack Horseman? No, I did not. Speaking of things to dunk about, let's shit on Home Sweet Home Alone. The robbers are made sympathetic, and the main character, I think his name is Max, is made out to be the most horrific monster and little shit on the planet. It makes you want to root for the robbers, despite the fact that they are simultaneously presenting Max as the hero for beating the shit out of the robbers. It's terrible. It's awful. It shows a blatant disregard and misunderstanding of what makes the original two Home Alone movies so exceptional. It's honestly embarrassing, and I hate that movie with a fiery passion. Byakuya is like Edgeworth without the intelligence or the charm or likability. Essentially, yeah. Home Alone should never got past 2. Yeah. Home Alone 1 and 2 are excellent Christmas movies. It is a yearly tradition for my family to watch the two Home Alone movies every year. Like, that's something I look forward to, is getting to watch those two movies with my family again. I genuinely love the first two Home Alone movies. I think they're excellent scripts. But everything after that, like, I'm sorry, when you go to the point of, like, a terrorist organization with, like, wasn't, the plot of Home Alone 3 was, like, a terrorist group was trying to get a chip in, like, a toy car that was, like, some weapon or something like that. I'm like, really? Is that the road you want to go down? You sure about that? Okay. Home Alone 4 is just, Home Alone 4 confused me. Because it was like trying to tell the story of Kevin McAllister in the future, but it's a completely different set of actors, and it just like doesn't feel right at all. And it's like this rich kid's house or something, and like the parents get involved. I remember like the final battle is the Kevin telling the siblings to run around the back to catch the killers of the. It's weird. It's.
Intelligence. Friendly forces near the
I don't know.
outpost
There
are
were more Home Alone movies after 3. Sorry. Yeah, right. Home Alone 3. Home Alone. No. I can't pretend. Yeah, there's more. They made a lot more, and they're all crap. They're all actually terrible. Wait until I have 10 million subscribers. That'll never happen. I'll never have that many subscribers. And the thing is, at that point, I just, like, I won't be able to, because I feel like when you get that big, you kind of lose connection with your audience, because it becomes so big that you kind of lose the close-knit community feel you used to have. Like, I feel like at this point, most of you guys, like, I recognize a lot of the names. Like, I recognize people who show up more often than others, and I recognize the people who continually show up for more and more streams. So, like, your name, I remember the names, because I see you guys a lot, so I know the community. I know the people who watch the channel. And I feel like you guys probably remember each other as well. Like, you guys recognize familiar names as well. So it feels like a very close-knit community in terms of, like, we all know each other. We all are familiar with, you know, who shows up to the streams regularly. I feel like if I got significantly larger, we would kind of lose that, and it would get to a point where it's like, you know, we lose the feeling of everyone knows each other, and it just becomes like a sea of people, and the chat would go by so fast that I couldn't even read it at all. So I kind of don't even want to get that big, because I would part of the reason I love doing this so much is because I like being able to talk with you guys like this, and I feel like I wouldn't be able to do that as much if I got as big as, you know, the bigger streamers and YouTubers on the platform. And is that Elite still alive? No, he's not. Yes, he is. Let's fix that problem. Oh my god. Okay, that's a problem. So I only comment on small channels? Yeah, because, like, I don't even really feel a desire to comment on a large channel, because, like, well, they're never going to see it, because you can't possibly keep up with all the comments. They're not going to read it, so I just don't really feel the desire to. Yeah, there's an actual sense of community. You didn't watch anything other than Home Alone 1, you thought the sequels are just going to be parasites to the original. I can see why you might think at glance that the second movie would be a shameless retread of the original, but it does do things, I mean, it follows the same general structure, but it does do things differently in terms of its plot and its characterization, so I think it's different enough to where it's its own unique story, and it's not just a blatant retread of the original. Just watch the first, just like someone said, if you've never seen the Home Alone movies, just watch the first 2 movies and don't watch anything else after that. It's not worth it. It's not worth it at all. Some people are just entertained by rich, spoiled asshole characters. Kinda, yeah. Perhaps you stop editing while watching the live stream or your graphics card will die. Perhaps you may do whichever you please. The stream will always be here for you to rewatch afterwards. You may do whatever you please. Oh dear god. Get that shield down. Grenade out. That should drain a shield, and nice, okay. Home Alone 2 is, I'm assuming you meant to say better. I don't know which one I like better. I really do love both Home Alone movies. It'd be hard for me to pick between them because I just love them both so much. That was a bad thing to do. Tim Curry's in the second film and makes everything better. Oh yeah, I love that scene. His just brute force determination to get Kevin kicked out of the hotel is hilarious, and that scene where he, like, calls the whole hotel staff in there to get him out of the room is awesome. You always like following smaller videos, is way more personal than those big channels. Yeah, that's kind of my fear is, like, if ever, I never would, but if ever I got to the point where I reached a point where I skyrocketed in popularity, I feel like I'd lose that sense of community that I love about this channel. Which is kind of one of my fears if I ever get that big. Fortunately, I don't think I ever will, because I think the algorithm was kind to me once with Ace Attorney. I don't think I'll ever get that lucky again, which I'm fine with because we have a tight-knit community now, and I like interacting with all of you here today, and I am grateful for what I have. So I will, if this is as big as I get, I'll be content with this for as long as I live. So that's my stance on that. If you can recommend a cartoon, try out Netflix's Carmen Sandiego. Finale was bad because Netflix doesn't know how to uphold its successful IPs. I think I might have heard that in passing, like I heard that name maybe in passing before, but never, I don't know anything about it, so I might consider that for the future. The thing is, I just have such a large backlist of, like, shows to watch and games to play, and I still have to watch Ratatouille and WALL-E. Because everyone's been telling me I need to watch those 2 movies because apparently they're amazing, so a lot of things I need to watch and play in the future. There are more. Payne is not funny. I think he's fun to laugh at, but I don't think he himself tells any funny jokes or anything like that. You prefer two, both are amazing? Yeah, both Home Alone movies are definitely amazing. Both Home Alone movies are really, really heartfelt. Because, like, it's fun to laugh at the robbers getting the shit beaten out of them. But the thing I love about them is, like, they're genuine, heartfelt scripts that tell really heartwarming stories. That's what I love about the movies. Not to, I mean, obviously it's funny to watch that, but that's not why I love them. So, what keeps me coming back to watch it every year is the heartfelt story with the... that should have killed me, but it didn't, and we're not going to complain about it. Is the heartfelt story of Kevin and the family and all that. On top of it, it balances the comedic... Like, it's not like a certain other game called Ultra Despair Girls that balance... Like, it's like, haha, funny joke, followed by serious things. Or something like Free Guy, where it's like, hey, look, serious topic, haha, funny joke immediately afterwards. Because you can't just sit in the serious moment for any length of time. It knows how to balance comedic timing. It knows how to balance comedy with serious... That might kill me. Still alive somehow. It knows how to balance comedy with serious, heartfelt storytelling very, very well. What did I think of the Ace Attorney anime openings? I wasn't really impressed by either of them. You didn't watch it, but was Home Sweet Home Alone good? No! No, it was not! Never watch it! It was quite shit, actually. It was so much worse than I could have ever imagined, and I would unironically rather watch Home Alone 3 than I would watch Home Sweet Home Alone ever again. That is not a meme. I'm not memeing. I would unironically rather watch Home Alone 3 than I would ever watch Home Sweet Home Alone. How many movies are there? I think now there's 6. Is that right? Someone, feel free to correct me in chat. Aren't there 6? Because there's Home Alone 1 and 2, obviously. There's Home Alone 3 with the chickenpox kid. There's Home Alone 4, where it's Kevin again, but with a different actor, and it's terrible, in like the rich kid's house with a butler. And then there's Home Alone 5, which I've never seen, and I don't ever plan to watch. And now there's Home Sweet Home Alone. So I think there's 6 Home Alone movies, which is quite embarrassing. 6, okay, yeah, that's correct. Yeah, there's 6. There's now 6 Home Alone movies. But I only consider that to be 2. I really don't, I don't like to consider anything past 2 as anything substantive. Yeah, what am I talking about? There's only 2. There's only 2. There's only 2. It's only 2 with Macaulay Culkin and nothing else. I also drive stupid people away by towing them to shreds. I definitely think that part of the reason might be because I'm not very filtered. Like, I don't hold back with my criticisms. I think if I was positive about Danganronpa and I was like if I was more filtered in my criticisms, I probably would have ballooned a bit more in popularity with those LPs. But I don't like to sacrifice my integrity for the sake of gaining a larger audience. So, yeah, I always vow to be truthful and uphold what I believe. And if that comes at the expense of having a smaller audience, I am perfectly fine with that. That is A-okay with me. I have an idiot shield. Well, that didn't work in the Infinite stream. It did not work in the Infinite stream. As I finish the stream, I need to watch Ratatouille while I'm not watching Home Alone 5. That's never happening. I don't hate myself that much to watch Home Alone 5. I think I might actually rather watch paint dry than do that. One of the first channels you watched at 1,500 subs. When you started watching, you react to everything. Now you have 20,000 subs. Or he doesn't make what he believes anymore. It makes you, yeah, that's something I hope to never become. Because, like, at a certain point, it'll be inevitable. Like, if I ever reach a point where there is a certain point where it would be literally impossible for me to keep up with every single comment and every single chat message, because it's just, there's too many, and you can't keep up that quickly. But I would hope that I never reach that point, because part of the reason I do this is because I like interacting, like, I like interacting with people and actually talking to everyone and seeing what everyone thinks and engaging with the community. So, but there's a certain point where if you get too big, that's impossible. And I hope that I never succumb to that.
I'll call out targets as we go.
You discovered Ace Attorney through Smash Regulation. That's interesting. That is an interesting way to stumble across. I mean, well, I guess I say that, but I cared about Ace Attorney. I discovered Ace Attorney through freaking through the Turnabout Encounters video. So I guess I can't really judge anyone for how they discovered Ace Attorney. You watched someone play 1-1, tried it out on Xbox. Yep, that's. I mean, I think a lot of people discover the series through the trilogy, because that's how I discovered it. I decided to actually to give it a shot after the trilogy came out for the Xbox One, PlayStation 4, and Switch, and the rest is history beyond that point. YouTubers with 10k subs-ish can still interact easily through Discord. I mean, yeah, so, like, I think at that point, I think I'd still be fine at 10k subs, but there is a certain point you reach where at that point it just becomes too many people, too many messages to keep up with, which is a point I just don't want to ever reach that. And then, of course, there are people who could still interact with the community but choose not to. But I'd rather give the benefit of the doubt and just assume that, like, because the audience is so massive, it's impossible to give enough attention to everyone, which is something I hope to avoid. Your first visual novel was Danganronpa? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that was your first exposure to this genre. I'm so sorry. 5,000 subs and I have to watch Home Alone 5. Why do you hate me? I don't, why would I do that? That would be actually... I'm already gonna have to play Sunshine if I get 5,000 subs. You want me to watch Home Alone 5 now? Really? We're gonna go down that route, huh?
Brace for a hard landing.
You discovered a story to Danganronpa? Well, at least something bad acted as a gateway to something good. So at least you have that going for it. You think a Discord for my channel will be fun? That's actually something that I've been considering for a while. I've been considering setting up a Discord, especially for future Mario Kart 8 streams. I think that would be a good thing to do. Would be someone recommended doing a Discord server, and that's been something I've been considering for a while anyway. I think I might actually commit to that sometime soon. I don't know anything about running a Discord server because I use Discord as essentially an alternative to Skype, because I used to use Skype and then everyone gave up on it, so I had to move to Discord to actually still talk to people. I don't use Discord as a server functionality. I just use it to, like, for voice calls, stuff like that. So I don't know anything about running a server, and I'm not really on any Discord servers. Well, actually, I tried. I tried to join the Halo Discord server because I figured, hey, this could be a good place for me to meet people, you know, talk about the games, maybe queue up for people for some squads. Nope. Within seconds, I immediately realized, oh, this server is toxic as hell, and I left immediately. So, yeah, I don't have a really good impression of Discord servers, but I think that just being you guys in the server, I think that'd go just fine. Because I've spoken with all of you in chat, so I know you guys are fine. So I think that if I knew how to run a server, it would go over well. It's not that hard. You can help by getting. That's the other thing, is I need to promote moderators just in this chat. The thing I'm nervous about with promoting moderators is there might be a situation where, like, some people might feel like they deserve being a mod over other people, and I don't want to make anyone feel like they're not appreciated. Like, I feel like I fear the situation where I say these 3 people get to be mods, and then this person says, but, like, why didn't I get to be a mod? And then it's a situation of, like, trying to explain it, and it's just like, because I can't make everyone a mod, but I also definitely need to make some people mods, so it's a thing where I'm afraid of just, like, yeah, that's a laser. I'd be afraid of people feeling like they were left out or, like, underappreciated by me choosing have modifications instead. That could be a good idea, just to have, like, a Google Forms thing for people to apply, for people who are interested. Instead of just me randomly promoting. That'd be a good idea, just have, like, an actual application sheet. That's a really good idea. I think the situation could be avoided. Yeah, it could be. I think what I'll do is, someone just recommended in chat using the mod application thing. That would be something I could do to kind of avoid that, because obviously not everyone would want to be a mod. So that'd be something to do. Never join big servers. Joining big servers never ends well. I've had nothing but bad experiences joining those massive servers. Because, like, I would have loved to join the Halo server if it wasn't filled with toxic garbage, which unfortunately it was. So that didn't go well. Remember when you picked up the pencil I dropped in 3rd grade? I think you deserve mod. So the thing is, like, that actually kind of happened, because when I was in middle school, I know it's a meme to say it, but when I was in middle school, people wanted to be a part of my, like, people wanted to be in my YouTube videos. So it was kind of a thing where it's like, well, why don't I get to be in a video? I was your friend. I remember when, like, legit unironically, remember when I helped you out with this one thing that one time 3 years ago? Well, why don't I get to be on the channel? So it's like, that's kind of the thing I'm worried about with doing this. But I think that a good way, so someone mentioned a good way to avoid it will just literally be doing modifications. I think I might do that. Thanks for the suggestion. If someone complains about it, want to make them pretentious? I don't, well, I mean, I feel like everyone, like, when you're a part of the community for a while, I don't think it's pretentious to think, like, well, I've been supporting the channel for a while, I wonder why you didn't consider me to be a mod. So I wouldn't blame anyone for that. I'm just, like, I'm afraid of people thinking they were left out kind of thing. So that's what I'm kind of, I want to try to avoid. Doing mods for the channel, that's one thing I absolutely want to avoid at all costs. playthrough's definitely making this workday easier. Thank you. I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy to hear that my my playthrough is making your workday easier. That is makes me very happy to hear. So hope you have the rest of a good day, and hope that the rest of the stream is able to help you get through this a little bit easier as well. What I find in the Halo server, just toxic garbage. Like I found, it's basically a closed-minded attitude. Basically a lot of, if you don't think these games are the best, then you're stupid and should leave. Because the mods in the Halo Discord server are actually garbage people who don't, basically, the point of a mod isn't supposed to be, like, I would make the rules clear in this, if I'd made mods for these streams, is like, number one, people are allowed to say whatever they want in terms of, like, voicing their opinions on games. You can do whatever you want. The line I would draw is, like, racism, homophobia, sexism, being just rude and toxic to other people in general. That's the line I draw, is, like, if you do any of that shit, or you spam links, that's what gets you banned. Like, that's what a mod should be for, is to mediate things and to keep things from crossing a line that you can't cross back from. But that's not what those mods do. Those mods are just like, oh, you think that Halo 2 is the best and not Halo 4? Well, get out of here. It's just, it's the worst server I think I've ever seen at anything ever. This is death. This is death. This is death. This is death. Get me out of here. So yeah, don't join the Halo Discord server if you want to retain your brain cells. Big servers have a heavy regulation for mods being assholes, which kind of makes you wonder how they got mod in the first place. Well, I think because they start out with, well, either because they start out with a kind soul and they generally want the job, and then they get an ego complex of like, I'm the mod, so I'm better than you, yeah. Or they start out with the ego complex and they're like, well, I just want to be better than you, kind of thing. Either way, it's a recipe for disaster either way. So that's kind of what ends up happening there. Had day one national exams. Just thinking, day 2 Sunday. It's great to unwind here. Yeah. Like someone said, good luck on your exams. Good luck on your exams, my friend. I wish you the best of luck there. Apollo was planned as a DLC character, but it got canceled. I see. How do I feel about spoilers? I hate them. There was a whole situation with Investigations 2 where someone almost spoiled something, and I had to, like, stop one of the videos and say, like, please don't spoil things. I don't like spoiling anything ever. So, yeah, just don't. People deserve to experience things blind for the first time. I don't stand for spoilers in any capacity. Oh, got some fuel rod grunt. You need to not exist. Okay. Okay, is that it? Did we win? You don't see me coming? Goodbye. Alright. That went well. Every fan base has toxic people. It's just something that happens when you have a huge group of people together. Doesn't make it better. Yeah, so, like, that's the thing. The Halo community does have great people. Like, genuinely great, wholesome people who I think, do have passion for the series and are really great people. The problem is that they get drowned out by the village idiots who have the loudest voice and just spread toxic shit all the time, which is, it kind of makes me embarrassed to say that I'm a Halo fan sometimes, because it's like, well, like, I love this game and I love these characters and I love this world, but when I say I'm a Halo fan, you're like, people think, oh, so you're like those people? What a lame-o. It's like, I hate being lumped in with people who just, people ruin things to everyone else. It sucks so much. Mods would be good for deleting spoilers. Yeah, absolutely. That would be a good thing for them to do as well. Ace Attorney Famous isn't toxic at all. Not from what I've seen, but I don't think I wouldn't make the claim that the Ace Attorney Famous as a whole isn't toxic, because I think literally every single fan base on the planet has toxicity in it. Like, I've been lucky that in my comment section, I've not seen any toxicity for Ace Attorney whatsoever. Like, even talking about Apollo Justice, it's been very genuine conversation with people. Like, I've not gotten the sense that people who think the game is good are lying. I genuinely think that the people who think the game is good genuinely believe that it's good, and they want to talk about it honestly and openly. One death, I'll take one death. So, like, I haven't experienced toxicity myself, but I wouldn't say that it doesn't exist, because I just think that every single fan base for every single community has its degree of toxicity in it, is what I would say. Huge spoiler, the protagonist of Phoenix Wright Attorney is Phoenix Wright. Oh no, it's been ruined for me. Whatever will I do? Oh, time to delete my channel now. It's all over.
That spire was indeed a teleporter linked to a cloaked Covenant.
The toxic part of the Ace Attorney trilogy, or sorry, the Ace Attorney fanbase, is the first trilogy are the only good ones. The rest, like, if you like them, you have zero taste.
is en route to reach.
I've not seen that myself, but I don't deny that those people exist. However, I will also say that it probably exists in the reverse as well, being that Apollo Justice is the only good game, and that everything else sucks, or Dual Destinies and Super Justice the only good games, or that Shujakumi is the worst writer and everyone else is great, or that Shujakumi is the best writer and no one else can write. It's like stuff like that. I'm sure that stuff exists in the fan base,
All our nukes are either
but
system or
I've been lucky enough to never see it myself.
You're preaching to the converted.
How converted?
I know that.
The toxic people ruin the reputations of fan bases as a Sonic fan. Oh yeah, I'm
even want to hear it.
I'm even more embarrassed to be called a Sonic fan, because like I do genuinely love the original trilogy of Sonic games. I love Sonic Colors, Generations. I love a lot of the games in the franchise, and I do care about the characters, and I want to see what happens next for the series. But the Sonic fan base has one of the worst reputations on the internet, so
This is relevant.
it just sucks.
Certain Covenant super carrier.
No one says it for Dual Destiny Spirit of Justice, but it happens with Grace Attorney Investigations, though.
Even for
Yeah, I'm sure there's someone who said it for Dual Destiny Spirit of Justice. I'm sure, through sheer statistics, there's some group of people that said it at some point.
May I?
Huge spoiler, Toy Story 4 is bad. Oh no! My series is ruined. My series is ruined. Don't even get me started on being an Undertale fan. Oh, trust me, I've seen. Remember what happened with like the guy? What was the situation? Was it that someone drew artwork of a ship that they didn't like, so they met up with the artist at a convention and hid needles in their food?
Capable transport.
Yeah, like the people like that just ruin it for everyone else.
In the field, I couldn't possibly have access to those kinds of resources.
Spoiler alert, Alex shows a detective. No, I'm being overloaded with spoilers. Oh no. No, whatever will I do?
Launch site in the non-existent Saber program.
But hell, yeah, oh yeah, you didn't hear about that? Yeah, that was a big thing a couple years ago. Someone in the Undertale community put needles in someone's food because they didn't like. I mean, someone can correct me on the needles if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was something like they didn't like the ship of an artwork, so they put needles in the person who drew its food at a convention once. That was a huge story a couple years ago.
Well, there's no way in hell.
Like, that's not indicative of the entire community, but the problem is that being in the community, it gets you labeled as someone who's like that. It's like, oh, so you're part of the community that puts needles in people's food? It's like, no, I'm part of the Undertale community, as in I'm a fan of the game, but I'm not associated with idiots like that who do shitty things like that to other people. So, like, I just don't like... Because people like to lump you in with all the idiots, because like I said, the village idiot has the loudest voice, so you just get lumped in by default with the people who ruin the experience for everyone else, which is very frustrating to see.
Move up the beach, Noble.
Your favorite game is Spirit of Justice, but you're not going to say it's the only good one and the rest suck. I think it's fair. I think it's fair to say Spirit of Justice is your favorite. Spirit of Justice is definitely that's definitely in up towards the top of my rankings. So I think it's totally fair to think that's your favorite game. It has a lot of likable elements. Think how the person didn't eat the needle. I actually don't know if they've been into it or not, but I know that it happened, and it was. Someone can feel free to look up the details themselves if you to kind of fill in the gaps that I'm not quite remembering. But I know that something like that happened. Apollo has spoilers. Oh no, the worst spoiler, the worst spoiler of all. Apollo has a big forehead. Oh no, oh no. Anyway, isn't it confirmed whether it's because of the ship or not? But still putting needles in the cookie is not okay. Yeah, it was awful what happened. Like, I genuinely didn't even think it was real at first. I'm like, did this actually happen? And then I saw it's like, oh no, it did. Like, this actually happened. Someone was actually that despicable of a human being. So many BS has been done because all people don't like someone's ship. The degree to which people, like, lose their minds over shipping fictional characters is insane. Like, I think it's totally fine to ship fictional characters. That's fine. The problem is that the lengths that people go to over the shit is absurd. It's like, you realize that these people are fictional, right? Why are you why are you putting needles in someone else's food because you don't like the characters they want to see get together? Like, are you kidding me? I don't say this often, but like, actually, what is wrong with your brain if you think that is an acceptable social thing to do? When's About Justice critique? When it's ready. I don't want to make promises anymore. The last promise I made was to get Toy Story 4 done by the end of the month, and I did it, and it was painful, and it nearly killed me, but I did it, so that's the last promise that I'm gonna make. I don't want to make promises anymore because I want to just spend the time, like, spend time making it at a pace that won't kill me, and then the video will be ready when it's done. Because I think it's gonna make my work better in the end. Like, if I'm not rushing to get, like, because I think I could have caught some of the mistakes in my Toy Story 4 series had I not rushed it out the door. That's not an excuse, I'm just saying, like, I think I could have made the series even better if I wasn't rushing to get it done. So I think moving forward, I don't want to make promises I can't keep, so I just want to say it'll be done when it's done. I mean, I'll still provide updates and, like, showing screenshots of my editing and all that, but I don't want to make promises I can't keep anymore. And I want to just focus on working and getting it done at a decent pace, so that when it's done, it can be the best that it can be without me, like, destroying my sanity to do it. They did it, that's all. I was pretty sure they did. I didn't want to say definitively because I wasn't like confident 100%, but I was fairly certain I remembered, like, they actually did bite into it, and that's how they found out that there were needles in it in the first place. I'll take that sniper rifle, thank you very much. When the Halo is infinite, it's almost here. December 8th, it's almost time. I'll take that rocket launcher, thank you very much. Get back here. Get back here, I want that rocket launcher. Gimme. 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 So why you hate generalization? A relatively small group of idiots always ruins everything for everybody. Your parents actually hate first-person shooters because they think it makes people aggressive. That was debunked years ago. Like, there was that period of time where people thought that first-person shooters make people violent, but it's just, there's so many studies that have been done that definitively prove that there's absolutely no correlation between playing violent video games and actual aggression, that it's actually, like, it's out-of-touch politicians and news broadcasters looking for a scapegoat, because no one wants to address the actual problems with real-world violence. They just want to look for a scapegoat so they don't have to talk about it. And the scapegoat is always, every single goddamn time, someone out there is like, it's all these violent video games and violent movies. Like, you just, like, sigh heavily. It's like, why are we at this point in the world? There was literally a 10-year-long study that proves video games don't cause violence. Yeah, but there's still people out there who think that they do, which is asinine and ridiculous, and I hate it. The person wasn't even caught, which sucks. It pierced the tongue. Yeah, I was pretty sure it was something like that, and they weren't even caught, which is, it's just awful. Of course, you can bring a gun to school legally, but video games are the problem. Yeah, welcome to the state of our system. Welcome to a world where people blame video games for violent acts and not anything else that might actually be causing the problem. You think shipping is the same in every community? It has no people, weirdos, or weight the scale. Yeah, like, I think it's totally normal to say, like, you want to see these two characters get together. There's nothing wrong with that. Problem is that some people go way too far with it. Ace Attorney makes people violent because they slam desks. Oh, hey, it's you. Hey. This, would you look at that? It's the, listen, no, this is the guy who made the compilation video that had me in it. So, I did not expect to see you here today. Welcome to the stream. That's a surprise. I did not expect to see you here today, but welcome to the stream. Wow, that's a surprise of a lifetime. So yesterday I was surprised that I was in your compilation at all, because I didn't know about it. But people in chat mentioned that some people found my channel through your compilation video. I'm like, wait, is there a compilation video that has me in it? And then I looked at it and it's like, oh wow, someone actually did. So thank you for bringing attention to my channel with your video. That really helped me out a lot. So thank you, and thank you for showing it to the stream today. I'm very surprised to see you here today. Wow. That's a surprise of a lifetime. All right, every day has some surprises apparently. Wait, what? Yeah, he's here. The guy who made the video that showed my reaction to figuring out the Mastermind Investigations 2 is in chat right now. Well, this was a second ago. He said, because I was just reading something that made me laugh. He said Ace Attorney makes people violent because they slam desks like this. But I didn't actually see who it was from, so then I read it again. I'm like, wait, that's the guy that made the video. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Stop everything. This is kind of awesome. The legend appears. Yeah, I'll just reflect it right back to you. The legend appears. Danganronpa makes people violent because it makes them play bad games.
Station defenses are down. Requesting combat support until we can bring...
That guy did the thing. Yeah, it's the guy that did the thing that added me to his compilation video. I don't even know if he's still in chat anymore or if he just dipped out. But if he's still here, thank you for adding me to your video. That definitely helped me out a lot. That was what's, you know, at this rate, next in the next stream, Josh Cooley's gonna show up in chat, be like, so I watched your series. Want to chat? Then we'll get Kodaka to come into the stream. And who's left? Who else have I pissed off over the years? You did a thing. Yes, you did a thing. Yay. Yeah, next up on the list, Shu Takumi shows up. The guy that did the very, very cool thing that he did. Yeah, we'll just go on the list. We'll get next stream Apollo himself joins. No, next up Nagito joins the stream, followed by Kokichi. Throw in a little bit of Professor Layton in there. We'll just get everyone. Get the whole ensemble in here. Free guy. Yeah, get the free guy writer. Get Lee Unkrich and Josh Cooley in the same room. See what happens. Get Tom Hanks. We get Chris Pratt to play the role of Mario. We'll just have an Avengers Assemble moment of everyone who we've memed about over the years on the channel. Imagine Shu Takumi casually shows up on stream and is like, "Hey, I like your HTML piece, bro." I think my brain would actually shut down if that happened. Ryan Reynolds shows up. "Hey, I heard you didn't like my movie." Chris Pratt stars as myself. Someone get the idiot buzz. Yeah, so, cause I met Nate Wants to Battle at a concert one time. I got VIP tickets and I got to see him live in 2018. And so like I basically just fumbled over my words like an idiot because I was just like starstruck at meeting him for the first time. So I think if Shu Takumi showed up, I would just like my brain would shut down. I wouldn't know what to do. There's a fan dub project for Danganronpa here in Brazil. Maybe you can get in touch with Nagito's voice. That'd be something. So the Chris Evans meme from Homecoming. So you said you weren't going to watch Home Alone 5. Yeah, I don't know why. Isn't Home Alone 5, like, really bad? I don't know why I would waste my time wanting to watch that. The people who thought of Lightyear. Xander Mobius shows it. Yeah, just get an all-star cast. Get Rinosuke and Susato's voice. No, get Susato's voice actor. Or get Rinosuke's voice actor. Just get the whole crew in here. Get everyone who's ever had an impact on the content that I make on this channel. So I want to watch it. But why do you hate me that much, though? Why do you hate me so... I have watched so much shit this year. I watched Danganronpa 3. I watched Toy Story 4 like 10 times. I watched Danganronpa 2.5. I played every Danganronpa game. They were fan dubbing all the games so Kokichi to show up too. Oh, I was not looking. I took my eyes off the screen and then I crashed into the thing. That could have gone better. Puts his leg on the, oh Jesus Christ. Danganronpa writer shows up. So, you've chosen death. Word on the street is, you had some pretty negative things to say about my games, huh?
Defensive batteries are at 56%.
Think it'd be good to watch Home Alone 5 since the last movie you haven't seen the series? Yeah, but like, when you're actively telling me that it is not good, I feel like, well, I could just spend my time watching things that are good instead. Because like, the only reason I watch Home Sweet Home Alone is just because out of morbid curiosity because it was on Disney Plus. But the only movies that are on Disney Plus right now are the first 3 and Home Sweet Home Alone. So it wouldn't be an ease of access thing for me anymore. So I don't think it'd be worth it at this point. To go out of my way to watch something that I know is gonna be terrible. Get the people that modeled the goddamn crocodile. Yeah, find the people who developed Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb. Don't I have a morbid curiosity? No, I kind of don't. I honestly kind of don't. Because Home Sweet Home Alone is like the first movie that was made in a very long time, whereas those 3 through 5 were made in pretty close proximity to one another in terms of it being a back-to-back-to-back thing, just try to capitalize all the success of the original 2 glorious movies. But it's been so long, and because it was going to be like updated with modern technology, and trying to just... Because it was going to be a one-to-one redo of the plot of the first movie, I was like, okay, how bad are you going to screw this up? But Home Alone 5 is probably not going to be that, so I just don't really have the desire to see what happens. There's also an Apollo Justice Brazilian translation being made. It's neat to hear. The original Ace Attorney trilogy was a VR simulation, and the timeline after Puzzle is the true canon. That would kill me. Random question. What do I think Ace Attorney 7 could legit do to ruin the whole series universe? Turns out it was all just an elaborate crime drama on TV. Starring Gabriel Macht as Phoenix Wright and Patrick J. Adams as Miles Edgeworth. That is a reference that only a small number of people will understand, but if you do, then you get it. But, like, unironically, that is a pretty decent way. That's a pretty fast way. Danganronpa proved that's a fast way to make everything else that happened prior to that point irrelevant. So, but if you want a non-meme answer and, like, thinking in the context of Ace Attorney, what specifically could I do to ruin the characters? Just make everyone act contrary to how they've always acted. Introduce, I don't know, I guess you'd have to do something with the court system to kind of make that irrelevant. You'd have to make all their jobs relevant. Like, you'd have to try really hard to screw up Ace Attorney. That'd be really hard to do. So I don't know. I don't even know if I could do it. Suits, yeah, the Suits reference. Gabriel Macht plays Harvey Specter. Patrick J. Adams plays Mike Ross. Which, by the way, watch Suits. It's amazing.
Use your guns to take down their shields, then hit them with your missiles.
There's a portion of the Danganronpa fandom that believes the whole fictional thing was a lie. Well, that means there's a portion of the Danganronpa fandom that doesn't know how to read properly because they were very explicit that was how it went down. It's like, I don't know what to tell you. At that point, I could just equally, that's the Brooks argument of, well, they were silent for a while, and if he was silent, that means he was thinking about this one specific thing. So which I could just say, okay, so then what about all the other instances in which he didn't say anything? Does that mean he was thinking about it as well? Because it's just so easy to punch a hole in that argument. Same thing in reverse. It's like, now I can just say, oh, so then in that case, literally every single thing in the series was a lie. Why? Well, I don't need evidence for that. It just was. Obviously, it was a lie. It was a lie. Imagine Regina's animal killing out Phoenix in the first case. That'd be Nightmare Fuel. That would be Danganronpa. That'd be a Danganronpa Ace Attorney game, as if they do that in the first case. It's all a story told by the judge to his grandchildren. Well, it could, like, you could have it be that the judge is telling stories of what actually happened in his days in the courtroom to his grandkids. That could be a cute little payoff, as in, like, these things actually happen, he's just telling them to his grandkids to entertain them. But I'm assuming what you mean by that is it literally wasn't actually happening, it's just a fictional story he's telling to his grandkids. That would be awful. Danganronpa fans exist, they clearly can't read. I know how to ruin Ace Attorney, have Josh Cooley be the lead writer. No, because Josh Cooley, I don't think Josh Cooley cares. Like, there's a reason why Josh Cooley removed Totoro from Toy Story 4. I don't think I guess I can't really make this claim definitively without proof, but it wouldn't surprise me if Josh Cooley was a type of person who thinks that any kind of anime-style content isn't worthy of receiving any kind of critical acclaim. So I think if Josh Cooley, I don't think he would ever agree to do it, but if he ever did, he wouldn't have the passion to actually destroy Ace Attorney like he did for Toy Story 4. So, there's that. You want Gumshoe back so bad? You and me both, but I don't think they'll ever do it. I mean, I guess they could try to do a thing like they did for Spirit of Justice where they just plaster him all over the goddamn marketing to be like, Gumshoe's back! Gumshoe's back! Gumshoe's back! Hey, in case you didn't know, Gumshoe's back! But, like, that's the thing. Maya's reveal was kind of a surprise for me because I didn't see any of the marketing prior to that point. But if I was actually a fan of the series before the game came out and I just saw all the marketing, which just blatantly spoiled Maya's reveal and plastered it all over the goddamn marketing, that would piss me off. We're playing Star Fox now. This is the first time in a Halo game where you actually fight in space combat, so unfortunately this section is kind of busted on MCC because the tick rate is so busted that the ships will shred you to pieces in seconds if you don't just hide back behind the space station, so I kind of have to wait here until the battle ends. You have an idea for Ace 77? You play as Renosuke's Ascendant in the 21st century. So pretty sure Phoenix Wright takes place in the 21st century. I'm assuming you're just referring to Phoenix Wright again? Yeah, like that's his descendant. you can see a legit chance of the last season game killing off someone major. I don't know if they have the guts to do that anymore. I think they might. I think they used their card up with Mia in the first game. I don't think they do that. I think that's too gutsy for them to do. I think. Well, I guess I can't say that because it's a spoiler for Ace Attorney 2, but I think they use it the last card. I don't think they have the guts to like kill off Edgeworth or Phoenix or Maya. I think that's too gutsy for them to do. How satisfied am I going to be if Max Galactica was killed off in the first case? I wouldn't really care. Because, like, he's annoying, but he's not, like, a terrible person. He's just insufferable. So I guess I wouldn't really care. Would I prefer to have Phoenix or Athena be the protagonist of 7? Athena deserves her own game. Athena deserves her own game. So I think, if that's my choice, I'd make Athena the protagonist, and I'd build it up so that Athena ends up taking over the law agency at the end, and Phoenix retires and lives with either Edgeworth or Maya, would be how I would end it. They need to rank up their guts to max rank in order to kill off Edgy. What about an assistant killer? They don't have the guts to do that either, because they don't have the guts to do that either. With how... Could you imagine if they made Maya an assistant killer? They would never do that. That's too gutsy of a move for them to pull something like that. Sheila Lang investigations, just end me now if that's the case. If executed right, they could. Oh well, I mean, no, it could execute it. Well, I don't know. You could execute a character death well, but I think it'd be so against, like, Maya's character or Trucy's character. You might be able to get away with Emma doing it, but Trucy and Maya's personalities are so contradictory to anything even remotely resembling anything even kind of evil that there's no way in a million years that they would ever do something like that. It would be so against their character. That could never work. It could never ever work. So that, I don't think that would ever go well. There's some ways to make some concepts work, but that's one of those ideas where I would say this could never work. I usually like to say, well, this could work, let's see how they do it, but that's an idea I'm just like, that would never work. Don't even try. Don't even try. There was before he was lead detective. Well, yeah, but that, like, we're talking, like, characters that have been around since the original trilogy, like Maya, the people like that. Like, making her evil, I don't think they'd ever do that. Fulbright was, like, in his own game. If Shilong Lang investigations exist, hey, were you the first to find the body? Yeah, guilty. Game ends. Oh, what's that? Are you playing Among Us? Are we talking about an Among Us player right here? A new assistant? Oh, that could work. They might be able to do that well. But, like, I thought you were talking about turning Maya, Trucy, or someone like that into a killer, because that would never work. They could never do that. Killing off Larry would be your guess for main kill. Oh, they might do, you're right, they might do that, because Larry's someone they could kill without pissing off too many people. Like, people would go, no, not Larry, but I don't think anyone's gonna shed tears over it, whereas if they come within a million miles of Edgeworth or Maya or anything like that, they would never hear the end of it. So I don't think you'll ever see something like that. But Larry, that I could probably see. I could probably see them do that. Possibly. Oh, by the way, someone mentioned Star Fox earlier. I've never actually played Star Fox. Like, I know the meme of, do a barrel roll, but I've never actually played a Star Fox game. So, maybe that could be an arc in the future for games I could play. Who knows?
Anchor 9er to all craft in the vicinity. Be advised we show a large attack force inbound.
Lang created Among Us. Yeah, that's canon. Lang is the game developer of Among Us.
Is there any place the
Can we just have Old Dag die? That'd be mean.
Anchor 9 to all UNS.
I don't know. I feel like we could get one more game out of her.
Clear the lane. We'll light them up.
Ace Attorney, but the new character's mentor doesn't die or get arrested. Well, that was Grace Attorney Chronicles. Susato escaped the typical oncoming fire that comes as a result of being an Ace Attorney assistant, which just makes her even more awesome. A case where Maya actually kills someone and you have to defend her out of friendship. Possibly. But I don't think they'd have you could do that well. I don't think Capcom has the guts to do that. I'm also just sick and tired of Maya being the defendant. Like, I'm just sick. I'm ready for her to never be a defender. Can we go one Ace Attorney game that has Maya where she isn't arrested or accused of something? Can we please go, or kidnapped? Can we please go one game where Maya isn't accused or kidnapped for some reason? Please, please, I beg of you. I'm so goddamn sick of Maya being... My biggest problem with Spirit of Justice is that Maya was done so goddamn dirty. Because Maya is such an awesome character, you can do so much with her. And her big introduction, her big return to the series is case 1, or sorry, her first case, she's the defendant. Her next case, she's a freaking hostage. A case where a person may get arrested, gets let out of prison. That could be cool, like a return of a previous enemy. You recommend Star Fox 64 as my first pick. It's highly regarded as the best game in the franchise. I don't know that I've heard of any 64 game being regarded as the best anything of anything. But I'll put it on the list. You can speedrun the Shilong Lang game by just arresting any person you meet. Yeah, that's how you get the good ending. You just beat the game in 5 seconds by arresting every single person you meet on the street. Because there's no place for logic in this sort of investigation thing. You mean like tournament encounters but actually killing Larry Butts? Yeah, that meant nothing to me because I didn't know who Larry Butts was. But I imagine that was probably like, oh, that's an interesting choice for people who actually played the games before. Have I ever watched Spirited Away? No, but I've heard it's amazing. She got a moment of time traveler. Yeah, but the problem is that's a DLC case. Like, that didn't launch with the base game. Sure, I got to experience it because I played the DLC right after I played the main game. But when that game launched with the 5 base cases, she was nothing more than a defendant and a hostage through the whole thing. Which pissed me off to no end. Because Maya deserved so much more than that. And the same thing with Athena, by the way. She didn't get her chance to shine. She got her own case, but it meant nothing for the overall plot of Spirit of Justice. And when it came time for her to shine in the Kingdom of Khura'in, they basically straight up said, I want to help, and then they said, no, you're going to sit on the sidelines because this is Apollo's game. It's like, okay, great, screw you too. So Athena deserves her own game after that. Because she didn't even get to do anything in the Turnabout Time Traveler, because that's basically just fan service the case. Let Maya rest, yeah, basically. Nintendo 64 was good? No, it wasn't. No, it was not. That controller was awful. That controller was like actually... Do I need to remind everybody of how terrible that controller was? Like, that controller was designed for people with 3 arms. And the people... Like, it's... None of those games have aged well at all. Specifically, like, I think Super Mario 64 is the biggest offender. Because people just... I think that was one of the first 3D games people played. So they just immediately forgot about, like... the fact that just because something was revolutionary back in the day doesn't mean it's aged well, which is frustrating. Because Athena deserves her chance. She deserves her own game. Give her her own game. Give her her own cases to shine. Because like she shines bright like a diamond in Dual Destinies whenever she gets her chance to shine. So she deserves her own game to do that. Like there's a reason. There's a reason why I picked her as one of the characters. Like there's a reason I chose specifically Athena, Sykes, and Rivet as my examples of new characters added to the cast that are executed better than Bo Peep, because they're new additions to the cast that have a distinct role to play and that don't shit over the previous characters. Like they don't say, "Lol, you're so stupid and bad at your job and you don't know what you're doing." They add to the dynamic. They don't do a Bo Peep in Toy Story 4 and be like, wow, Woody is so shit at everything, and so is Buzz, but Bo Peep is amazing at everything, don't you know? You should love Bo Peep because she is awesome, and Woody sucks, and if you think otherwise, then you're just nostalgia. You're blinded by nostalgia. Woody sucks. He needs to learn from Bo Peep to go live on his own, because being with a kid sucks. Also, being with a kid is amazing. Toy Story 4 sucks. I fucking hate Toy Story 4. It's so goddamn awful. Anyway, do I think of doing a Crash Bandicoot series? I have a Let's Play on the channel for the first game. Also, I'm dead because the tick rate for this section is horrendous. I have a playthrough on my channel of the first game. I've considered playing through games 2 and 3 in the future, but Crash Bandicoot 1 did not wow me enough to the point where I'm not jumping at the bit to play 2 and 3 because the first game did not wow me enough to where I would consider it. took some time getting used to. Well, yeah, but the reason why it took some time getting used to is, like, the point of a controller is you should be able to pick it up and immediately go, like, yeah, I know how this works, it's a controller. But playing with that thing was like trying to wrestle an alligator in a sewer with a stick. Because it was just, I don't know what the thought process was when designing that stupid controller. And the games themselves, like even playing Super Mario 60, to be clear, playing Super Mario 64 with like a Switch Pro controller doesn't fix the game. It just makes it slightly less painful. Because the game's design is still broken at its core. Like, I'm sure it makes for a great speedrunning game or whatever, but I really don't think that those controls or camera have aged well. They may have been great back in the day, but they have not aged well at all. Who's my favorite defendant in the series aside from the main characters like Maya or Athena? Man, that's tough. Probably Soseki Natsume, honestly. I really like Soseki from the Great Sony Chronicles. I really, really like him a lot. I'm running through the other games in my head to try to think. I think he's probably gonna win out in the end. Out of all of them, I think Soseki Natsume is definitely my win. My win? No, so, oh my god, no, let's not. We've come too far to screw up now. We've come too far to screw up now. Get back here, Seraph. Hot take right there. What, that Soseki Natsume is my favorite? That Soseki Natsume is my favorite defendant, or that Super Mario 64 is aged like shit? Because I don't think that's a hot take at all. I think many people are starting to come around to the fact that 64 is aged like dog shit. What if Capcom made ultra-realistic Ace Attorney? That's just judgment. I think that would turn a lot of people off. Also, didn't they make a live-action Ace Attorney movie and it was terrible? So I don't think they'd try that anytime soon. Yeah, I'm running through the defendants in my head, and I'm pretty sure Soseki Natsume is gonna win. Unless you consider him a main character, because he does appear more than once. Do you consider him to be... Yeah, because he appears lots. Okay, fine. Fine, we'll just count him. Who else can I pick from, then? Was my least favorite? Waki Kitaki. Waki, easily. Easily Waki Kitaki. Not even close. Favorite defendant is probably... If I can't use Soseki Natsume... I'll probably go with, can I use Remember Me at least? Because Remember Me was only in literally one case. Can I at least use Remember Me? Can I use her as my favorite defendant? Maybe. You love Waki? Really? You love his gangster persona and how he refuses to help you at all, despite the fact that he's innocent? I really love that. That was really nice. So many defendants in Apollo Justice revolve around the idea of just being the least helpful person on the planet.
Anchor 9 to UNSC ships. All targets.
You have 5 minutes. We spent some time dunking on the Nintendo 64, and we spent some time talking about Ace Attorney, our favorite defendants, what an Ace Attorney 7 could look like, Athena being done dirty by Spirit of Justice, things like that. So he didn't count as a main character. Yeah, but he does appear a lot, so I think some people mentioned like he appears lots of times, so I gave an alternate answer. She was in a good chunk of the cover. Oh, I forgot. She has a larger presence on the cover art of Grace Attorney 2 than freaking Susato, which is pathetic. He's in the game for like 3 hours out of the, I guess, probably 30-hour game. And she has a larger presence than freaking Susato. You love the name I gave him, Wacky Walkie. I mean, it just works so well, Wacky Walkie. Because he's Wacky Walkie.
Pull up Surface grade 19 by 22.
I was on fire. I think I've never really rewatched my series, but I wonder if I rewatched it now, if I would think I was insufferable, if I think, man, I was actually kind of on point with some of this stuff. Because I wasn't really thinking that hard about like any jokes I was making, it was just kind of rolling off the tongue. But I guess they really resonate with a lot of people, so who knows.
I know.
People say that Vera's a good defendant. They think her character quirk justifies the annoyance she gives. I don't think so at all. I think that her reluctance to help us at all is because her character exists to not help us. People stick to the fact that Mario 64 is their favorite game of all time. Well, that's, like you mentioned, that's because of blind and nostalgia. Because, like, if you actually think about that game critically, its controls do not hold up well at all. The game is actively fighting against you at every available opportunity. In terms of its controls and its camera. It's actually painful. Vera is a very bad character. Yes, she is. Probably, who's my most hated Ace Attorney character? Probably... Maybe Shilong Lang. It might be Shilong Lang, honestly.
Visual. Target confirmed.
If I wanted to introduce Ace Attorney to a friend, what game would I want them to play first? The first game. Easily. There's nothing else is even in contention. You start at the beginning. Because like with Halo, there's a bit of a toss-up game. Some people think you should start with Reach because that's like Reach is like the first game to take. I'm gonna reverse check when I kind of screwed that up. Reach is like the first game out of the FPS ones to take place chronologically. But Halo Combat, I still say you should start with Halo Combat Evolved because there's a lot of gameplay stuff that gets added later in the line that you might feel like you're missing if you play Halo Combat Evolved later. So that's why I say start with Combat Evolved. But with Ace Attorney, I don't even know what else you would recommend. You start with the first game and then you go from there. You have some piano lessons. Have fun at your piano lessons, DG Shoe. Zen Detective Gumshoe. Hopefully you enjoyed the stream, and hope to see you next time. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else you can even start out with that isn't the first Ace Attorney game. Yeah, like, what else would you even start with? Like, genuine question. Does anyone have a different answer to the question, what game should you start with? I'm very curious. Like, genuinely, do you think that there's a different game other than the first one that someone should start with as their first game? Maybe DGS? No, I don't think so. Because at that point you're going backwards in terms of technology. Because what might happen is it's kind of the same thing I'm afraid of with recommending people play Reach before. Because like you could make the argument of, well, it takes place before Phoenix Wright, so you should play it first. But the reason why I don't agree with that is because I just compare it to Halo. Halo Reach takes place before Combat Evolved. But if you're new to the series, I would say Combat Evolved you should play first. Because there's a lot of gameplay additions that are introduced in Reach, such as, for instance, space combat, that just isn't in Combat Evolved, so you might think, well, where's all this stuff that I had in Reach? Why don't I have all this stuff now? And it's kind of the same thing in Greatest Attorney, where it's like, if you start with Greatest Attorney, and then you go back to the first game, you're like, well, why is it all in 2D? Why is all this pixelated sprites? What happened to all the 3D gorgeous visuals and all that? Because superficiality is the thing that a lot of people value in games these days. So I imagine that might turn some people off if you do it in that order. What game started off bad but the sequels are good? Good question. I don't really have an answer off the top of my head. DJSL is really challenging, I believe. That's the other thing there is that I still strongly believe that the best tutorial in the series is the first turnabout. It so quickly gets you into the action, gets you to understand the gameplay, empathize with the characters, and get whipped into the lightning fast gameplay, court-based gameplay of nailing the culprit. It's so masterfully crafted that I genuinely believe that anything else would be a lackluster tutorial to start off with. Especially because the Greatest Attorney, like I love the first case, but it is so goddamn long. And I fear that if that's your first game in the series, you might be turned off by it because it is so long. Whereas the first game, you're in it, and within 30 minutes, you've caught your first killer. And then, shortly after that, you're headed for your second. So it's like, it gets you into it really quickly, which is why I think it serves as the best first, the best place to start for the series. Or if you want to be a masochist, you can start with Apollo Justice and just hate everything. A lot of people might not have the patience once they reach Turnabout Samurai. I don't know about that. I feel like if you want to talk about patience, you're far more likely to turn someone off from the game if your first case is way long than you would if your third case is way long. Apollo Justice is a standalone game, probably won't be as polarizing. Yeah, like, because that's, I think part of the reason why so many people think Apollo Justice is so good is because it was their first game in the series, and like that was what introduced them to the series. And if you haven't played the original trilogy, you're gonna think, oh, well that was fine, and you might even think it's great because you won't understand why that Phoenix and Emma have been assassinated because that was your introduction to Phoenix and Emma as characters. So you'll just think, so there was this legendary attorney that fell from grace. And honestly, the story gets a lot better if you think about it like that. It's still broken, because the cases don't make any sense in isolation. But at least it won't piss you off as much because you don't know who Phoenix and Emma are, so you don't have a reason to be pissed off by them.
Indicate a structural weakness surrounding a platform on top of the vessel.
Noble 6, set down immediately on that Corvette's topside landing pad.
See people draw base when playing tournament. Let's land. I'll read chat in a second. I gotta land real quick so I don't die by the plasma cannons. You've heard people drop off of Ace Attorney and play tournament about Samurai. Well, I think it's far more likely that someone would drop off Ace Attorney if they just play the Greatest Attorney and drop off after that, because the first case is really long, especially the second case. Like, if you make it through the first case and you're like super fast-paced gameplay, and then you go into the second case, which is just not that, I think that would be an even bigger turnoff for people.
The Savannah's countermeasures won't work forever.
You're out of your league. Rock Boy is the worst line in the entire series. I stand by that. I think there is one line that's worse, and I guess there's no substitute for experience. I think that line's way worse, because it's so blatant in its stupidity. And like, I hate the defense that people use of, well, Phoenix tackled, took down Von Karma, both Von Karmas, outsmarted Matt on guard, and took down Prosecutor Godot, and did all this crazy stuff. So like, it's like, of course he's earned the right to be a little bit arrogant. It's like, that's not the point. The point is that he was, at one point, a rookie defense lawyer who didn't have the experience, and yet he was still able to topple these courtroom titans. So he should know full well that maybe there is a substitute for experience. But he doesn't, he says this stupid line that's like, oh, I guess there's no substitute for experience, which doesn't make any sense at all, because you should know that there is. Because he beat all those lawyers. I'm gonna rewrite. I think that's good though. He beat all those lawyers as a rookie with no experience. It's so goddamn stupid. I don't know why people defend that, because like the defenses I've seen for it don't make any sense at all. You'd see him being cockier. Oh, I mean, so if it was literally just that he's much more confident, because like that was the whole point of the original trilogy, was he's much more confident now that he has tackled, he's gone through all of his development throughout the, I hate to say it, but now that he's gone through all his trials and tribulations, I can see him being more confident than he used to be in his courtroom battles. That would make sense, because that was the whole point of the trilogy, was him being more confident moving forward now. But confidence isn't the issue, it's that he's like egotistically arrogant and literally says there's no substitute for experience, which is just wrong, because he tackled, like I said, he tackled all those prosecutors as a rookie defense lawyer who had no experience. It doesn't make any sense at all for him to say that line. It's so goddamn stupid.
Find a way inside and permanently disable that cruiser's communications.
Or just don't, yeah, or how about you just don't make him an egotistical asshole? We can do that too. That works. I think I like to choose that. Can we choose the time? Ugh. Can I choose the timeline where we don't have him be an egotistical asshole at all? Because like that wouldn't fix the problems with that courtroom flashback, but it would at least make it less insufferable. Because at that point, at least we wouldn't have to deal with the problem of him like being an egotistical asshole. At least then we just have to deal with the problem with the functionality of that stupid stamp and the forgery, which is less. I mean, it's still painful, but it's less painful than watching his character get torn to shreds. Which it would still be torn to shreds, because he would have fought way harder than he did to keep his badge, but he didn't. Apollo Justice had the potential to be the best. Yeah, Apollo Justice did have the potential to be the best game of the series. It had the potential to, but it wasn't, because they bungled the execution in every significant way. You're out of your league, Rock Boy. I hate that line so much. It's such a bad line. It's such a bad line. I still stand by the idea that there's no substitute for experience is worse. We're talking about IRL TV show. We are talking about a TV show. Or no, sorry, not a TV. We're talking about a game called Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. There's a game called Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. For those who don't know, that's Neil in chat right now. Neo BRZ48 is my friend Neil. We've been friends since middle school. We're talking about a game called Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, which basically there's a character called Phoenix Wright, who one of his core, like he throughout the original trilogy of games, he learned to overcome his, like, his dream was all about essentially becoming better as a defense lawyer and becoming more confident and learning the tips and tricks and learning to stand by his clients no matter what. And then that game, he toppled a bunch of really powerful prosecutors in his rookie days as an attorney. And now in Apollo Justice, he's saying there's no substitute for experience, which makes no sense, because he should know that experience doesn't mean everything because he tackled all those really powerful prosecutors as a rookie defense lawyer. So it doesn't make any sense for him to say that line. So we're kind of dunking on the game right now for talking about that. Yeah, I guess he's Neil Magic Ace Assistant. Yeah, so, what's my favorite remix of the Star theme Mario? I don't really have anything to say about that. I don't really have a preference. He literally went to Europe with Edgeworth when he was at this part. Why did Edgeworth try to help him? I don't get it. That's the biggest problem is that, like, Edgeworth is literally right there, and he could be helping, and he just isn't. Excuse me. So it's just so stupid the way that they do that. Claudia not questioning how the brother knew about the forged page in advance. Yeah, there's so many reasons why that scene, like that whole courtroom scene, doesn't make any sense. There's so much about it that just falls apart at the seams. I'm dumbfounded that anyone even tries to defend it. But you know, I still stand by. I think that a large reason why people like it so much is because they never played the first 3 games. Or sorry, not that they never played, but that the 4th game was the first one they ever played. So that's like all they know of Phoenix's character, and like that is to them, that's who Phoenix is. So they don't see it as an assassination because that was their introduction to the character, which is annoying. But you know, that's why I feel like people who defend Apollo Justice are much more genuine, as opposed to people who defend Toy Story 4. I feel like I don't get genuine vibes from people who defend that movie. Hello, goodbye. Put this down. If we're talking technicalities, they also kind of ruined Edgeworth. They kind of did. Because did I get stuck? No, I didn't. Because Edgeworth would have helped him. Edgeworth should have actually bothered to help him. And one of the defenses people made was, well, Edgeworth was busy with investigations too, so he couldn't have helped him. Which is not true, because I actually compared the timeline of events, and the timeline does not overlap at all. During the months of Apollo Justice's attorney and the events of his disbarment, he was not busy with the events of Investigations 2 or Investigations 1, so that doesn't work at all. Imagine if you had to defend older Neil Marshall, who tried to find out a mystery about a detective who would be the real killer but was caught in a crime scene. I'm assuming you mean before he was killed, because Neil Marshall kind of died. Spoiler alert. Assuming you were talking about, like, pre-SL9 incident. Or maybe you meant to say Jake Marshall, I don't know. There was one character assassination. Oh god, goodbye. They hope they never adapt into the MCU. Hyper, you're dead. Oh yeah, sorry Neil. Your character died. He's gone. Neil Marshall died and Rise from the Ashes. Sorry to burst your bubble, but he committed the big die. Can we get an F in the chat for Neil's character? Yeah, Neil Marshall kind of died. One character, MCU Hydra Sleeper Captain America. I don't know about that. What do you mean he died? He's in chat right now. Oh yeah, obviously. Yeah, see, look at all those Fs. Look at all those Fs. Neil, the character that you have no idea even existed until 5 seconds ago, is loved. I just jumped straight into a guy with plasma grenades. Is what happened right there. And that was the end of the battle too, which is frustrating. But I think this is close to the end anyway. Yeah, look at all those Fs. Look at all those Fs. Anyway, yeah, I think that could be. There's a lot of potential for spin-offs. The problem is I don't know if we're ever gonna get any of them because it feels like I'm kind of afraid that the Chronicles is the last Ace Attorney thing we're ever gonna get for a while, because like I know it was leaked that they're making Ace Attorney 7 and a 4, 5, 6 like Apollo Justice, Dual Destiny, Spirit of Justice collection. I just don't know what the odds are of us actually getting that anytime soon. I can hold out hope, but my expectations are not high for them continuing that series any further. I mean, maybe one day in the future, but my expectations are not very high. It feels like Capcom's kind of abandoned over the years. Master Chief is your favorite character from the game series Halo? Yep, I can see that. Master Chief is really great. I think Cortana would probably win out in my book. I really, really love pre-Halo 5 Cortana. I really like Cortana a lot, and I really hope that Halo 5 fixes her, because Cortana was so awesome, and then Halo 5 just broke everything about her. So I hope that they fix her, because they really need to fix Cortana's character. You don't think Capcom... Oh, that's the other thing. Even if we get another Ace Attorney game, it won't be any of the cool spin-offs we're thinking of. It'll just be... It'll probably be another Phoenix Wright game. If we're lucky, we'll get an Athena Psyche spin-off, but I strongly doubt that'll ever happen. A post-Apollo Justice case where Apollo sets up a plan to reopen Christoph Gavin's case in order to expose the forgery plot Phoenix used for him. That could be cool. Kind of fix Apollo Justice some more. You think Locke is the best character? Oh dear. Oh lord.
Copy that. 6. Get your fire team to the
Yeah, remember in Halo 5 when you played as Locke for 75% of the game? Sorry, 80% of the game? That was fun.
Yes, sir.
5. Stay with the bomb. Discourage the curious.
My pleasure. Hear that, Lieutenant? I'll be all by my lonesome back here. Make it quick, would ya?
You don't even care about new Ace Attorney games, you just want them to localize Investigations 2 and then put the rest of the games on their current consoles. Yeah, I'd love that. I'd love to be able to play every Ace Attorney game on the Switch, so that I don't have to, like, squint in my iPad every time I want to play. That'd be great. I'm gonna lock that take into vault. Oh yeah, Neil, this is the Pun Master we were talking about on Monday's stream. The Pun Master has returned. He wants you to lock your take into vault. How do you feel? Yeah, I'd love to be able to play all the games on my Switch instead of having to squint at an iPad every time I want to play those games. That'd be cool. But I don't think we're ever going to get a localization of Investigations 2, because part of what needs to happen for a localization to stop armor locking, for a localization to take place, that the original team has to still be around, so you can get the source code. I think the original team isn't, because like the director left. I don't know if they even have the source code anymore. But I hope we can hold out hope. Thanks for tuning in, Bad Game Slayer, and I hope to see you all soon for the next stream that you want to tune into. Have a good day, and thanks for tuning in. Farewell. What was my favorite Ace Attorney? Witness, not victim, main character, defendant, or killer? My favorite witness. That is a good question, of which I sadly probably don't have an answer because there's so many witnesses. I don't even know who to pick from. I missed. This is bad. This went very bad very quickly. Missed that stick. Oh. Yep, that could have gone better. Favorite Ace Attorney witness. I think can't be a victim, main character, defendant, or killer. Man, I don't know. There's so many good, because like all my answers default back to someone that fits one of those categories. Like either like Albie would be one. So many killers, like Roger Ratings, also known as Tony Stark. Actually, does Lotta Hart count as a main character? Because if not, I vote Lotta Hart. Lotta Hart is just endlessly entertaining to listen to. Hello, right there. If I'm allowed to vote Lotta Hart, then I'll go with Lotta Hart. Because as I always say, you can never go wrong with a little bit of Lotta. Lotta doesn't count as main. In that case, my vote goes to Lotta. Lotta is an awesome character. The Grand Tournament happens a few weeks before Phoenix's debarment. Yeah, that's the thing. Like that's the main crux of the issue. Is people like to say that, oh well, Ace Attorney was busy. Sorry, Edgeworth was busy with those games during the time of the disbarment, but that's just not true at all because we know definitively that those timelines don't overlap at all. So it's kind of frustrating to people try to use that defense. Ace Attorney Investigations 2 will be the Mother 3 of Ace Attorney. Basically, it's the game that will never get localized. I can hope yours is Jinxie. Isn't Jinxie a defendant in the first case, though? So she can't... I don't know if she would count. Go to the car fixture if you don't turn out aggressive teams. Thanks for tuning in, Neil. When you get back, I might want to play some Halo Infinite with you. Looking forward to playing some more of that. But yeah, thanks for tuning in for the brief amount of time you were here. And hope to see you soon, and good luck getting your car fixed. See you later, Neil. Everyone say goodbye to Neil. And, oh god! I stuck him on his crotch, but it did not kill me instead. He just wasn't a defendant. Oh, sorry, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I was thinking about, I confused Jinxie with Juniper Woods. That's my bad. Sorry. I conflated Jinxie and Juniper Woods in my head. That's my fault. Sorry. I got the two mixed up. My bad. But yeah, you're right. So yeah, Jinxie's a good answer. Yeah, I got the two mixed up in my head. That's my bad. Right, the defendant was her father in that case. Oh god. Okay, I distracted him. Hold steady, hold steady. That's, oh my god. Stop. Turn off your active camo. Give me that sword. And gotcha. That went well. Juniper is your favorite defendant, though? Grenades. I'm sorry, I'll look at chat in a second. I gotta focus on not dying right now, which is proving to be a bit tougher than I would like to. Oh my Jesus Christ. Okay, where are you? You're right over here. Hold steady. And, oh my god. Gotcha. Okay, now I can look at chat. Juniper's favorite defendant? Yeah, I can see that. Juniper is a really, really sweet character, and I kind of wish there was more development between her and, Juniper, sorry, her and Athena, because they clearly have a good relationship there. I just wish that they kind of did more with it than they did. But you know, I can always hope, I guess. Maybe if they make an Athena Sykes game, we'll get to explore that in the future. Juniper's cool. Yeah, I hope she comes back too. There was a lot of hate for Dual Destinies. I don't know why. Because Apollo Justice fanboys don't like the fact that they reverted this development back to the way that it was beforehand. Because people think that it makes the game irrelevant, which they're right, it does. And I agree with the criticism that they reverted him back way too quickly. They should have taken more time to like build up to the reveal that he was going to be. They probably should have waited. Like it probably should have been a build up throughout the whole game that they were building towards, instead of just like dropping him back into the thick of things the way he always was. I agree that the switch back was way too sudden, but if the dichotomy is he gets fixed quickly or not at all, I'll take the fix quickly over not at all, because it was a necessary evil to get him back on track to how he used to be. Cool to see her as a judge in the future. Oh, that'd be an awesome payoff. Like, way in the future, if she becomes the judge, that'd be awesome. Like, honestly, one of the things I love so much about Turnabout Academy was the friend dynamic between those three characters of Robin and Hugh O'Connor and Jinx of Juniper. I really like that dynamic, and I hope that I doubt they'll do anything with it in the future, but I hope they come back one day. You kind of ship Juniper and Athena as well as Trucy and Jinxie. Yeah, those I can definitely see that happening. Who's my favorite victim? Ace 1-2 and DGS2 are not allowed. My favorite victim. That's kind of a weird thing to rank, is like which character's death did you like the most? It's like, what are we talking, Danganronpa now? Favorite victim, because it's hard to rank that, because like most of the victims you don't even know, right? Because they just like they're characters that existed to die and you never get to meet them. That's a hard question to answer. Dead Man. Dead Man is S tier. Oh yeah, I forgot. Never mind. Hold on. Easy answer. Dead Man. How could I forget? Obviously, Dead Man is best victim. Obviously. Does Gregory Edgeworth count? I don't think so, because like he was never. Actually, wait. Would he? That's a good question, actually. Because technically speaking, like we did solve the murder of Gregory Edgeworth in Turnabout Goodbye, so I guess it would technically count. Oh wait, 2-2. Yeah, that's a good answer too. Turner Gray wasn't on screen for very long, but while he was, I mean, he certainly made an impression. You kind of know him, not well, but at least a little bit. Wait, no. It's a spoiler for Spirit of Justice, but since this wasn't one of the ones that was listed out, but in Turnabout Revolution, the final victim is my favorite easily. That's the pinnacle payoff of Spirit of Justice. I mean, I feel like spoilers for Spirit of Justice for the next few seconds. You can just mute the stream if you haven't played it yet. Dirk Sadmati, favorite victim. That payoff for him and Apollo is absolutely worth it. Yeah, I don't know. I completely forgot that. Dead Man is the meme answer, but Dirk Sadmati is my favorite legit answer. Like my non-meme answer would be my favorite. Turner was an awful person to hate him. Yeah, he was very frustrating to deal with while he was there. Oh, also Cinderblock, obviously. Cinderblock. Oh god, how could one forget? Well, I mean, the name's Cindy Stone, but you know what I mean. Cinderblock is best defendant. Oh, you're right. I'm blind. It's bad. You were literally right there and I didn't see you. He was literally right in front of my face and I didn't see him. Gregory Edgeworth is a character you wish you could see more of. Yeah, could you imagine if they made a game? They never would, but could you imagine if they made a game that was entirely in the past and it was just Gregory Edgeworth and young Ray vibing? Like, could you imagine if they made something like that? That'd be amazing. I don't think they'd ever do it, because I think they're too afraid now to do anything. I mean, Shuji Kumi wouldn't be afraid, but the main people at Capcom, I think, would be too afraid to do anything that isn't just Phoenix again, because like they learned their mistake from Apollo Justice, and I think they might be too afraid to try anything that goes outside the box of Phoenix anymore. You gotta go now. Bye. All right, see you later, Savacivities. Thanks for tuning in to the stream. Hopefully you enjoyed it, and hope to see you soon for whatever you want to tune into next. Have a good day. And in the meantime, I'll keep trucking through Halo Reach. You like the victim from the Greatest Attorney 5 a lot? Oh dear. Yeah, I mean, yeah. In the brief amount of time we got to meet him, he's a good choice. But I think Dirk Salmati still wins. That would be a. Hold on, I gotta get to a safe spot. I will stay in my bubble shield. There'd be a ray of hope for that. My shield's gone. What the hell? Hold on. I'll rim shot you in a second. I gotta survive first. Okay, are we clear? No, we're not clear. We are very much not clear. Oh, the rim shot's coming. Don't worry. Rim shot's coming in just a second. I just gotta take this guy out first. Drain his shield, please. He's down. Oh, right behind me. Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, we're dead anyway. That would be a ray of hope for the series. Funny. I almost won that one too. Damn. But yeah, like, it's amazing how quickly you can, like, fast-track development to get you to care about a character so quickly and so well without taking major shortcuts. It's really, really good. They made you really like Dirk, and he only appears in one case. Well, can we really count Turnabout Revolution as one case? I feel like we should count it as 2 cases. Because, like, it really is 2 cases. It's the civil trial in Kharain Village, and then it's the revolution itself in Kingdom of Kharain. It's basically the equivalent of two different cases, to be completely honest. Favorite killer that is not Godot? That's a, Now, so many questions I've never really thought about, but they're just hard to answer, but also have a lot of really interesting potential answers. Favorite killer that's not Godot? I think my gut answer by default is to probably go with Greatest Attorney 2-3, the Return of the Great Departed Soul. I might just be thinking more of like the actual build-up to the killer as opposed to the killer itself, but that could be a good answer.
Distance is closing on this vessel's
I mean,
refueling track with the Covenant's
Von Karma and Matter and Guard are really satisfying to take down, though. Like, the satisfaction in those cases are just really, really good. And of course, the finale of Investigations 2.
I got good news and bad news. This bird took some fire and our thruster gimbal is toast, which means the only way off this slag heap is gravity.
And the good news?
That was the good news.
At current
Favorite?
velocity,
What would I...
53 seconds to end point.
Nicknames for Ace Attorney characters if I gave them names like in Toy Story 4? I mean...
Bad news is, time is fried. I'm gonna have to fire it manually.
That's a one-way trip.
We all make it soon.
Wacky Walkie works for one of them.
Better get going, Six. They're gonna need you down there. Listen, Reach has been good to me. Time has come to return the favor. Don't deny me this.
Do you mean like main Ace Attorney characters or just like stuff from? Because I would only really do that for
Tell him to make it count.
for characters in a game that I'm heavily criticizing. Like that's why I give those nicknames, is to make them mainly because like the reason I did it in Danganronpa 3 is because I didn't know their names, and I knew that if I give them funny nicknames, it would be easier to remember both for me and for the viewer than to just try to figure out what their names were. Like no one would forget the Steel Samurai, or Veruca, or, you know, just calling him boyfriend, or things like that. Those, you don't forget that, but, or like if I call whatever the teacher is Athena Sykes, like, you're not gonna forget me calling her Athena Sykes. So that's kind of why I do that. Main Attorney characters, I guess Phoenix would probably be Spikehead or something like that. I don't know. I need to be like, I need more time to think, because like I don't just come up with these names on the spot, so I need more time to think about them. I guess I'd just call Edgeworth Edgy Boy.
Slip space rupture detected.
Yeah, we're picking up anomalies too. Are you reading
Slip
it?
space rupture
Multiple
detected.
covenant signatures.
Gumshoe might be Gummy,
They're everywhere.
even though that's already a nickname, but you know.
Won't have covenant
Slip
leads.
space rupture detected.
Judge might be Rober, because he wears robes. I don't know, I need more time to think about that kind of stuff, because like those nicknames are really things I only can come up with well when I'm talking about characters I really hate. Like people from Apollo Justice. So it doesn't come as easy to me when we're dealing with people that I actually kind of care about. But you know, because, like, for Apollo Justice, I could easily do it. Because, like, I already have Hobo Joe for Phoenix. Or, you know, Wacky Wacky, things like that. What's my question about questions on questions? My answer about answers on answers. Sonic. That could work. That could work. Frenzy von Wippenberg. Lactose intolerant, stop milking all these questions. Hardy har har. Well, lactose intolerance is a different thing from actually being allergic to milk. It's the same in essence, but there are noteworthy differences between them. Like going to anaphylactic shock, like lactose intolerance is just like is bad. Like it's not something you want to have, but like if you're like severely allergic to something, you can actually go into anaphylactic shock if you consume it, and that can kill you if you don't treat it appropriately. Favorite judge? Well, you gotta go with the classic judge, obviously. You gotta go with the classic judge. The original classic judge who gives the court is now in session voice. It's been a pain to come up with new voices for each judge. Because, like, I can't give any other judge that voice. Because, like, that's the judge voice. That's the classic judge voice. No one else gets that voice. That's his voice. So, I've had to come up with new voices for each new judge. And I think I've done a semi-decent job. I don't think I've done an excellent job, but I think I've done the best I could to try to give each judge their own unique voice. So, I don't know. Miles Edgeworth, unlocalized edgelord. Well, he's only 50% unlocalized. He's got one game here, but unfortunately, it's the weaker of the two. There's a difference between not being able to digest something and being allergic. Yeah, like lactose intolerance is literally just you can't digest the thing, which leads to uncomfortable situations. But being allergic to something is significantly worse, to say the least. Like I've gone to anaphylactic shock before. It's not something you want to have to deal with. Like if you're lucky, it can just result in hives. Maybe you know, difficulty, maybe stuff like that where, you know, hives all over you and just like itchy eyes and stuff like that. But the most severe of allergic reactions can result in full-on anaphylactic shock, which anaphylactic shock results in, like, the way that happens is, because the way, if you guys don't know, the way allergies work is your immune system is essentially malfunctioning. It's treating something that isn't harmful as a threat to your body. So like for me, I'm allergic to dairy products, so it treats dairy products as a threat, and it releases a gas in your immune system called antihistamine, which is what sends you into anaphylactic shock, because it's essentially supposed to be a last line of defense to get rid of something that it thinks can threaten your body, which is what results in going into anaphylactic shock, because it's like a last line of defense kind of thing. But the problem is that excuse me, it does it for things that aren't actually harmful to you at all. It does it for things that are harmless, like stuff like milk, but because your immune system malfunctions, it thinks they're harmful when they're really not. And then what happens is that causes your throat to swell up, and if your throat swells up, then you can't breathe, and if you can't breathe, then, well, you know. Deus Ex Machina is good. That could work, yep. Porcupine Pointer. How many games are on my list? Easy way to answer that question is to go look at the recommendation list of games because I just posted a community post asking people what games should I play in the future. If you just go look at that list and look at all the games and then subtract any game that I have gone on my way to comments like I'm not playing this one because I already played it or I just don't want to. Subtract all those games, also subtract Honey Pop, and you now have a complete list of all the games that are on my list to play on the future in the channel. It is a mighty long list. Gregson might be your favorite victim. The problem is that, like, obviously that's a good answer. The problem is that one of the stipulations was that I can't pick the victim of Grace 22-4-5. So, yeah. That'll take a while. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm worried about, is that it might take me so long to get to all the games that I'm not going to be able to cover them all in a timely manner, so some people who recommend them might drop off, but I'm gonna do my best to cover as many of them as I can in a timely manner that doesn't, at a rate that won't kill me. So, that's the game plan. Honey Pop? No. I know what Honey Pop is. I'm not going down that rabbit hole. That's not happening. That is not happening. If I have to censor something, I'm not playing it. And I know if I have to play, if I play Honey Pop, I have to censor a lot of stuff. So, I'll pass, thanks. Not saying there's anything wrong with the game. I've never played it. I can't judge it. But I know what's in it. And, I'll pass. I'll pass in covering it on the channel. There is no sub-goal that would make me play that game on the channel. Gregson and me are too easy of an answer to that. I think that's probably why the limitation was placed, right? So, and I didn't list those. And it makes the question more interesting, because like when you eliminate the obvious answers, then you know it makes the question a lot more interesting to figure out what the answer would be. And I'm gonna try to stick you. Nailed it, nailed it. Stuck him right on the head. I'll happily accept that stick. You think Clavier having investigations would be good to make him actually something? Yeah, honestly, I think you can make a good character out of him, because Dual Destinies, I wouldn't say they did a good job of making him a good character, but they at least tried harder than Apollo Justice did. So there is good work that can be done with Clavier. They just haven't done it yet. So I'd be interested to see a hypothetical Ace Attorney game that actually either focuses on Clavier or just gives him the development that he deserves. So far, the list is like Persona 5, Donkey Kong games, One with You, Mystery Games, Metal Gear, Star Fox now, apparently, Danganronpa S, Halo Infinite, Cappadocia, Lego games. Gonna play Your Turn to Die. So here's I guess it's a good chance for me to talk about it. Here's the thing with Your Turn to Die. I know that a lot of people have recommended it to me, and I know that it's something I'm gonna have to play in the future because so many people want me to play it. Here's the thing. That's a game that increases, or that releases in stints, right? Like, it's kind of like Bendy and the Ink Machine, or Telltale games, where it releases a chapter at a time, essentially. The problem with that is that I don't, kind of like the Great Ace Attorney games, I don't want to start it unless I know I can finish it. As in, I don't want to start playing it until all the chapters are released, because I don't want to get into a situation where I play halfway through, I get really invested in the game, and then I can't even finish it because the remaining chapters aren't released. So I don't want to start and then not finish, if you know what I mean. So, and the thing is, like, I've looked at the release schedule for previous chapters. It's not very consistent. Like, the release schedule is very inconsistent with how often they release. So I can't even reasonably predict, like, when they'll come out. I also don't even know how many chapters there are that are going to come out. Is it 5, 7, 10, 20? I don't know. But I don't worry. I know about it. I've seen the recommendations. It's on the list. There's just a lot I gotta figure out in terms of how I can even remotely begin to approach playing that game. Amori will be pretty good. Yep, I've heard Amori as well. Amori's also on the list. I just gotta... The thing is with Amori is that, I don't even know, because, like, I think that's one of the games that Minecraft YouTubers played earlier this summer, and a lot of people were like, oh, now a Minecraft YouTuber's playing it? Why? So, kind of nervous to play it, because I'm nervous that it might be like, oh, why is he playing this? This is like, this is our private club. Stay out of our club. Go get your own club. Or something like that, I don't know. This is longer than Santa's wish list? Probably. Do I want to play Danganronpa S, though, given how much you suffer with the franchise? I don't think anyone will blame you if you don't play it. So, two things with that one. One, you're right, but I kind of have an obligation to kind of keep up with it. Just to see how bad the franchise gets. Because even though V3 broke everything, I'm still holding out hope that they might try to fix it, or they might make it even worse, which would just open up another realm of possibility for me to talk about how shit it all is. Also, and the fact that it has microtransactions just makes me morbidly curious to find out how egregious it's going to be and how bad it's going to be. So that's another thing. And then on top of that, there is just, even outside of my morbid curiosity, there's the fact of the matter is that there's an audience that wants to see it. There's an audience of people that wants to see me play Danganronpa. The videos do very well, and that combined with the fact that I'm morbidly curious to find out what happens next. You know, I feel like it's kind of my obligation to see what happens with the series. So I don't mind playing it. Because honestly, I really do believe that, assuming it's not going to be an actual killing game, and it's going to be what it's advertised as, and it will actually be, you know, a summer camp style RPG adventure, I don't think it's going to be as bad as the main Danganronpa games, because it isn't going to be a killing game, so I'm not really worried about it. I think I'll be just fine. I really think I'll be fine. Where'd the hammer go? Oh, here. I don't know where the hammer went. Where'd the hammer go? Hammer where? The hammer just disappear? Oh, no, it's all the way over here. Okay. Don't mess with us Amori fans. We're all collectively traumatized. I'm a Minecraft YouTuber now. I used to be. If you go back and watch my earlier content, I used to crap out Minecraft videos all the goddamn time. Okay. Ignore those noises. I thought I was going to die there and I didn't. Oh, God. Okay, we're fine. I used to make so many Minecraft videos. Because I still, the thing is, I do still occasionally boot up Minecraft, not to play any, like, the minigames, just to play, like, classic survival, because it is very calming to just kind of play classic Minecraft survival. The problem is that, like, I don't want to ever cover it on the channel again, because, like, just seeing the community surrounding Minecraft YouTubers, it's just ruined the whole thing, because I used to have so much fun, like, playing Minecraft with friends on the channel, but I'll never do it again, because the whole thing's just been ruined for me by the current state of Minecraft YouTubers. So, sadly, that will not happen in the future. Amori is a game that I should know nothing when starting it. Good news for you, I know nothing about the game. Other than that, it's probably really depressing and sad, and I'll probably cry or something, I don't know. Don't forget Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga. Don't worry, Mario & Luigi's also on the list of games to play. It's all there, I know it all. I've recorded all the games for the future. The Minecraft YouTuber fandom is, like, actually worse than the Danganronpa fandom. Yeah, because at least the Danganronpa community didn't lynch me on Twitter for getting annoyed that a Minecraft YouTuber is playing Emily is Away. So at least that didn't happen. Like, I don't know if you follow me on Twitter, but for those of you who do follow me on Twitter, you probably remember the cesspool that happened early June this year when I dared to cross the line and say, hey, it's really annoying to see all the MC YouTubers playing games that, like, were popular years ago, and now they're just rediscovering them now, and, like, it's just insufferable to see this kind of stuff. And then people completely failed how to read. Like, they didn't read what I said properly. You can go back and read my tweet. You can, like, no one actually read what I said properly, because the Minecraft YouTuber community is, like, actually toxic to an unhealthy degree. And no one in that community knows how to read properly. So it just took a toll on my mental sanity, because I was in the middle of editing Danganronpa 3. Like, I was switching back and forth between editing Danganronpa 3 and responding to Twitter people. And it just solidified my belief that Twitter by itself is just awful. And then when you double that, you compound that with the Minecraft YouTuber community, I'm just like, oh, pain. Got it. So this is what pain feels like, huh? Understandable. I now know true pain. They idolize YouTubers and ship and sexualize real people. Yeah, that's awful. Like, it's, I just don't want to be associated with it, because if, like, I have had a desire occasionally to start up, like, a casual Minecraft stream where I just play it to be chill. But the problem is that, like, I know that if I did that, I'd be lumped in with, oh, you're just trying to copy the Minecraft YouTubers, or you're just trying to be like them, or you'll never be as good as who they are, or I'd be lumped in reverse and be like, oh, so you're just one of those Minecraft YouTubers. I just don't want to go down that rabbit hole again. Because, like, I had fun years ago, but I don't want to start that shit show again. A lot of people, like, Dream and around him are also bad racist people. I've never actually watched any of the streams, so I can't really comment on that, but I've not heard the best things about the Minecraft YouTuber community. Wow, okay. I fell through a giant hole and landed on a tiny beam. That was lucky. Trevor Magic plays RL Craft Part 1. No thanks. Dream is doing one bad thing after another and continues to be... Wasn't he the guy that cheated on a speedrun? And the people still, like, people proved that he cheated and he still stands by the fact that he didn't and never apologized? I'm dead. I don't survive. Oh my god, you're right there! Okay. Dream cheat... Yeah, I thought that was him. Okay, I'm dead. I knew that was a bad run. I was pretty sure he did cheat a speedrun. Yeah, I've not heard the best things coming out of the Danganronpa community. Sorry, well, I mean, yes, but I was talking about the Minecraft community here. Missed that. Stick horrendously. Take this grenade. And that one. And then I'll finish you off a little bit of... Okay, you're down. Oh, behind me! Good Lord Almighty. Wow. Defend him by saying he accidentally cheated. Wow. said he didn't realize the mods he was using was in his font. Really? You know, how do you not realize that? Come on. Who, did anyone, well, I was gonna ask did anyone actually buy it, but then I'm like, well, of course people bought it, because people, the dream simps are insane. People simp so hardcore for those people, it's absolutely absurd. He said he would have streamed during Pride Month and gave all donations to a charity and didn't stream the whole month. I remember that, and I'm pretty sure I saw people defending that as well. So, at this point, I genuinely think that people will simp for just about anything they do. Because they just don't, I don't think they actually have, because it's probably a bunch of little kids who just, like, all they know is, the funny man makes me laugh. And if the funny man makes me laugh, then he must be a good person, so I must defend him with my life. But the sad part is that you know it's probably also consists of, like, proper adults. Which is just, like, whenever, isn't there a thing called MCC Day, where it's like a Minecraft championship thing that involves all the MC YouTubers? Whenever that trends on Twitter, I say, it's MCC Day. In which case, allow me to take this opportunity to advertise the MCC, the Master Chief Collection, because I just don't want to support it at all. I'm like, hey, so long as the abbreviation MCC is trending, let's talk about a game that actually has that thing called MCC, the Master Chief Collection. Go play that instead, please.
Head up to the roof level, Spartan.
Defenders of teenagers 13 to 17, probably.
There's the pad. He's standing
A lot of kids defended him by saying he actually just got lucky, which is absurd. Like, you know, that's Nagito Kamaeda levels of luck. No way you're getting anyone with a functioning brain to believe that, oh, you just got lucky, that insanely lucky. He did stream, but only for a few hours after people already called him out. In other words, he backpedaled, he screwed the pooch, and he's trying to compensate. It's like, oh, people call me out for my shit, well then let me just fix it. Ooh, oh dear. People use him having ADHD as an excuse for everything. People will grasp onto anything that they can to defend those people, I swear. It's absurd. Alright, which one's getting the who do I trust to not die with this thing? I choose you. Don't die with the rocket launcher, okay? Hold on to it. You may keep using it as long as you don't kill yourself with it. One comparison you remember seeing is if I get imposter 10 times in Among Us, it means I'm lucky not that I cheated. That is, oh, that's the brain rot of the MC YouTuber community. Yeah, so, oh my god. It's interesting how one thing boils down to, so one thing boils down to random chance, and the other things boils down to your speedrunning abilities being so on point that it'd be so low to actually do it. It's not how that works. Oh my god, things are trying to kill me. Hello. I'm probably dead here. Nice rocket. Okay, very nice rocket. See, that's why I give the rocket to people, because I know that they're gonna kick ass with it. I gave the rocket to that guy, and he blasted the brute with the rocket launcher. That is such a horrible analogy, the freaking Among Us thing. Ugh. As someone with ADHD and autism, it's not an excuse. Yeah, it's not. Like, that's not an excuse for your behavior. Like, I think people just like to use stuff like that as an excuse to try to make up for their shitty behavior. It's like, look, I get that you have this thing, but that doesn't excuse your actions as a human being. It was random chance for Dream, 1 in a trillion. Yeah, 1 in a trillion versus, so, how many people are in an Among Us game? Like, 10, I think? So, 1 in 10 chance versus 1 in a trillion chance. Not even remotely comparable. But people think that it is because people are stupid. Not that that is a surprise to anyone. Ah, yeah. Where's that coming from? Right down there. Got him. You like Minecraft, not the Dream Team? Oh yeah, I like it too. I like it too, because like I said, I still occasionally boot up Minecraft just to relax and chill and play casual survival. Or if I just want to build something, I'll boot up creative mode. Like I don't want to shit on Minecraft, because Minecraft is genuinely a good game. Like and I've had a lot of fun playing it with friends over the years. I've made a lot of great memories. I met a lot of great people because of it. I think Minecraft is a genuinely great game, and I have a lot of great memories associated with it. But this new era of Minecraft YouTubers just... Hammer boy! Hello. How you doing today? Please don't hammer me. Goodbye. And goodbye to you. I'm dead. No, I'm not. I live, somehow. This new era of YouTubers is pissing me off. Who doesn't like Minecraft? Some people. And I honestly, I think that there's some people who have kind of drifted away from Minecraft because of the new era of MC YouTubers. And I can't really blame them for that. So, you know, there's certainly some people. Funny Dreams was like, oh yeah, so I saw that. I saw that list of, because I voted for the Game Awards, all the categories recently. I saw that list of content creators. I'm like, I don't know any of these people except for the one that I do know, which is Dream, and I'm not voting for Dream. That's not happening. So yeah, it's just like, how did these people get picked? Like, actually, how did that happen? I didn't know any of the people on that list. And Dream certainly isn't going to win. Oh, sorry, Dream shouldn't win, but like you said, he's probably going to. He's probably going to. Remember Stampy? Oh, Stampy was so awesome. The original era of Minecraft YouTubers. Like, Stampy was freaking awesome. Like, you could tell he was just such a genuine guy who really cared about what he was doing. He was really creative, really smart, put a lot of passion into his content. And, you know, he's still around. And I like to think that he's kind of, because used to be his target audience, or his main audience, was a lot of kids. But now those kids, like us, have grown up. So I think his content has kind of grown up to match his audience, which I kind of respect that. You know, he's not just trying to pander to kids forever. And I don't think he ever was trying to pander to kids. I think he was just, you know, being very, very wholesome with his content to try to account for his audience. So I think Stampy's a really great guy. I really think he was. Hi friends. This is probably me dead, or not. So yeah, I miss those days. Skydo's Minecraft? Actually, you're right behind me. I actually never watched Skydo's Minecraft. I heard his song, like I think, New World. It's a parody of, I don't know what song it's parody of, but it's the New World song. I watched that, but I never actually watched his content. Goodbye. I obviously know Captain Sparkles from the songs he made with Tryhard Ninja, but an underrated Minecraft YouTuber that I don't think a lot of people have heard of is actually Acidic Blitz. And I'm really sad to say that he's gone down the Fortnite rabbit hole, by which I mean he doesn't cover Minecraft anymore. He covers Fortnite because now Fortnite's the new hip thing. And it kind of makes you wonder, did he ever actually care about making Minecraft videos, or was he just making those videos because he knew they were popular at the time? Which it's always sad to see that, because it's like, it makes you question whether they actually had passion for the things they were covering in the first place, or whether they were doing it because they thought it'd make them popular. Ballistic Squid, yeah, absolutely. Ballistic Squid is absolutely another contender. Oh my god, he did a lot of videos with Stampy, and those two made a great team. They bounced off each other very well. Watching those two play Adventure Maps was like the shit back in the day. He didn't pander to kids. He just made videos real kids. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like I said it and then kind of corrected myself, because he never pandered to kids. He just kind of change his content so that it would be more palatable to a younger audience, kind of thing. Where like instead of, like, he didn't have to pander to children. He just, you know, stopped swearing and stopped covering mature games. Just covered games that he knew kids would be able to consume, and, you know, kind of focused on that kind of stuff instead. So where did Rocket Guy go? He was here a minute ago, and now he's just gone. I don't know where he went. But yeah, I really miss that era of Minecraft YouTubers. What is this? Do I even need to say anything about this one, or should we can I just let this speak for itself? I think I can just let this speak for itself. You need a hand there, pal? You need a push toward the door? Would you like me to push you towards the door? Maybe? Friend? Would you like a hand? Please? Please go toward the door? Please? You're almost there. Is that a game journalist playing? Yeah, actually, this is an IGN employee. What's going on with them? They're trying to run for the evac pelican, but they're running into their AI. Their pathfinding is clearly bugged. They're trying to run towards the.
Excuse me.
No, not excuse me. I'm trying to help you get to the damn evac pelican. Move. Go towards the door. Don't me. What are you doing? Can you break the window? I don't think so. I think the only game with destructible windows is commentable. I can try though. Yeah, no, it's not gonna break. I gotta get her towards that door if she's gonna get outside. Stop it. Stop it. She's almost there. No. We were so close. Move it. Move yourself back towards the door. This is what being a fly feels like. God damn it. Move. Move. Ah. Ah. She's having the time of her life, man. Really? You sure about that? Okay, what if I go out... Okay, hold on. Let me try to find the rocket in a second. I'm about to give up on her pathfinding. I think the rocket might have despawned, which is unfortunate. Because I saw it being used a minute ago. People who like Danganronpa 3 in a nutshell. Basically, but unfortunately the audience... Oh, here's the rocket. Kill her. I don't... well, hold on. Let's see. Let's see. If I go outside, will it force her AI to follow me out here? Nope, that's not happening. You're just gonna stay here forever, huh? Great! Okay! Lesson learned. Can't do that. That gets me killed. If you kill a civilian, it just kills you instead. Okay. So I don't think I can push her back. I think she just is gonna default back to this position. Natural selection. Yeah, I think the universe has chosen her fate. I don't think if I had grenades. Oh, I did it! No, that's how we do it. Wait, we have to punch her. Punch. No, go. Yeah. Alright, you're a lost cause. Natural selection. I got her all the way to the goddamn door. And she still is running back to the stupid window. Fine. You wanna stay in that window? Do your thing. I'm leaving. Goodbye. I should have become a watchmaker. Yes, I should have. Anyway. What were we talking about? What were we talking about before this? Oh, Minecraft YouTubers, right. Yeah, Stampy was, those days were great. Those are the days of MC YouTubers. She still determined to say that. Yeah, because, like, I thought she was trying to go outside, but, like, it just wasn't letting her go because the collision was blocking. So I thought if I pushed her, towards the door, her AI would, like, fix itself and it would take her outside. No, that didn't happen. That did not happen. She just... Trevor Magic beats women. Yeah, that's it. There's the proof right there. Cancel. I've been canceled. I punched her and tried to get to the door. That's it. My YouTube channel's over. That's it. That's it. That's the end of the road. Nice knowing you, everybody. See you later. Okay, I'm kidding, obviously, but yeah, that's... Trevor Magic is canceled, confirmed. Unsubscribing, yeah, that's it, that's it. That channel's over, and that's the end of the road. I'm canceled. That's the end of my YouTube career. It was fun while it lasted, everyone, but unfortunately, I punched her to try to get her out the door. I crossed the line. Did too much. Sorry, everyone. Actually, wait, no, I gotta start with. I didn't want to have to make this video, but I gotta talk about it. That's how I should have started it. Gonna go write an angry blog about what I did. You have been slain. I have. My YouTube channel has been defeated. I've been dethroned. My career's over. It's done. It was nice knowing everyone, but unfortunately, that right there is what happened to my channel. It's been destroyed. The game journalist that was controlling her is gonna write a hit piece on me. Yeah, basically. Yeah, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for the twit longer post about me. You can clip on YouTube, by the way. Yeah, I think you can, but it's a lot more tedious. I'm pretty sure because like it's not as straightforward as I think as on Twitch. Because like I try to clip out the Toy Story 4 debate from the Infinite stream, but it literally told me this is too long. Please try again. So it's YouTube rejected the Toy Story 4 debate. Josh Cooley's exposing you on Twitter now. Yeah, he's finally found the ammunition that he needs to take me down. Now I don't have to play Mars Sunshine. As punishment, I'll have to watch Home Alone 5. Yeah, there it is. There's the punishment. I have to watch Home Alone 5 to pay for my sins of punching her. Ammo for me. Face camera with now. Yeah, that's the one good thing is now that my YouTube channel's over and I don't have to play Sunshine. So there we go. Well, at least as it stands, I might not have to play it anyway. It just depends on whether I reach 5K subs or not. I'm hoping, well, it's a double, because on one hand, it's like, it'd be cool to reach 5K subs before the end of the year. On the other hand, it's like, but if I do, then I have to play Sunshine. So, we'll see what happens. Because I don't know. Honestly, it could go either way. At the rate that I'm climbing to up the subscriber count, it could happen. You missed that rocket horrendously. It could happen, but it could not. So it could go either way. What's the deal with Sunshine? In case you missed the Mario Kart stream, I made a promise that if I reach 5K subs before the end of the year, I would play Super Mario Sunshine. I would do a full live stream of Super Mario Sunshine. To clarify, I might not do it all in one stream. I might do it over multiple streams, but I will stream the entirety of Sunshine. Not 100%, but I'll do it from the start of the game to the credits, live on stream. The problem, so that's the promise that I made, was I will do that if I reach 5K subs before the end of the year. Kind of hoping that I wouldn't actually. Am I stuck? Oh great! Now the car's stuck on a rock. Great. Get off the rock. See, now I'm punching cars. I just can't help myself. Now I went from punching her to punching cars. It's just I can't help myself. Apparently. Trevor Magic beats cars confirmed. Yeah. Not any more subs. It's getting scarily close to 5K subs. I'll be honest, when I made that promise, I kind of thought I never would actually have to worry about it, because I'm like, there's no way I'm gonna get enough subs before the end of the year to reach 5K subs. But it's getting disturbingly close to 5K, so I'm a little nervous about that. But I will say, I will uphold my promise. I will stream Sunshine if I reach it. I just kind of think/hope that I never will. And take a gravity hammer to the face, please. Thank you. Video games, yeah, here we go. Here's the proof we found. We found the proof that we always needed, that video games actually make you violent. I'm punching cars. Here it is. The video game violent sycophants and politicians and news talk show scapegoat hosts have finally won. They finally found the evidence they were looking for to prove once and for all that video games make you violent. It's over. It's over. We lost. Video games are canceled now. No more violent video games. Beating cars is car-phobic. Yep, here's my confession. I hate cars. Good thing Neil's not here, by the way, because Neil loves cars. Like, Neil's a very big car buff. If he saw me punch the Warlock, he might have actually tried to sue me. That's a meme, of course, but, you know, I think he might have had something to say about the conversation that we're having right now about being car-phobic. Okay, that wasn't my fault. The Marine in the side seat just rocketed that mongoose. That was not my fault. I claim no responsibility for that. I have no control over the Marine in the side seat with the rocket launcher. Lightning McQueen... Imagine Lightning McQueen strolls up to my house and runs me over and then says, "Ka-chow, bitch." So yeah, imagine if that was the thing that happened. Anyway. Well, that was a mission. That was quite the mission to do. Imagine if Tomater strolls up to my house. It's like, dadgummit. Back to normal. Yeah, so sometimes the stream will lag on YouTube a bit. I found that if you give it a second, it usually sorts itself out. Either that, or if you refresh the page, that can sometimes do it as well. Hi! Hello. How you doing? Goodbye. I suck you. Goodbye. Stay away from me. Damn it. Okay. I almost did that. Oh, I got him. I got him from the grave. Lightning McCatmobile. You don't get what happened with the game with my Sunshine LP. The controls never that bad when I played. If there's a game with a keyboard. I hate the controls in Sunshine. It actively feels like the game is fighting against me at every available opportunity. I actually hate Sunshine's control scheme. I don't feel like I have anywhere near the mobility of that I have in the other Mario games. So that's why I hated playing through it. But I think I'm willing to give it another shot. I thought I pressed right trigger. So I'm just, I wasn't a big fan of it when I played it, but I am willing to give it another shot. I think maybe playing it on stream make it more tolerable, because part of the thing that was so annoying was I had to keep redoing sections, and there was no one to talk to. It was just me sulking in silence. But I think if I have a chat to like interact with while I'm doing it live, that might make it better, because like I can talk to people while I'm reading, because I will die. There will be death. So I imagine it'll probably make it better if I have a chat to talk to in the meantime. You really hate those news articles that try to claim that video games are the course of every violent action in the last few years. They're based on nothing but outdated research. Yeah. There's no... The amount of evidence, the amount of studies that are done that prove definitively that video games do not cause violence is insane.
Go ahead, Noble 2.
Picked up your transponder
Most politicians are spacing out this stuff. Yeah, it doesn't... It just feels like politics, or politicians and news anchors who are looking for a scapegoat just have something to talk about. Stream crash isn't just me. Looks fine on my end. Did it crash for anyone else? Well, I guess if it did, you wouldn't be able to answer because you wouldn't hear me, but... if you can hear me, let me know in chat, because let me know if the stream crashed or not. It's good for you? Okay. It's good for you. You've played some games with the keyboard. Playing 3D game with the keyboard is impressive. I played Dragons of 3D with the keyboard. I actually prefer it with the keyboard now. Like, I can never go back to controller, because I guess I'm just more used to it now. But bow aiming is definitely easier with keyboard and mouse. But yeah, generally speaking, I like to play platforms with a controller. Evil Emperor Josh Cooley driving Lightning McQueen, kidnapping me and forcing me to watch Home Alone 5. Now that's a fever dream. That's a nightmare by design. All we need now is Kodaka to force me to play the ending of V3 on loop, and we've completed the Bermuda Triangle of terribleness. It was lagging, but it's normal. Yeah, someone mentioned earlier that if you refresh it, oftentimes will sort itself out for a bit. Laggy a bit, it's probably because you use school Wi-Fi. Oh yeah, school Wi-Fi sucks. School Wi-Fi is like actual. I think it actually runs on cocoa powder. At least when I was in middle school. High school Wi-Fi was alright, but middle school was a bit of a different story. Halo Reach best Halo? I can see that. I can see why you'd say that. It's got a great story, great level design, decent multiplayer. I think it's perfectly valid to think that Reach is the best. I'm partial to Halo 3 myself, but I can definitely empathize with people who think that Reach is the best. For Sunshine, maybe try playing on Dolphin or at least with a wired controller, because it seems you had input lag in your LP. Oh, I definitely had input lag. But it also could have been my controller, because I actually recently I bought a new controller for the Switch. Because I noticed I was having some problems with Shovel Knight as well, with input lag. At that point, I'm like, okay, maybe it's just my controller. So I bought a new controller for the Pro, because I just bought it at Target one day, and I've noticed that there's noticeably less to no input lag now. So I think it might have literally just been my controller, because I've had a controller for years now. So I think it might have literally just been that my controller was on the fritz and I needed a new one.
Put your wings back on, Lieutenant.
So I think that'll be fine now. It runs by a hamster spinning in a wheel, and when it stops, the Wi-Fi stops. I can believe it. With Kokichi and Nagito in the car with me? Oh god, you've just described torture. Oh god, we're starting with the hunters? Oh no. Not the best starting position. Then Josh Cooley makes me have the fate of mine. I'll get kidnapped or accused of murder every single day. I do wonder sometimes, like, I strongly doubt Josh Cooley even knows I exist. But there is a part of me that wonders if he has seen or if he ever will see my Toy Story 4 series. But even if he does, I don't think he'll make it further than the first 5 minutes, because I'm really proud of the first, like, the opening 3 minutes of my Toy Story 4 series, because I think that does a really good job of, like, hooking you to convince you to want to watch the rest of it, because I make such bold claims of, like, this is terrible, its characters, plot, and themes are all awful, it destroys the series, and then it's like, wait, but everyone thinks it's amazing, so what could you possibly mean? I think I did a really good job of, like, convincing you that I have things that are worth saying and that convincing you to check out the rest of the series. So I think I'm really proud of the opening, like, the opening to my series, but I think his ego is so massive that I think if he saw that, he'd be like, lol, you spent 6 hours talking about my movie? Wow, you better get a life. At which point I would say, oh yeah, guess what? You spent 4 years of your life making a movie that destroyed characters that are beloved to everyone, so to each their own, I suppose. But yeah, I doubt he's seen my series, but even if he did, I don't think he'd ever comment on it. I don't think he would even watch it all the way through. But if I could just say, hey, Josh Cooley, I know that you don't have time. I know you're probably busy ruining someone else's childhood, but if you have time, please just watch these specific sections, and I would cite him the Jesse assassination section, the Buzz assassination section, and the Woody assassination. I just want him to watch the 3 sections where I break down how their characters were assassinated. If nothing else, I would want him to watch just that. if you watch the videos, you would be like, lol, you aren't an expert of Toy Story. Yeah, that would... I mean, honestly, if Josh Cooley actually did watch my videos and he was like, hey, you want to talk about the movie? Which he never would. To be clear, I'm not living in a fantasy world. I know that would never ever happen. But if it did, I would love the chance to just jump on a Discord call with Josh Cooley and just talk to him for like an hour or two to try to figure out what the hell he was thinking. Like, how did this happen? I really think that if I talk to him, I might be able to either convince him, like, to bring him the perspective. I wouldn't focus on the plot stuff, because he's already admitted the plot is broken, so I wouldn't focus on that. I would focus on the characters. And I think we might be able to reach kind of an understanding of each other. Because I do wonder, like, if someone told him the story that I told in my series of, like, how much these characters mean to me, how would he respond to someone saying, like, you destroyed everything that I loved about these characters? Like, what would he say in response? Would he just say, well, that's your opinion? Or would he say, like, or would he try to counter, or would he say, I understand? Like, what would his response be, is what I would wonder. CinemaSins making everything wrong with how Toy Story 4 ruined everything. I wouldn't care. CinemaSins would do a crap job. CinemaSins is garbage. Like, I think people would compare my video to CinemaSins. So, it's just kind of annoying, because, like, I'm not like CinemaSins. I'm not like them at all. Because they don't... Their thing is all about jokes and just trying to be funny and quick and snappy and not actually taking time to break down why things are actually bad. And they also do it for every single movie, or almost every movie, even for good ones. So when you do it for a good movie, you're forced to find things that are wrong with it, which means that you aren't actually pointing out things that are bad. You're just looking for things that are bad, and you're oftentimes making false points to do that. It's the same thing with Cinema Wins, by the way. People think Cinema Wins is better than CinemaSins, but they're not. They're the same problem in reverse. They cover every movie, or almost every movie, and when they talk about good movies, it's fine. But when they talk about bad movies, like, they have to go out of their way to find things that might be conceived as good, which means that they're just, like, lying by omission, or just being, like, misconstruing what happens to try to force the narrative down the audience's throat. It's the same problem in reverse. I never understand that. He would say it's just a kid's movie. I don't think he would, because he clearly believes that he's doing something very impactful and important with Toy. Like, he thinks that what he did is really meaningful. I don't think he'd make that defense. I really don't think he would. Especially since I would just, like, mirror that, okay, well, the first three were also kids' movies, and they didn't have these problems. Pub reaction channel or view channel finding out the video would be a good way for it to spread. Yeah, but the problem is that if any of those, if any popular channels found my video, it wouldn't go well. It would just, people would see it and be like, wow, what a lame-o, imagine thinking Toy Story 4 is bad. Because what happens, what I absolutely hate about YouTube, or at least the YouTube audience, is that, not you guys, but just the general YouTube audience as a whole, is what happens is if people see a video that's longer than 10 minutes, they immediately go, what? You spent this long talking about a thing, lol, then it's just bloated and long and bad, because long equals bad. That's just how the mindset of people works. So, like, they wouldn't give my video the time of day. They'd look at it, they'd see the timestamp, and then they'd go, oh, well, if it's long, it must be bad then, so I'm not gonna watch it. So it would do nothing but give me, would nuke my reputation even further. Because then Josh Cooley would only ever see it through the medium of people saying, wow, this person made a long video about Toy Story 4, and he would never ever give it a chance. So I honestly don't even want that to happen. Because, like, I'm not afraid of my arguments being proven wrong. I know damn well that specifically my criticisms of the characters hold up well under any scrutiny. But no one would give that a shot because they just see, oh, you spent over an hour, you spent 6 hours talking about the movie, well then you must be wrong by default because you made a long video. It's just annoying. I'm getting really tired, because, like, most people didn't say that in my comments, but someone did say, oh wow, you spent 6 hours talking about a movie? That's just pathetic. YouTube commenters are the worst people on the internet, like, even worse than, ooh, I don't know if I go that far. Twitter is a cesspool. I don't know if I go that far, but yes, YouTube comments can be frustrating sometimes. Not all the time. There's a lot of lovely comments, but it's just one bad apple spoils the bunch sometimes. It's that kind of thing. Yeah, I don't envision a scenario where a popular reaction channel sees my video and thinks it's worth anything. I don't envision a scenario where someone sees that video and actually reacts positively to it. I don't think that would ever happen. I think it would only go poorly if someone found my series. Because if I could just get in a one-on-one conversation with Josh Cooley, I'd love to just talk to him to see what he was thinking. But if he finds out through the medium of some reaction channel, just using it for like some unnamed reaction channel who plays a video in full, doesn't comment on it, possibly even leaves the room to make chicken nuggets, that wouldn't go over well. It really wouldn't. Because I'm getting really tired. Okay. You can wait for your opinion to spread and change the mind of some people. No, but that's the thing. It's like, you've seen what happens already. What happens is people will see the video, see that it's long, and then go, oh, well, I don't want to watch a long video. Long videos are bad, because long equals bad. So, like, it would never get further. If it reached a mass critical appeal, with how much people think this movie's amazing, it would never go over well, because people would just see that it's long and go, oh, well, if it's long, it must be bad then. So it wouldn't get me anywhere, except ruin my reputation even further as just the guy who spent 5 hours or 6 hours ranting about a toy movie for kids. Which is such a disingenuous misrepresentation of what I did. Because, like, I genuinely believe that specifically some of my character stuff is, like, some of the best things I've ever written and edited on the channel. But, you know, it's long, so who cares, am I right? I think the only reason why I was able to get away with Danganronpa 3 is because each individual episode, except for the finale, was like 30 minutes at the longest. But if I think if I did it all in one shot, people would have been less receptive to it, because it would have been way too long. Is there a way to condense it? I could technically make an abbreviated version where I only talk about the way that Jesse, Buzz's, and Woody's characters were destroyed. I could do that, but I wouldn't want to, right? Because, like, the reason I covered everything is because some people might say, oh, well, I don't care about the characters, I just love the themes. Or I don't care about the themes, I just love the plot was so gripping. People love movies for different reasons, so I wanted to cover every single aspect of it to leave no room for doubt and to establish definitively that this film is broken from every conceivable angle. Alright, I forgot. Don't worry, YouTube disabled dislikes, so no one will ever notice. I forgot. Thanks, YouTube, for listening to your creator. Like, that's such bullshit. I think what pissed me off the most is the fact that they're lying about it, because they're like, we're doing it to protect the mental health of our creators. Like, no, you're not, because newsflash, the creators, like myself, can still see the goddamn like to dislike ratio. I can still see it. It's still in my analytics. I can check anytime I want. So you're not doing anything to help my mental health. All you're doing is shielding major corporations like IGN, for example, and YouTube themselves, because they got butthurt after their terrible YouTube Rewind video. You're shielding the corporations from things like that, because you can't take it. You can't handle the feedback. I guess technically it's not feedback, but you're afraid of bad PR, so you want it to stable so no one can see it. I just hate it. Because no one... He just fell off the building. Alright. See you later, friend. Nice knowing you. You heard somewhere they decided not to? I didn't hear that. I feel like I would have heard about it if they actually doubled back on that. I mean, maybe they did and I just didn't hear it, but with how quickly the decision spread on the internet, I feel like I probably would have heard about it if they chose to double back on that. It gives off vibes of when Apple said they stopped providing chargers with phones because of the environment. Yeah, that's such bullshit. That is such bullshit. Like, don't even try to shove that bullshit reasoning down my throat. Remember when they removed the headphone jack? Yeah, that was a really great business decision that everyone really loved and made a lot of sense. Well, I mean, I guess it made sense for them because they can sell more dongles and more accessories and more AirPods. But wasn't a pro-consumer choice, that's for damn sure. One day YouTube is going to become the exact same as YouTube TV. I don't like to be cynical about things. I like to try to, like, I get if you may not think this about me because so much of my content has been spent like criticizing a lot of stuff, but I don't like to be pessimistic or cynical about things. I like to be kind of optimistic and look on the bright side of things. I know you might not get that vibe because so much of my content is spent tearing things to shreds, but I do generally like to be more I like being positive more than I like being negative. It's just that I tend to have a lot more things to say about the things that I hate than the things that I love. For the most part, though. I mean, there's exceptions, obviously, but, you know, I'm more likely to make a video talking about something I hate than something I love, unless it's something like Dragons in 3D, which is just so criminally underrated that I think it deserves more attention and I want to talk about it. We are removing YouTube. Now it's just ads. Welcome to YouTube 2024. There are no videos, just ads. Bring money. Still have an iPhone 6, so you have no such weakness? Yeah, you're lucky. You are lucky, my friend. Unfortunately, technology ages and, you know, it kind of forces an upgrade for me. So I'm still stuck in that hellish landscape. Interestingly, though, there was actually going to be a section in my Toy Story 4 series in the final episode where I talked about Apple. I know that sounds really odd, but the reason why is because I was going to, because there was literally, it was to prevent exactly what happened on Monday in the Infinite stream. Because I was afraid some people might say, like, lol, you can't prove it's been 2 years of playtime, and I'm gonna be like, fucking watch me, bitch. I can prove it, and I'm gonna do it right now. So I was contemplating making a section in the final episode where I established definitively a clear timeline of events, where it's like, this is my evidence to prove that 2 years of loving playtime has passed. And my evidence for that was going to consist of using Andy and Molly's ages to prove the time gap, as well as some other stuff, like just the timeline events, like showing 2 Christmases have passed and the way the shorts line up to form a timeline. But the final nail in the coffin was going to be the fact that using Apple references to prove my point, because there were no iPhones in the Toy Story series prior to this point. But because the iPhone launched in 2007, we know that Toy Story takes place in 1995 because that's when the Buzz Lightyear toy launched. So we know that it has to be, like, you carry on years after that. So you use the ages of the kids to prove how many years after Toy Story 4 is, and then you combine that knowledge with the fact that 2005 was the model for the Mac computer in 2005 is the same model that is shown off in Toy Story 3. And furthermore, since we know that there's 2 years between Toy Story 3 and Toy Story 4, the 2005 plus 2 is 2007, which is the same year that the iPhone launched, which would mean that it would be the year that Toy Story 4 takes place, which would establish the timeline of events to be 2 years between movies. I was gonna put it in the final episode because I was really proud of, like, the evidence I had to prove the timeline. But the reason I cut it is because I didn't think I ultimately decided, well, I don't think many people will. I think if I just show quickly, like, the 2 Christmases thing, that'll probably be enough to prove my point. And I just thought, because it was gonna be during the section where I talk about Woody's assassination, and I think if I put it there, it would have dragged the pacing down a lot. Like, it would have felt more disjointed. Because it would have been like me going on a rant about Woody, and then all of a sudden I'm being very clinical and explaining the timeline, and then going back to ranting again. So I cut that section to kind of fix the pacing up a little bit. But evidently I'm thinking maybe I should have put it in, because then we get people like Joe and Brooks like, lol, the shorts aren't canon. You can't prove it's been 2 years of playtime. It's like, just end me already. But, you know, what can you do, I suppose? Yeah, there was gonna be a part like that in the episode, but I decided against it. Apple is such a scummy company. Yeah, yes, they are. Apple is indeed a very scummy company, and I don't get people who prefer the Mac OS to the Windows operating system. So the dude I argue with, whether someone I knew or random, they were 2 friends that I met in high school, Brooks and Joe. And they're still good friends of mine. Like, to be clear, there's no bad blood between us or anything. We're still good friends. I've played Infinite with them since between then and now. It's just that they made really terrible arguments in defense of Toy Story 4, and it really pissed me the hell off when they did it. So they weren't just some random person in chat that came into the call. They were people I knew very well, actually. I've been through a lot with those two guys. But yeah, I can't understand why people prefer the Mac operating system to the Windows operating system. Worst part is that they're richer than Nintendo, Microsoft, and Sony combined. Yeah, it sucks. Because the thing is, like, Steve Jobs, helped found Pixar. Like, he's part of the reason why Toy Story got made in the first place, which is why there's so many Apple references in the Toy Story movies. So I can't really, like, hate Steve Jobs for that reason alone, because, like, without him, Toy Story would never have been made, kind of thing. But what Apple is right now is just, I imagine it's so far from the company he would have wanted it to be. It's kind of like, you just sigh. Did we win? No, I guess I gotta defeat this thing. Also, I guess I can tell a high school story about this. So when I was in high school, I had to print something off the school library before class started. But our school had Apple computers, not Windows computers, and I hate Mac computers with a fiery passion. So I had to, like, I was wrestling with the operating system to actually get my paper printed out on time. So then when I came back to my first period, I just sat down at the desk and I said, I hate Macs. But there was a so the teacher looked at me like, that's very rude. How can you say that about Macs? I'm like, what? I just said I hate Macs. And then she's like, that's not very nice to say about him. And then I realized, like, oh, she thinks I'm talking about the student in our grade called Max, not the computers that are Mac computers. So yeah, there's your high school story for the day. A story about someone thinking that I said I hate Max the person, not Max as in the computers themselves. I guess I could have said I hate Mac computers, but I just never thought that people would think I meant anything else, I guess. So I didn't think to clarify it. But I guess that's on me, but you know. I've never actually used Linux before. I've used a computer that has Windows. I've used a computer that has Mac. That has the Mac OS. I've never used a computer that has Linux. But I did meet, when I was in middle school, I met someone that was like a full-on PC elitist and told me that Linux is the only operating system that's good and you must use Linux or else you're a pleb. So, you know, that was fun to deal with. But he was a hardcore PC fanboy. Like, he was the embodiment of what... Oh my god, I don't know what the hell has happened there. He was the embodiment of what encapsulates a PC elitist fanboy. It was very much painful to have a conversation with him. He left before 8th grade, so it wasn't all that bad. What killed me last time? I didn't even see what shot me. Was it from down here? Oh god. I didn't even see what happened. Anyone who says pleb can shut up. Oh, well, there's a... What's my opinion on Windows 11? I haven't upgraded to it, and I don't want to. I probably will have to at some point, but for the time being, it's not forcing me to upgrade, so I don't want to. I mean, I didn't want to upgrade from Windows 7. I didn't want to upgrade from Windows 8, and I definitely didn't want to upgrade from... So I didn't want to upgrade to Windows 8 or 10, but I did. And Windows 8 was fine. Windows 10 took some getting used to, but I got used to it in time. But, Windows 11, I just don't want to... I'm sure if I upgraded, I would get used to it in time. Because the trend that always happens is I upgrade operating systems, and then I don't like it, and then it takes me some time, and I'm just used to it. That's the thing with UI, is that UI, you get so used to it, and then it changes and you hate it, and then you still hate it, but you get used to using it. So, you know, I'm sure I'll live if I ever have to upgrade, but I just don't, I'm gonna hold out as long as I possibly can. I think some people still have Windows 7. So, you know. When you had your introduction week this year, you had to work with the hardware they had, and they only had Mac computers, confused you to no end. You didn't understand how it works and didn't intend to. Yeah, Mac computers are not intuitive at all. Like, just imagine what the most intuitive thing in the world is, and then imagine the opposite, and that's a Mac computer for you. They make it as hard as possible to try to use it effectively. Maybe when you should add an old UI option. Yeah, but it's not that simple, unfortunately. Like, it's not as simple as just switching the graphics in a game. There's a bit more to it than that. There's a lot that has to be overhauled in order to make UI fully functional. And I'm gonna try this on for size, see how this works out for me. But yeah, honestly, my first operating system was Windows XP, and I love Windows XP. I have so much nostalgia for that operating system, because that was like my first exposure to a computer ever. I wish, man, going back to Windows XP would be so cool. Just for like a day, just to see When you think of the word nostalgia, Windows XP immediately comes to mind. Yeah, me too, me too. Because that was my first computer was a Windows XP machine. That was my very first computer was Windows XP, and I loved it. I absolutely loved using that thing. I might be dead here, though. We'll see. There's a modified Windows 10 distribution called Arium Udman Show, which does that. Well, yeah, I mean, so, I'm not saying it can't be done, I'm just saying it's more complicated than just, like, flipping a switch and switching the UI from one mode to another. Yeah, it did. It had a really good vibe to it. I loved Windows XP operating system. Can you stop armor locking, for Christ's sake? Jesus Christ. The thing I hate most about Reach is armor lock. I really do. I've never liked armor lock. I'm glad it never made a return. You now have Windows 11. Friday installed a graphics driver update that caused your laptop screen to completely stop working. Yeah, I walked right into that grenade. That's the problem with upgrading to new systems, is it just wrecks your UI, or sorry, the more something has to update, the more likely it is to break old things. Like, there was a Windows update this year that kind of just broke everything. So, you know, try to avoid updates as often as you can. I gotta get through this encounter first, and then I'll go back to reading chat, because I gotta stay alive here. So, to this day, you never understood why the room was Space Kid 3 playing that. I actually never played that. That was not a thing I ever played. But something I used a lot was Microsoft Paint. As I'm sure. Stop armor locking, for Christ's sake. Jesus. I hate armor lock so much. If any of you in chat have played Halo Reach, you can empathize. Using armor lock, or sorry, dealing with armor lock is painful. There were so many. I played so many cool games. I mean, not cool games, but there were so many, like, preschool-oriented games I played when I was in preschool, like Blue's Clues games, Dora the Explorer games, things like that. That, like, obviously you never played a day, but when you were a kid, it was so much fun. Unfortunately, they only run on Windows XP, I think, because I think I still have the discs. One thing I've been considering is for, like, a full-on nostalgia trip that would mean nothing to anybody except me, would be to go back and like, play some of those older games that I had, because I still have the CDs for them. I kind of play some of those games I played when I was in preschool for, like, the biggest nostalgia trip of my life, and just see how they are. It's like, I love, the one game I played so much was the Blue Takes You to School game. That was so much fun to play. The NickJr.com games were, oh my god, the NickJr.cod games were, I just said NickJr.cod. The NickJr.com games were phenomenal. Man, I played the, oh, looking cool. Hey, look at that, looking cool Joker just subscribed. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. Hopefully you enjoy my content moving forward, and also, nice name. You're really looking cool there, Joker. But yeah, I really had a lot of fun playing that, and the Nick Jr. games, like the Max and Ruby games, the Backyardigans games. There was a Backyardigans racing game. That thing was so much fun. Unfortunately, none of those games are hosted on, like, they took all those games down anymore, because now all the Nick Jr. shows have been replaced with crap, but, you know. We can remember the good old days. We can reminisce on the time we spent playing those types of games. Yeah, man, oh god, they're all down here, they're all down here, they're all down here. Okay. Cool it. Space and Ball added to the list. Well, let me make sure I make room for Blue Takes You to School, a Blue's Clues game on my list of games to play. Let's not forget Dora and the Lost City of Gold. Let's not forget that one. And the Wubsy. Oh my god, there was like a platforming game of Wow Wow Wubsy. That thing was so much fun. And there was an international super spy, like stealth game. You played as Pablo the Penguin. Ah, man, there were so many good games. You go to school, they make you use the program called ST Math. I've never heard of that before. That is not a thing I'm familiar with. But hopefully it's not painful, because a lot of times stuff like that is very painful to deal with. Like school doctor programs like that. Amori, Celeste, Danganronpa S, Donkey Kong games, Rollins with You, Persona 5, Metal Gear Solid, Blue Takes You to School. Yeah, I think we gotta draw special attention. The most important one is Blue Takes You to School, obviously. Obviously. How could I neglect such computer science masterpiece as Blue Takes You to School? I'm unlocking from memories you forgot I had. Welcome to the power of nostalgia, my friend. Nostalgia is a hell of a drug. It is one hell of a thing. Windows XP was the first operating system you had. It's very nostalgic to me. You had lots of games you can't play anymore that work on Windows 10. Unfortunately, you know how VMware works. Yeah, there's so many games that are just such a nostalgic experience. I'm lucky that Dragons of 3D still works on Windows 10, because one day it's not going to work anymore. But I'm going to make the most of it while I can. You remember playing Wow Wow Wubsy and Yo Gabba Gabba Platforms on your parents' work computer? The power of Trevor Magic. I truly, I mean, honestly, my last name is Magic for a reason. It just, I pull some serious magic to unlock the memories of our youth by saying things like, I played the Wow Wow Wubsy platformer when I was a kid. Truly, a magical power that people wish they could have. Or something like that, I don't know. Putt-Putt goes through time. It's painful, it's really easy, and they don't explain how to play the games. Oh, the thing, oh, is it like Cool Math? Is it that kind of thing? Because I played Cool Math a lot when I was in middle school. Like those kinds of Cool Math games. Yeah, I remember those. Those were the days, I guess. Man, there was so much stuff from when we were kids. You just remember and think back in the good old days. Playing Sonic Flash games. It's not Cool Math. Is it? Well, I mean, I assume it's not the same thing, but is it like similar to it? In terms of like playing educational games that are kind of fun to teach you about math. Sonic Flash games in your childhood. I never played any of those, unfortunately, but I've heard about them. World's hardest game. Let me unlock some more memories for you guys. I remember playing Duck Life. Those were the games. I remember playing the Impossible Quiz. Things like that. How old I am? I am a college student. I'm in college. That's the best you're gonna get out of me. Duck Life. Yeah, see, Duck Life. Duck Life. Alright, here, maybe this is an unforgivable sin, but someone mentioned Club Penguin. I have never played a Club Penguin before. Not a game I've ever played. I've not played Club Penguin. Duck Life 3. Yeah, Duck Life 3 was the best one. I love Duck Life 3. That was the best one in terms of, like, upgrading your duck. Those were the days. Those were the days, man. So many. There were so many cool games like that on just, like, Flash services. And the thing is, I could probably still play them nowadays. Oh, here's a question. Did anybody of you ever play Nitro Type? I don't know if anyone knows what that is, but that's a Flash game 1 day older than it was yesterday. Yep, that's my answer. 1 day older than it was yesterday from my 3K sub video. But, what's up? Yeah, so there's... Nitro Type was something that Nitro Type was something that my business tech teacher... I took a business technology class when I was in 8th grade. She introduced it to us to try to help us learn how to type, which I didn't really need, but, you know, it was a fun game to play, I guess. I might die here. I might explode in a second. Yeah, I had a feeling. But that was a fun game to play. You feel so young in this chat. The thing you had most nostalgia for the Henry Stickmin games. Oh, I knew about those games. Where is this checkpoint? Oh, it's over there. I knew about those games, but I never really, like I said, I never played them. So it was a completely blind experience playing them earlier this year. And I wasn't, you know, not quite, probably just not really my style of game, I guess. So there's still one down there. Damn it. Remember the old humongous games Studio made? Putt-Putt, Pajama Sam, Spy Fox? I do not remember those games. Those do not ring a bell for me, unfortunately. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, can you please calm down? Okay, goodbye. Yeah, you retreat. Thank you. I'm gonna cancel on Twitter again? Oh no, what I do this time? What I do this time? Did I punch the Marine? Is that what happened? Is it because I beat up the elites? What I do this time? Which unforgivable? Oh, is it because I didn't play Club Penguin? Oh right, I'm gonna get canceled for not playing Club Penguin. Gotta go for a bit. All right, see you later, Avery AT. Hopefully you can tune in for whatever you decide to watch next. You still don't screw my hair sticking Let's Play?
Hey, you made
I think I was taking the game way too seriously.
It's a regular family.
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't think the game. I don't think they want you. I got canceled for not playing Club Penguin. Yeah, now see when I punched that person in the last mission, that was one thing. When I punched the car, alright, getting a little closer to the line. But when I said I didn't play Club Penguin, we have gone too far now. It's over. I'm done. Game over. It's over now. I've been canceled.
Sir, that true about Gauntlet Red and Echo teams assigned to civilian evac ops?
Those are senior level communique.
I hear what I hear.
Yeah, I don't think that they clearly didn't want you to take the Henry Stickmin games seriously.
Chasing it.
like they don't want you to do that. It's clearly supposed to be dumb fun where nothing makes any sense. The problem is that I'm not really big into games that are just meant to be dumb fun. Because, like, Call of Duty is just meant to be dumb fun where you shut your brain off and run around mindlessly shooting people. But I don't like that kind of game. I've never liked those kinds of games, so it's just not something I want to do. That's why I didn't really click with me all that much. I will say, though, I had a lot more fun playing it on stream with a chat than I did recording it by myself.
Covenant, trace it to us.
I could.
Noble leader, this is a priority 1 hail. If you are receiving, acknowledge immediately.
Keep it brief.
Carter here. Yes, sir.
We got movement. Multiple Covenant vehicles vacating the area. And they're in a hurry.
How often you see Covenant?
So, was Club Penguin was shut down, right?
Radiation flare. Big. 40 million root guns.
Just lost
or the service still active? Because I know there was a big thing where, like,
90 million now.
YouTube videos showing the final moments of Club Penguin.
How close?
Is it still... Are there still servers active, or is it just, like, dead forever now? I'm not sure. If Danganronpa S pulls a DDLC, it might actually break me. Or FNAF 6. If it pulls a pizzeria simulator, and it's like, oh, actually, this is the fake game.
96 meters northeast.
The real game is another killing game. Gotcha, bitch. I might actually throw myself out a window. I think it's dead. I thought that was the case, but I think I saw some videos like, I'm playing Club Penguin in 2021. Oh my god! Exclamation point! Red circle. Red arrow. Not clickbait. Prank gone wrong. Do I speak languages other than English? Not fluently. I know a little bit of Spanish from high school, but I couldn't speak it fluently. I could probably fumble, like if I were to visit, because I was gonna go on a field trip. I was really excited actually to go to in high school. We were gonna go on a field trip to Mexico for our class. Forgot 45 and I were gonna go together, and I was really excited about it. But then I got sick like the week before I left, so that kind of ruined my chance of going, which is unfortunate because she told me they had a lot of fun on the trip. So it was sad I didn't get to go, but I was really looking forward to exploring Mexico. And I think I probably could have fumbled my way through a conversation there if I went there, but I'm not fluent, and most of what I remember has been flushed out of my brain. What grade was I in? I started learning Spanish, well, okay, I took, like, stupid classes in elementary school for Spanish, like as in classes where the teachers were incompetent. They didn't actually teach you anything useful, so I don't count those. My first real year of learning Spanish was 8th grade. I had a phenomenal teacher 8th grade. She was an awesome teacher. My Spanish 1 teacher in 8th grade is honestly one of the best teachers one of my favorite teachers I've ever had. He was so good. So that was good. And then after that, I learned Spanish 2 in 9th grade, so I was technically a year ahead of where I was supposed to be. I learned Spanish 3 in 10th grade, and then I stopped after that. So most of the specifics and nuances probably been lost over time. But I think I was like, if I went to Mexico in high school when I was supposed to, I think I could have fumbled my way through a conversation if I had to. But no, I'm not fluent in any other languages. Yeah, I'm really hoping that Danganronpa S doesn't pull a DDLC, because I think it might. There's a chance it might.
Noble 1, go ahead.
There's like a slim chance that it might pull a DDLC or Pizzeria Simulator, where it's like, aha, get pranked. It's not actually a fun, happy time game. It's actually another killing game, lol. I really don't want that to happen. That would make me very sad.
We've got a job to do.
To be fair, though, they advertise microtransactions. That would not save them. That would not protect them. Because I'd like to remind you that there was a casino in Danganronpa V3. And it would not surprise me if they tried to do something like that and make the microtransactions a part of a real casino in another killing game. Or it could just be 2 games at once, where it's a fully functional happy game on top, and then there's a sub-layer for a killing game. That microtransaction thing doesn't doesn't save them from skepticism, it's still totally possible for them to pull the rug out from under us, and I'm really hoping they don't. I really don't want them to. I really, really don't want them to. Because honestly, I think I might actually enjoy playing it if it is happy. You need to go. All right. Bye. See you later. Bye, Hedy Ricardo. I'm probably mispronouncing your name, and I'm sorry about that. But I do wish you a good night. Hopefully you have hopefully have a restful sleep, and hope to see you soon for whatever video or stream you decide to tune in for next. So see you later. But yeah, I think if it's just gonna end up being like a happy, fun time, hang out with friends and explore the beach kind of thing, I might unironically enjoy that. Because I do still really care about those characters from the first two Danganronpa games. I think I might actually really enjoy a game that's just about those characters on the beach. I think I would enjoy that. But if it's revealed to be another killing game, I don't know if I can take that. I don't know if I have it in me to deal with another killing game. I really don't. But, you know, it's whatever. I've been through worse. I have been through worse. If I survived Danganronpa 3, if I survived Toy Story 4, I can handle another killing game. Well, I mean, I don't know if whatever Danganronpa S throws my way, I'll handle it in stride. I've handled worse. Also, I think I'm gonna lose the Marines unless I do something about it. Hey, Ghost. Oh God, behind me. Stop it. We lost one Marine. I might lose myself, actually. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, got him. I saved one Marine. Couldn't save both, though. Big sad.
It does seem like overkill. Sending us back here for a simple demo op. Only thinks it's worth it.
Danganronpa S doesn't have an icon for violence in the European rating, only for bad language microtransactions. That's interesting. That's interesting, because I'm pretty sure I remember seeing, like, blood and violence as one of the ratings over here, so that's interesting. So I'm not sure what to make of that.
Might be a Scorpion that's still operational, 6. Take a look.
Half hour past noon. It is 3:35 p.m. here for me. Alright, please jump on the turret, friend. Tiny. Your nickname is Tiny. Tiny, jump in the turret, please. 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 Thank you. Alright, now we can play the game. It would not surprise you if Lamoir dies in Ace Attorney 7. They might have the guts to pull off that. That I think they could do. I don't think they have the guts to kill off like Maya or Edgeworth or anyone like that. But Lamoir, they might. Just so long as they do not do it at the expense of Apollo and Trucy learning their siblings. That is because they clearly care a lot about each other. Like, they clearly care a lot about each other's well-being. And they've been through a lot together. So just tell them their family so that they can actually, you know, care about each other as the family that they are. Instead of just never telling them. Like, could you imagine if someone kept that secret from you? Like, it turned out, like, your best friend was actually your sibling all this time? I don't know why Phoenix hasn't told them yet. But they've been baiting that reveal since Apollo Justice, and they damn well better make good on it. If they make it to 27, they damn well better make good on that promise that they baited. That'd be the spark to have them find out? Maybe. But the simple fact of the matter is that Phoenix should have told them by now. He should have told them by now. There's no reason he should have waited this long. In fact, waiting this long only makes it even worse. Because it just increases the chance that something could go horribly, horribly wrong, at which you cannot never come back from that point.
Time to go to work, Noble 6. Take out those guns.
But yeah, if the one thing that they absolutely need to do if they make it to 27 is they need to capitalize on the Lamoir reveal that they're siblings. They have to do something with that. If they don't, it's like, why did you even set that up? Why did you set it up if you weren't going to do anything with it? You baited this since Apollo Justice Ace Attorney and you didn't do anything with it? Really? When the autopsy confirmed she's Apollo's mother and Trucy's. I don't know about, like, a DNA test would do. I don't know if that would be a part of the autopsy would just be trying to figure out the cause of death, right? Like, I don't know. Without a direct DNA comparison, there wouldn't be any reason for them to actually figure that out for themselves.
Nice job, 6.
Stop shooting me! Ghost no, please, thank you. Your internet hates you. Currently, you have to watch in 144p resolution. I am so sorry to hear that. I am sorry you have to watch in such crap resolution. But, unfortunately, you can still hear us. So you can still hear me talking. So, at least you can still hear me. Communicating is the good thing. Oh God, Banshee, no, Banshee, no, Banshee, stop, please, thank you. Yeah, and you can still chat. So, oh, I mean, I'm dead. Yeah, I saw that. I went way too far up there. Yeah, I don't think an autopsy would inherently reveal, like, I don't think that would give the inherent reveal that they are siblings, because you wouldn't, or that she's their mother, because you need a proper DNA test to confirm that for sure. Because the last names have been changing over the years in terms of like what the actual allegiance is, so you need more than the autopsy, I think. The prosecutor, knowing her background, goes, "Oh, by the way, Apollo and Truce, I'm sorry for your mother's death," and they're like, "What the?" And then they'd run to Phoenix and be like, "What the hell are you didn't tell, did you know about this?" And he'd be like, "Well, I was waiting for the right moment to tell you." And then they'd be like, "Well, when was gonna be the right moment to tell us?" And they'd be like, "Never." Because he's never told them for some stupid reason. And if he's waiting for Lamoire to tell them, then she should have also said something sooner. The fact that they don't know is I hate that they don't know. They deserve to know. They deserve to know their family. You have 144p data with data server, and your school's Wi-Fi hamster running right now. Well, at least you can still enjoy the stream from an audio perspective. Even if the visuals are crap, you can still hear us, which is the good part. You can still hear, even if you're looking at it through pixelated visuals, you can still hear the delightful commentary of which I am delivering. You don't think that's how autopsy work? Yeah, I think you need a little bit more than that to prove that definitively. But I think, yeah, that might be the last case. Maybe that. Oh no! Oh, we're dead. We're dead. We're dead. We don't survive this. That's too many shots to take. Or we're somehow not dead. Okay. All right. I don't know how we survived. Now we're dead. Now we're dead. That turret's gonna shred. Yeah. Okay. That's what should happen the first time. They might save it for the last case. It's like this is the final battle. This is the final showdown of this like to have your kind of Gregson moment where it's like this is someone you really care about who's now dead. Maybe they try to tie it in to kind of close the loops that are still left over from the Apollo Justice storyline of the Gramarye troop, to give a reason for why someone would want to kill Lamoire. Or maybe you can invent some story of why there's a reason, like she's the only person who has something about the perceived bracelet, that's just some kind of reason to motivate that. So it definitely acts as a great motivator to get Apollo Trucy either final case or first. I think more like, because that's a bit of an intimidating task for a first case, right? Like, I mean, obviously Gray's attorney did it with where it was Ryunosuke as the defendant, but that was also the protagonist that's kind of like thrusting the protagonist into his first situation to get him used to it. Whereas for something like that, I feel like they'd save that for the grand reveal at the end of the game. Like, this is the final showdown kind of thing. I think they'd save that for the final case. Especially if we want to give Athena her time to shine and want to like give her more cases to herself. I think it'd definitely be a final case situation. You hope they don't give another backstory for Apollo again? I think they're set now. Because I think they've figured out that what they have going with Spirit of Justice and Dirk Samadhi and the King of Orion works well. Oh, that's the other thing, is you need to figure out a way to get Apollo Justice back to the States, right? Either to get Trucy to Orion, or to get Apollo back to the States. There's no way Apollo wouldn't want to be there for the trial for Lamoire's funeral, right? Or for Lamoire's death, so I think Apollo's done. Well, he can't be done. Because they clearly left off the cliffhanger in Spirit of Justice about how Phoenix needs to tell them that they're siblings. And there's no way he'd only tell Trucy and not Apollo. Like, you need to wait for them to be together for him to drop that bombshell. So I think they need to wait for that to happen. Let's see if I can do this with just an assault rifle. Man, I'm so used to Infinite's assault rifle and how much better it is than Reach's assault rifle, because Infinite's assault rifle is the best it's ever been in the series. And now I have to really pace my shots effectively to not have my bullets spread all over the place. And those backstories. Oh, right, sorry, yeah. In terms of backstories, yeah, his backstory's done. They have what works. They found a backstory that works, and they're never going to revisit it again. They don't need to change it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They found what works. They have found what works, and I think we're safe on that note for a while. Yeah, I'm very happy. It may have taken 2 games or 3 games to do it, but I'm happy they finally gave him the development and backstory that he always deserved. Needlers, please lock on. I think we're dead. Yeah, the needles didn't lock on there. You still think having another game for Phoenix to tell apologists this would be very pointless? Okay, so I told you this yesterday and I'll tell you again today. The 7th Ace Attorney game, the focus would not be that. Like, that wouldn't be the point of the game. But it's a setup that they've been establishing since literally Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. They've established it since then, and they need to pay it off. It's a payoff they need to have in Ace Attorney 7. It's not the focus of the game. It is a payoff that they need to act on, because they've set it up since Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. They can't just drop it like it didn't exist. They have to acknowledge it and pay it off. Like, obviously, there'd be a bigger overarching plot that you need to account for than just that. But that would be a critical point of Trucy and Apollo's, like, that'd be the ultimate payoff, is them finding out that their mother was Lambert and that they're siblings. And it most likely be the game to, like, I think that'd be it. Like, if they make Ace Attorney 7, it'd be the end of the line for everyone. Like, the final showdown, the end game for Ace Attorney, essentially. For everyone's character arcs and all their storylines. So I think that'd be the end. After Ace Attorney 7, do you want to seriously have a reboot? I don't think you will. I really... Reboots don't typically go well for games nowadays. I don't know that I want the series to be just remade. I mean, if you mean, like, focus on a new set of characters, that could be cool. Like, focus on a new area, like, new location, new characters, that could be cool. But in terms of, like, actually rebooting the series, I don't think that would go well at all. I'm very, very hesitant for reboots nowadays. That doesn't typically end well. They'll probably drop their payoff low. They dropped 15 bombs and turnabout Trump. New characters, yeah. That could work. Like, a new... Do what Grey's Attorney did, where you tell a new story with new characters. That could work very well. But just a one-to-one remake of the first game, like, I don't know about that one. I think after Ace Attorney 7, a DGS 3 and another investigation games could be possible. I don't know about that. They haven't even localized Investigations 2. I think it'd be a miracle if we ever get Investigations 3. But DGS 3, maybe, because they did ask in that survey from the summer, like, would you be interested in another Grey's Attorney game? Maybe. The thing is, I don't think if they made one, it would be good. Also, oh, I was gonna say look at the rat, but the rat just disappeared, so never mind. I don't know what you could do with those characters in a new game that wouldn't just, like, cheapen the ending of Greatest Attorney 2. It's kind of like a Toy Story 3 situation, where you ended the game so well, you concluded their character arcs and finalized that story in such a brilliant way. Can I get back, please? 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 Thank you for letting me move past you.
Stay with me.
But I don't... Focus on Japanese torts. Oh, so they could make a game that's, like, focusing on Rinosuke Susato in Japan and, like, their legal clinic. I'd just be really worried. Because, like, again, it's a toy... Hello, look at the rat. It's telling me to watch Ratatouille. Okay, duly noted. I just fear the Toy Story 3 effect in that case of, like, the story's done, you ended the characters, they're over, their stories have been completed, and now you want to make more. Maybe don't. But, you know, open mind as always. I'd be willing to see what they do. What a nice rat. So I commented on my DDS series that said it was meant to be a trilogy. You're right, it was. It was originally meant to be a trilogy, but then the first game sold like shit, so they had to retroactively, like, cut things back so that they could make it 2 games. Because Shuji had to essentially fix it so that instead of being 3 games, he cut back so that it would all be in just one big game to conclude the story. But honestly, if I didn't know, like, if you told me it was planned as a duology, I would have believed you. I never would have in a million years thought that it was planned to be a trilogy, because it doesn't feel like it. It feels so meticulously, intentionally crafted to be a 2-part story that I never would have guessed otherwise. How far am I in the game, by the way? This is the second to last mission. After this, I have 1 more mission to complete, and then that will be the game completed, so we're almost there. I'd say probably another hour or so, and then that'll be the game over. Unless I die a lot, which is possible, but I'd say maybe an hour to an hour and a half is maximum left of the stream. Would I do a review of the Ace Attorney anime? So I've already seen the Ace Attorney anime, and I don't really care enough to talk about it, like in a full-on video, because I can summarize my thoughts on it very quickly. I can just say that anytime it tries to emulate the original trilogy, it fails spectacularly. Anytime it tries to do something new and like tell new stories, it exceeds significantly. Like it honestly blows me away by how creative they can be. Because something I mentioned yesterday is that because the every medium of storytelling has its own standards. So like books and games are allowed to slow down and take their time with things because they have more time, more runtime to work with the amount of content they have to make. But movies and TV shows have less time to work with. They don't have as much time to slow down and elaborate on things, so they have to condense a lot of stuff. So like for instance, trying to condense each case in the Ace Attorney series down into just a couple episodes doesn't work because you have to cut out so much and lose so much of the nuance behind what makes them so good in the first place. Which is kind of one of the main reasons why I don't think they emulated those cases very well at all. But whenever it was allowed to do its own thing, like tell its own stories, when it was no longer limited by trying to port over a story that's told on a different medium, it did very well with that. Train case was amazing. Yeah, the train case. They added new cases? Yeah, I know. I'm talking about the new cases right now. I know they added new cases. Yeah, the train case, like, I got the same kind of feeling of just unbridled smiling as when I saw Phoenix and Edgeworth. Well, I won't spoil it, but there's a scene at the end where Phoenix and Edgeworth team up in the train case that had me smiling ear to ear with the same caliber as when I played the original trilogy. So, yeah, I can definitely empathize a lot with that. The new cases in the anime are great, but anytime it tries to emulate the original trilogy, it doesn't work very well. So I don't think I would make a series on it, because I just don't have that much else to say that would go beyond new stuff equals good, old stuff equals bad. Or not bad, but like, it's just a neutered version of the games. If it's the only way you can consume the story, then it works. But it's like, why would you when you could just like, I would always recommend playing the games instead, because it'll just give you a more fulfilling narrative than what the anime can offer. Turnabout Choo Choo is great. All the backstory with Edgeworth, Larry, and Phoenix is great. Yeah, those episodes were phenomenal. I really loved the backstory episodes. Like the episodes with Maya and Pearl, that backstory, the one with Edgeworth like solving a mystery on the radio with the dog at the mall with Francisca, with young Francisca and Von Karma, stuff like those were all great.
I'm going with cornered. There's nothing here.
You saw the meme saying, Phoenix, please tell Apollo and Tracy they're simply supposed to do something stupid. I mean, that's not wrong. It's probably a good idea to tell them before something stupid might accidentally happen, because that's a line you can't cross back from if he doesn't tell them in time.
Revised?
What were all the new cases? There was one about a shell, one about the train, one where Edgeworth solves it in a mall with like a radio and the dog. I think there's more, but those are the ones I can think of immediately.
Sir, I say we go AI free.
Studio that made the Ace Attorney anime also made the Persona 5 anime, and believe me, it's way worse. Can't put Persona 5 in a series 20 episodes doesn't work. Yeah, I don't. If the game is like 1,000 hours long, you can't condense it into a TV show. That doesn't. I have no intention of ever watching Persona 5 the animation. I've heard nothing but bad things, but even if I heard nothing but good things, I just wouldn't believe them. Like, I don't believe you. You can't. There's no way you can condense this 1,000-hour long story into a season of television. That just doesn't. Maybe if you did a season per palace, but you can't do it all in one shot. Don't even try. Stop trying. Also, the animation in Persona 5 anime is awful. I'm usually forgiving of stuff like that. Like, if the animation is lackluster, I'm usually forgiving of it so long as the story is good. You're gonna go watch the anime so you can see the new cases now? Alright, I wish you the best I wish you having a good time with the new cases then. Have fun watching the anime. The third to last episode was only halfway through the game.
Your new AI friend tell you anything
Interesting.
else, Dot?
She's been expecting you.
That's perfect.
Yeah, like, I wouldn't even try to convert Persona 5 into an anime unless I was allowed to do one season per palace.
Casualty reports have you listed as...
Yes, well, as they say, news of my death has been greatly exaggerated. I only wish the same could be said of the rest of Noble Team.
They had to get the end game in 3 episodes.
It may please you to learn that the data module Noble 2 procured from Visegrad Station contained precisely...
Talking about anime, you see Death Note? No, but I have heard the... I've heard the blank page parody of the Taylor Swift song by Name Wants to Battle, which I believe is about Death Note.
To bring you to me and have been overridden. You are here, Team Noble, to ensure the delivery of this vital data.
You start seeing some videos where the likes are visible but the dislikes are not. And
Others will handle the
it was only a matter of time
I'll need to confirm this new directive
before
of command.
this crap started happening again.
You belong to Oni now.
Do I have the option to not make the dislikes visible in my videos? I always had the option to disable dislikes. Like that was, I always could have manually chosen to do it, but I never did because I think it's just a big turnoff. It's like, if I see a video that doesn't have dislikes enabled, I'm like, okay, why did you do that? Like, what reason did you have for doing that? It's just kind of like an instant turnoff to me. So I'm always more like, I'd rather everyone have the information they have available, like always be able to instantly see the dislike count in the comments and all that. So I've never turned it off, but I could if I had the option to, I just never did. But now I don't have a choice, so thanks YouTube. Like, I don't understand. We always had the just the dislike, not both. Yes, I could have done that. I'm pretty sure. I've never tried, but I'm pretty sure that was an option I could have done. Every Palace takes around 3 24-minute episodes. Yeah, I don't even want to check it out. I'm sure it's nothing but pain to deal with. Yeah, but I haven't seen Death Note though, and I've seen people talking about the all-out attack in the anime. Yeah, I don't even want to. I feel like it's just not worth. I think I've seen enough shit this year that I don't. I think I deserve a break from crap stories, so I'm just not gonna watch it. Maybe I'll check out like one episode for the memes, but I don't think I have no intention of actually like watching the full show. I think that would bring me nothing but pain and agony. We're removing comments because some users got their feelings whatever comments. It would not, honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if one day they try to do that. It really wouldn't surprise me if they try to do that one day. I mean, it would go over horribly, but it wouldn't surprise me. What? Was there? I guess no one was flying this Banshee. Alright, I'll take it. Hello, Grunts, how you doing today? Yeah, it's like we always had the option to disable the dislikes, so I don't know why you're forced. Like, we had the option, you gave people the choice of whether they wanted it or not, and now you're forcing it on everyone. Because forcing changes on people that they previously had an option to, that always works well, right? Forcing changes on people when you previously made it just an optional thing. Yeah, that goes really well. Like, we always had the choice of whether or not we wanted to disable dislikes, and now it's just like, nope, screw you. You know what? If you make a clickbait video, or you make an IGN video, guess what? No one will be able to tell it's bad at a glance because dislikes are no longer a thing. Because YouTube is great at making decisions. Like, I've always been critical of YouTube's decision making, but this one just really rubbed me the wrong way. And that's probably gonna disable me. It's like, splatter you. Okay, got him. We're good. So add the animation to the, no, I can't. You can't. This is going to kill me one day. I can't. You've already, Ratatouille, like, that list consists of 2 good things and then a lot of crap. So maybe don't. I feel like have I not earned a break after my Toy Story 4 series? I feel like I've earned a break from watching crap. I feel like I've earned a break at this point. The only good thing about Persona 5 animation is the fact that Joker actually talks in the anime. That could be cool to see, because like well actually, I don't know, because I actually kind of like the Joker as a silent protagonist, because it allows you to kind of envision yourself as him, like you see yourself as Joker because you just envision your voice as Joker, and like you see it's kind of like, it's the same thing with Chell in the Portal games. It allows you to completely paste yourself onto the character, because they're I need to drink water after this, because like they're a completely silent protagonist. So it's that kind of thing. So I actually kind of like the Joker doesn't talk, except for like the occasional I should write something down kind of thing. Yeah, I'm dead here. The list is balanced like all things should be. Yeah, how bad could it be? From what I've heard, very bad. From what I've heard, it could be very, very bad. You can't be sure Ratatouille will be good. Maybe it might be the worst thing ever. I seriously doubt it. I somehow seriously doubt that Ratatouille is going to be the worst thing ever made. Something tells me that's just not going to be the case. I'm going to revert there. Just this little feeling I have. How Pixar destroyed the rat species in French people. I don't think... Because, like, I don't remember much of Ratatouille, but I have watched it before once when I was, like, very young. And I don't remember just liking it as a kid. I just remember not really having anything strong to say positive or negative about it. But I think as an adult, I might glean more out of it than I would have as a kid. Because that's one thing. That's one thing people told me is that Ratatouille is a film that is much easier to, like, it will resonate more with you as an adult than when you were a kid. So I think I might get more out of it this time. We'll have to wait and see, though. We'll have to wait and see when I watch it. For every good thing, there's gonna be 100 bad things. Yeah, the problem is that I've consumed about 100 bad things this year, so I think I'm due for some good things. Like, apparently Ratatouille. I've heard that WALL-E is like Pixar's magnum opus and like their masterpiece in terms of filmmaking and craftsmanship. So that one I'm really curious about. Because, interestingly enough, one of the reasons I've never seen it before is because my dad actually saw it and told me he hated it. So I've just kind of been, I've been very averted to actually going to watch it myself. But, you know, I'm willing to give it a shot because, like, so many people are telling me that it's just this incredible movie. So I kind of want to see what all the fuss is about. I'm dead, I think. No, I'm not. Okay. I think I narrowly dodged that plasma grenade somehow. I don't know how I did, but I did. I'm not going to complain about it. Go away, you stupid grunt. Joke aside, it's an amazing movie. Yeah, I've been told. I'm excited to see it for myself. That's a lot of brutes. Okay, I need to get out of here. That is a lot of brutes. Alright, I'm going to turn on some of these turrets. Ratatouille's better than WALL-E. That's a take I haven't heard before. I mean, I can't really comment on it because, again, I've not seen either to the point where I can accurately comment on the quality of either. But I have heard a lot of people say that WALL-E is like the Pixar's best film. So I'm curious to see which one I think is better in the end of it. Can't decide. I've heard they're both really good. But a lot of people say like WALL-E is their magnum opus. But again, I'm only parroting things I've heard from other people. So I cannot ascribe value to either when I don't know the actual specifics of either film. It'll all depend on what I think when I actually watch them, and I think I might die here. Yeah, I got way too aggressive. You only played the WALL-E DS game, which is great. I think I saw one of my favorite YouTubers playing like the WALL-E 360 game a couple of years ago. I don't remember anything about it, and I don't think it was particularly good. But I do remember him playing it. So, you know, that's that, I guess. Let's go for the dive bomb. Got it. Nice. Okay. This Banshee is almost dead, so I need to get out of this thing. You remember watching WALL-E when you were 6 and you got a stuffed monkey the same day, so you named him WALL-E. Well, if it works, it works. But by the rules of Toy Story 4, you just that toy meant nothing to you, right? Because toys don't deserve to be with kids. Toys should be out on their own, living their own life, right? That's how toys are supposed to function. Stupid Toy Story 4. Can you blow up, please? Thank you. Alright. His son is Polly. I see. Worst animated movie other than Toy Story 4. Worst animated movie other than Toy Story 4. In recent memory, I might go with Frozen 2. I don't know if that's a hot take or not, but I have a lot of really strong criticisms against Frozen. I really was not pleased with Frozen 2. At all. But, I mean, I think it would probably be something like Boss Baby or something, because Boss Baby's really bad. And I have not seen the second one, but I can't imagine it gets better.
Hold on, Spartans. I'm getting close.
So I don't know for sure. What else? Nothing really jumps to my head, like jumps to my mind immediately. I'm sure there's something, but in recent memory, like Frozen 2 really pissed me off. Or maybe not pissed me, but it really annoyed me. The Lorax. Oh, the Lorax. I can't bring myself to hate the Lorax. It's such a meme of a movie. I can't bring myself to hate it.
Maybe we can grab a
Boss Baby was crap. You also have not seen Boss Baby 2. I haven't either, but I don't plan to watch. I'm like, I don't understand how it got a sequel. Like, how did something this bad get a sequel? You barely remember Boss Baby? Why was it so bad? You kind of have to see it to believe it. That's not saying you should watch it. It's just saying, like, if I described it to you, you probably wouldn't believe it. Oh, oh god, the Emoji Movie. The Emoji Movie just wins. Yeah, Emoji Movie wins by default. That's a movie that even, like, mainstream critics were like, what happened here? I don't know. How did that film even get past, like, the idea stage? How did someone say, oh, well, in that case, like, let's make a movie about emojis. Wouldn't you want to see a movie about emojis? Wouldn't that be so cool to watch, guys? At least the emoji movie never, yeah, at the very least, the emoji movie never got a sequel. Knock on wood and all that. I knock on wood, but I'm currently fighting brutes right now. Here. There's me knocking on wood. Can't wait for the meme movie. That's just Free Guy. That's the meme movie. Why was it too bad? Because the characters are all shells of their former selves, the plot is nonsensical, and, yeah, that about sums it up. Like, Kristoff and Olaf are shells of their former selves, Anna is barely in the movie, it's Elsa the movie, and it doesn't give anyone else a proper character motivation to do anything. It's just, none of the other characters matter at all. Olaf contracts minionitis in that, like, he's not a character anymore, he's just Funny Snowman and says funny things. Which is clearly all Disney thinks of him anymore because of that, especially after that Olaf Presents bullshit that I have not watched and don't want to. The music is good. I really like the soundtrack in Frozen 2. But that's not enough to save the movie, unfortunately. Like, I'm sorry, when you have Elsa riding, like, a ghost water horse thing, something went wrong somewhere along the way. Emoji Movie 2 release, not clickbait. I wouldn't even be mad. I'd just be like befuddled. Like, how did this happen? What dimension did I wake up into where this is the meme that lived? I guess. The meme movie. Yeah, so I don't recommend you watch Boss Baby. Definitely don't watch Emoji Movie. There's a whole scene where they just play Just Dance. Like, that's the scene, is they just play Just Dance. It's really bad. And, like, they try to tie it in with, like, this message about screen time or something with the kid who can't decide what emoji to send to the kid he has a crush on. It's bad. It's really bad. Those do have some serious production. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, I think it's clear that the reason why that movie floundered about so much because it really, watching the Into the Unknown making a Frozen 2 special on Frozen 2 was very eye-opening. It explained a lot of things about why that movie was so bad. Like, that documentary was very, this is gonna kill me, but I'm gonna try it anyway. It was very eye-opening to watch. So, sure, you can, oh, damn it, I wasted my chance. That was my chance to hijack it. Ah, damn it, okay. Well, I wasted that opportunity. Fortunately, I'm gonna... Nope, wasted that as well. They didn't even play the Wii version just since... Yeah, I know, right? Best version. You didn't even get the waggle controls. You didn't even get to actually use your hands to dance. Lamos. And the emoji movie was made as quickly as possible. Yeah, I don't think anyone actually put effort into that script. I think it was just... Well, it's just product placement, essentially. Like, Just Dance is just, like... Because Wreck-It Ralph has stuff like Wreck-It Ralph has game characters like, you know, Pac-Man, Tapper, but there's actual in-universe reasons for why those games are in the movie, and the main focus of Wreck-It Ralph isn't on a pre-established game. Fix-It Felix Jr., Sugar Rush, and Heroes Duty are three completely original games that were created specifically for Wreck-It Ralph. So it's not like they were just only capitalizing off of pre-existing things. They made their own story, they made their own games, and they told stories there, which is part of the reason why Wreck-It Ralph is so awesome. But then, you know, we have Ralph Breaks the Internet with the Oh My Disney scene, which is just like, okay, snore, kill me. You can't believe Disney released a documentary with no self-awareness, and then you say, I was gonna say, I can, then you added, I totally can't. It's like, yeah, I can see that, I can believe it. They played, oh yeah, I forgot, there's also a scene where they just play Candy Crush. Let's not forget that. There's also a scene in the movie where they just play Candy Crush. I'm not memeing you. They play Candy Crush for like a solid 5 minutes at least in the freaking Emoji Movie. Just Dance, Candy Crush, bring it on. Just throw everything you can into the mix. Talking about bad movies, you remember the Minions movie got a sequel. It's coming out like next year. the Minions movie has a sequel. Why? Well, because the Minions movie sells toys, because don't you like watching the little yellow things laugh at fart jokes and burp jokes? I know I sure do. That's my favorite kind of comedy. Man, it's so annoying, because Despicable Me was such a good movie. Like, I really think Despicable Me was really, really good. But then they realized, oh wait, we don't have to try, because if we just put the Minions all over the movie, then we can just sell it based on the Minions. And there's no bigger proof of that than Despicable Me 3, where there's just this side plot with the Minions that has no relevance to the actual plot itself. But, you know, funny Minions do funny things. Don't you like seeing funny Minions do funny things? I know I sure do. It's basically the movie. Wasn't Trolls 2, wait, hold on. I think I saw something about Trolls 2 saying, like, rock bad, pop good or something. I don't know, like, it flew by in chat. But yeah, that's basically, yeah, okay, Trolls 2 message just rock is bad, pop is good. It tried to, Trolls 2 tried to do Infinity War, where it's like, you have to find the six guitar strings for each genre of music or whatever. Which is just like, really? You're not even trying? You're just doing Infinity War. You're just doing Infinity War, but instead of Infinity Stones, it's music, it's guitar strings on a magical guitar. And the thing is, Trolls wasn't even that good. Like, I don't think it was awful, I just don't think Trolls was that great. But Trolls 2 is just atrocious. It's like, why were you made? Who hates themselves that much that Trolls 2 was even made? I don't... It sucks because Illumination's animation channel is really good. Yeah, it's really good. Like, they clearly know how to make movies that look good and expressive characters that are really well animated. It's just like whoever's in charge of writing the... Well, I was gonna say whoever writes the story is incompetent. I don't think it's that. I think it's just that they either aren't paid enough to care, or they realize that, well, why care? Why put effort into it when I can just instead put Minions in every single goddamn scene, and that will sell my entire movie. Which, sadly, is the state of the movie industry. Why put effort into your scripts when you can just dangle the shiny toys in front of literally dangle the shiny toys in front of the audience in the case of the Minions. Just dangle the Minions in everything that has ever existed, and there you go. There's your movie. It's done. You need nothing else now. You have Minions. What else do you need? You have the Minions. That's literally all you need is just Minions. You know, just Monica? Just Minions. Just Minions. Of all the places I could have shot that rocket, I shot it right between his legs. Great job, me. You shot a rocket between his legs. Any other place could have hit him, and I chose between his legs. Awesome. The Minions were only good in the first Despicable Me. Yeah, the Despicable Me was a really great movie where the Minions were actually, like, kind of well written. But ever since then, they've just gone down the shitter nonstop. Not to mention that Minions took up 95% of Facebook's boomer meme real estate. Yeah, you're not wrong. At least the Mario movie's written by Miyamoto, so it'll look good and should have decent... Should. It should. Should is the operative word there. No guarantees, though. Also, that music was perfectly timed with the end of the battle.
I'm opening the laboratory door.
It swelled right as the objective completed. That was perfect. And now we only have one more mission to go. The movies just aren't funny. They used to be. Despicable Me was funny. I really still like the first Despicable Me. It was funny. It was heartfelt. It was genuine. But ever since then, it's just gone downhill. Have they made a single good movie since that? I don't think they have. I don't, because what else? They made Hop, The Lorax, Despicable Me 2, Despicable Me 3, which is awful. What else? I mean, I know they're making the Mario movie. Despicable Me 2 was okay. It was okay, but I wouldn't, like, it's nowhere near as good as the first movie. It's not even close.
This AI is its custodian, and she has chosen you as her couriers.
At least this isn't Battlefield where you headshot someone and it goes right through them.
By this AI, yes.
Sing. Oh right, I forgot about Sing. Sing's getting a sequel too, right? I think Sing also has a sequel inbound.
You are to take her to the UNSC shipbreaking yard in Azad. There, you'll find a Halcyon-class cruiser waiting to get her off-planet.
Illumination tomorrow, excuse me. That's what I'm afraid of.
Mankind.
I'm very afraid of.
When Reach falls, and it will fall.
Of Mario.
Our annihilation is all but
being
certain.
in the hands of Illumination, given their track record with films.
This artifact A defense
I'm very, very nervous.
a game changer. On the level of the conical bullet in the 19th
Like, video game
century,
movies already have a
faster
bad
than
track
light
record.
travel
Do you really want to
is a
compound the issue by introducing illumination into the mix?
An apt question, if there were somewhere else to place our hope. There is not.
I don't know that that's something we want. I don't know that's a route we want to go down. Why does every bad children's movie get a Family Vacation sequel? Because Family Vacation is such a quirky, zany, fun adventure where the whole family goes on a road trip and has some crazy, wacky things that happen along the way, like meeting a freaking creepy Annabelle doll, or meeting a pair of Looney Tunes duck and bunny toys at a carnival. Yay! Zany, funny adventure, right? Kill me. Anyway. Illumination only makes good jokes to use in trailers, basically, yeah.
Dr. Halsey, Noble 3 will escort you to castle.
What about the movie Sing? Was it good? I haven't seen it. I can't say. I don't know if it was good or not, but I would not place my bets.
I'll do what's
You thought the Sonic movie was okay? I liked the Sonic movie. I think the Sonic the Hedgehog movie was really, well, maybe not really good. I think it was a solid 7 or 6 out of 10, which is saying a lot for video game movies. I thought it was I was really surprised by the Sonic movie. But that's one. Video game movies still don't have a great track record overall, so I'm not really enthusiastic about it.
At 3 kilometers north, turn right, heading 050.
I'm interested, I'm intrigued, but I'm not, I don't know, I'd say I'm excited.
The only off-planet extraction point left on this continent. Small-scale air attacks have decimated many convoys en route. An armada of Covenant cruisers...
You're scared that the Mario movie just couldn't do anything games couldn't do? Every game has to get a movie or series. Yeah, I don't know. It's just because, like, video games work in the medium that they work in. Trying to make it work for a completely different medium, but I just still think it's gonna work all that well. Light is gonna make me die. I don't think it can kill me any more than Toy Story 4 already has. I really don't think that Lightyear can do any more damage, at least not any more significant damage, that Toy Story 4 hasn't already made. Except for the existence of the Lightyear of Star Command movie. Beyond that, I think we're safe. I could be wrong, but... You can't wait to see Mario's 3D model. Oh god. It can't be worse than the Sonic one. I really don't think it can possibly be worse than the Sonic one. I'd be astounded if it was.
Please respond. Sierra 259. You are alarming.
Sing was just an advertisement for music. I can see that.
Skies are jammed up anyway. Gotta get you off her, Lieutenant.
Sir,
you don't want to
I
hear.
think they're very similar to the Odyssey one. Well, so I would have also assumed that the Sonic model would have been very similar to the Generations one, but nope.
It's been an honor, sir. Likewise.
At this point, anything's on the table.
Do what I can to draw their fire. 6. That AI chose
Yeah,
you.
it can't be worse than the initial Sonic 3D model. Lightning movie was good too. I've never watched the Professor Layton movie, but I have heard that it's really good. That said, I don't know if that's coming from people who think that the endings of the original Layton trilogy are good, so who knows.
On my mark. Mark.
Godot's Japanese voice actor is Hideki Kamiya, who is known for making Bayonetta and blocking everyone on Twitter. Is it because they try to spoil movies for him? Is that why? Or because they said tea is better than coffee? Why is the music playing now so familiar? I can't answer that question for you, but I love this music. It's a nice, very dramatic swell of the music, because this is the final mission, this is the final battle, so it's a very, very intense dramatic swell. But why it sounds familiar? Unless you've played Reach before, you've seen one of my Let's Plays on it, I can't really answer that question for you. You swear if in Lightyear they make Buzz listen to some voice or button during the whole movie, they're gonna explode. They better not. They damn well better not do that shit. Cause like, that's the thing, is his costume. I hate his stupid costume. It's really dumb. I really don't like his, I don't understand how Joe looked at that and thought, yeah, that looks good. That looks like a really good costume. Stop strafing. I'm actually dumbfounded that anyone thinks that costume looks like anything other than dog shit. But yeah, if they... I think at least we're safe from his character being assassinated, because this is technically not the Buzz we know. So I think we're safe, but I can't say for sure. I can't say for sure, because at this point, nothing's off the table. Nothing is off the table at this point. Technically anything could go. Anything could happen to ruin Buzz even further. Especially if they have like an in-universe flashback to the real world where you see like Andy watching the movie with his mom or whatever. I'm really, really nervous. You're in the Oracle in Halo 2. How far are you? You are on mission 5 out of 13. So, you're a little less than halfway there. So, I was talking about Toy Story. See, well, actually, we only just started talking about it again. We spent the better half of the last half hour or so talking about other animated movies like Illumination, Frozen 2, Emoji Movie, Wreck-It Ralph, things like that. We only just brought Toy Story up again because someone mentioned it in chat. So, it has not been the, it's not been the topic of conversation for very long, I assure you. The Layton movie is good for Layton standards. It's completely ridiculous, though. It contains huge robots. Hold on, let me kill this grunt real quick, and then I'll read you a message. There we go. Master of Disguise, the gift of eternal life. Layton makes a helicopter again. Oh, great. I'm sure I can't... I'm sure I'll watch it one day, and I'm sure I'll be like, yep, typical Layton stuff. But... at this point, I think so long as the character stuff is good, I'll still draw attention to it, and I'll still be like, this makes no sense. But so long as the character work is good, I think I'll just be like, whatever. I've seen worse. It's fine. On the topic of good movies, Lego Movie was really good. Yeah, Lego Movie was really good. I wasn't old enough to be skeptical of it, because I know a lot of people were skeptical of the Lego Movie when it came out. As in, ow! Did anyone see that just barrel roll that happened? I was shot out of the sky by a banshee, I rolled over, and I somehow didn't die. Okay, I'll take it. But yeah, because like, I was still a kid when the Lego Movie came out, so I was just like, yay, Legos in a movie. I love Legos, and I love movies. I can't wait to see them together. So I wasn't really, because I know a lot of people were skeptical. I was like, really? You're making a movie out of Legos? Really? Is the idea well that dried up? So I wasn't old enough to be skeptical, but... if I was skeptical, going in, I would have been blown away, because I was genuinely impressed, both as a kid and as an adult, of how masterfully crafted that script is, and like how actually impactful its messages were, even on top of its character work and plot work. It really blew me away. Do a barrel roll! Yeah, basically. Someone mentioned Lego Movie... oh, I'm dead. I need to run. Someone mentioned Lego Movie 2. Here's the thing with Lego Movie 2. I went in with my expectations really low, because I knew that if I expected it to be as good as the first Lego Movie, I would have been disappointed, because I knew it couldn't possibly live up to it. So I went in with low expectations, so I ended up enjoying it, and I ended up concluding, well, that wasn't as good as the first movie, but it was still a fun ride, which is kind of all I really wanted out of it. Because they left it off on a massive cliffhanger at the end of the first movie, so I waited so long for that movie, and... honestly, I wouldn't say I was let down. I would say I got what I wanted in the end. Could it have been better? Yeah. Is it great? Nah. But you know what? I still enjoyed it in the end. Little did they know what people would make of movies in the future. Yeah, emojis. The Emoji Movie, am I right, guys? That's what people want to see nowadays, right? What was the least bad part of Free Guy? The scene where Steve from Stranger Things talks to Korg. Because I don't know what their names are and I don't care. It's when Joe Keery talks to Taika Waititi about how he promised backwards compatibility for every skin in the first Free City game, but now he's saying that they're going to cut them and not tell the players. And they start to have a really intelligent conversation about, like, developers staying true to the promises they make to their players, and how it could actually serve as a parallel for, like, real-world game studios. And when I saw that scene, it was like, wow, you're actually, like, saying something meaningful here. You have a meaningful message you want to get across, and you're handling it really, really well. You impressed me, Free Guy. And then, literally 5 seconds later, Korg just goes off about Kentucky Fried Chicken. It's the most tonally balked thing I've ever seen. And trust me, you'll hear the wrath of me when I make my Free Guy video. Also, Lego Batman movie is really good. I honestly don't know if I like the Lego Batman movie more or less than the Lego movie, because I think they're both really, really good. Like, really, really good. Can't wait for the Fortnite movie and the Fidget Spinner movie. Well, if they make a Fortnite movie, then they may as well just make Ready Player One too, because at this point, with how many things Fortnite has gobbled up, you may as well. It's cross paths with, like, Marvel, Star Wars, Halo at this point. I think they might even have had a Naruto crossover recently. It's got so many goddamn things going for it. Phil Lord and Chris Miller can do no wrong. They directed Lego Movie, Cloudy 1, and Spider-Verse. Interesting, because both Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs 2 and Lego Movie 2 were nowhere near as good as the original. It's almost like they're really good at directing and writing or something like that. Lego Ninjago is ew. I've never seen it, but I also have never really wanted to see it. So, I'm guessing, am I missing out on anything great by not seeing it? I don't think I would, but let me know if I am. Smash Bros. Movie, literally everything. Congratulations, you've made the everything movie. Every IP on the planet. Oh, something behind me? Where are you? You're right there. Goodbye. Nice knowing you. More? More? Okay. Another one? It was meh. Yeah, I can see it being meh. I wasn't super, because, like, I wanted to see the Lego Batman movie because, like, I really like Will Arnett's performance as Batman, and I was really impressed, not just that it was funny, but that it actually had a heartfelt story I wanted to tell on top of all that. So that impressed me. And then beyond that, when the Lego Ninjago movie was announced, I'm like, I'm dead. I'm like, I don't really care. But, you know. Space Jam is just why. So, the first Space Jam is not good, but it still has a special place in my heart because, you know, it has a certain charm to it. But Space Jam 2 is just so awful. Like, it's literally just an advertisement for everything that HBO Max has to offer, and there's nothing more to it. Pennywise the goddamn clown is in Space Jam 2. There's Rick and Morty, there's a bunch of other stuff I don't remember, but Forgot 45 and I watched that together, and we wanted to die after. Well, actually, she actually likes Space Jam 2, which I don't understand how, but I wanted to die when I was watching that movie. It was actual pain and suffering. Because, like, you'll never catch me saying that Space Jam 1 is, like, some kind of masterpiece of cinema or anything. But at the very least, it had a certain charm and heart to it. That's just nowhere to be found in the second movie. For one thing, its plot is even more broken than the first movie. Even disregarding, like, the actual Looney Tunes aspect of it. Just the real world implications. Okay, so there's the Chekhov's gun payoff for the movie is that there's a glitch in the kid. So the kid's making a video game, right? And in this video game, there's a glitch that causes it all to break, and everything in the game was deleted when you trigger the glitch. So the kid realizes in the end, hey, we can't beat these guys because they're way better than us. But aha, you see, if we trigger the glitch that's in my game, because the Space Jam program they're in is just based off the kid's game. If we trigger the glitch if we trigger the glitch that was in my game, you see, what'll happen then is that we'll be able to escape the game because it'll glitch us out of it or something. It's like, no, you idiot. If you, last time you triggered the glitch, it literally caused everything inside the game to be deleted, and you are currently inside the game right now. Why would you ever risk trying that? It should just delete, also, they do a fake out death, where Bugs Bunny dies, but not really, and then he's back in the real world a second later. It's like, what is Space Jam 2? It's so bad. It's so bad. If I want to get the most out of the prequel Layton trilogy, you should watch the Layton movie between Professor Layton and the Last Spectre and Miracle Mask. Okay? Duly noted. I will keep that in mind for when I cover those, if I ever cover those games. They really thought we would believe they would kill off, yeah, they really thought that anyone with a functioning brain thought for even a split second that Bugs Bunny, that they would have the guts to kill off Bugs Bunny. Like, really? Really? You think, okay. That's a funny joke right there. They actually thought we'd believe that is the thing. Now I feel a couple kids. I don't know. I don't even think it would work on them.
Commander, you don't have the firepower.
I've got the math.
Solid copy.
Hit him on, boss.
You're on your own, Noble. Carter out.
Because, like, the reason why Toy Story 3's incinerator scene works so well is because you literally, like, the way that scene is, it's not played for laughs, and you literally cannot envision a scenario in which they could possibly escape that incinerator. So you genuinely believe, like, even as an adult, you're like, how are they getting out of this? How can you possibly escape this? Because even if you know in the back of your head that, well, I don't think they'd ever actually kill off the characters, you don't know how they can escape because it seems like an impossible scenario where you can't get out of that incinerator. So it works so well. But Bugs Bunny is like, really? You think this is gonna... It's all... You're inside a... You can't... I hate fake-out character death so much. It's like, don't bait my emotions with a fake-out death, please. Either commit to it or don't do it at all. Don't take the... You want to have your cake and eat it too. You want to have the emotional payoff where you have the... You have everyone cry out because you want to have a character die, but you also want to be able to keep using that character in the future, and you want to get people's reaction to, oh my god, he's still alive. So you bait the death, but then you revert it a second later anyway. It's so garbage. Yeah, Space Jam 2 is a terrible movie. Is there even a single person on the planet that thinks, well, I mean, I say that, but Forget 45 actually genuinely enjoys Space Jam 2, and I don't know if she just enjoys it and acknowledges it's bad, or if she actually thinks it's a marksman of quality. So I don't know for sure. I'd have to ask her about that, whether she thinks it's actually good or she just enjoys it. But if we disregard her for a moment, I don't even know if there's a single other person on the planet who actually thinks it's good. I really don't. You'll be right back for real this time. All right, take it easy, man. We'll see you when we see you. Yeah, I just don't get it. Because like they also made it so late after the release of the first one that you just find yourself wondering why. If you're gonna fake a death, actually let there be emotional weight and a logical reason for it. Yeah, just don't, because so many films and stories do it where they just bait a death for no reason.
This is Captain Keyes of the Pillar of Honor. We are tracking you, Noble, and we've begun.
Well, I mean, not for no reason. There's a reason that they're doing it because they want to generate,
I'll be on it myself.
they want to generate a sad and emotional reaction. But without build-up is what I mean to say.
Better be, soldier, because my countdown is no abort.
You didn't like the first Space Jam movie, you don't want to watch the second? Yeah, so if you didn't like the first Space Jam movie, there's no chance you'll like the second, because the second one does... The first movie is not really a great film. It has its charm, but it's not really, like, any marksman of quality. But the second movie is just... It isn't even enjoyable to watch in that regard. It takes anything that was good about the first movie and just nukes it. So don't watch the second one. It's best to make an unsure death if they want a character to come back. Like, you're not sure if they're alive or not. Oh yeah, that's my favorite. That's my favorite. You know what I really love about Marvel right now? I like the fact that they killed off Vision, Gamora, and Loki, and then in the next time we see them, Vision is basically back because he has his memories in his old body. Gamora is gonna come back in the story because we have an alternate version of Gamora, and we have Loki, who's just been implanted with all his memories from the other Loki, and now he's gonna come back into the story too. I really like it when you kill off a character, and then you're like, well, they could come back, you never know. Like, I really believe the only reason why they haven't brought back Iron Man or Captain America yet is because they're, like, Chris Evans and Robert Downey Jr. just don't want to do it anymore. I guarantee you, if they didn't say no, like, if their contracts literally weren't expired and they didn't want to renew them, I guarantee you they would find a way to work them back into the story. Because there's time travel now. There's time travel and a multiverse. Nothing's impossible anymore. I guarantee you, if they wanted to, they could absolutely work them back into the story and they wouldn't give a single shit about it. And it's people, the thing is, there's people that want that. There's people that actually want Tony Stark to come back to life. Oh, by the way, he's dead, spoilers. There's people that actually want him to come back to life in the future. It's like, people actually want the emotional payoff of Endgame to be undone. Not that it wasn't already undone by Loki, but like actually properly undone as in like his death is reversed. Oh, also, yeah, Palpatine coming back in The Rise of Skywalker. Let's not forget that one. Palpatine's back, guys. Didn't you want Palpatine to come back? I know I sure did. I love it when a character who is literally blown up twice somehow is still alive. That's my favorite. That's great. It's great storytelling. How is the animation in Space Jam 2 so bad? Because they didn't care. The Looney Tunes are there. What else do you need? Why would you want anything else when you have the Looney Tunes? Am I right? You know some games that do fake out deaths well, but you don't think they're always bad? They can be done well, but more often than... Like, for instance, you could tell a story... I'm trying to think of it. You could tell a story where, I don't know, where Phoenix gets disbarred. It can be done well, but you gotta do it, like, masterfully. Also, it's technically possible to have a story where you kill off Maya, but you gotta tread very carefully there. So it's a slippery slope to go down. It's the same thing with fake out character deaths. It's like, you gotta... Because, actually, I guess I could bring this up. They technically do this with Maya in Trials and Tribulations, right? Because they have the scene where, like, you're not sure if she killed herself or not. So, they technically do it there. The difference is that it's more believable there, and it's quickly undone. Because, like, I knew the instant that they said Maya's probably dead, I knew that was wrong. Because, like, I spotted the contradiction. I'm like, well, that's not the case at all. So it's a bit of a different story there. So it can be done well. You can do fake out character deaths well. It's just more often than not, it ends in more failures than success, which is why I would say, generally speaking, maybe don't. Because, like, a lot of the time it's only used in order to generate a sense of, like, hey, I want you to feel sad about this character death. Also, I want you to be happy that they're alive, because we need to use them for future movies. So it's just... Ugh. They did them all for the character reaction on us. Yeah, they basically did this so that we could have a scene where we see, like, Maya, or we see Phoenix reacting in that manner. Not so much, because you as the... Wow, I just wasn't paying attention at all there. You as the player can realize that there's no way she could have possibly... Like, there's no way... She's obviously not still dead. But the characters obviously take a second to actually catch up with... Wow, I need to start paying attention to catch up with what's going on. The consequences to the characters of a fake-out death being revealed is something that should be explored a little bit more often. Yeah, I mean, so that's the thing. Professor Layton actually kind of does that. Well, not the crossover kind of does that in the sense I need to actually pay attention to what I'm doing in this goddamn game. Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright actually does the thing where it shows Phoenix and like it kills Maya for a significant portion of time, or at least pretends to kill her, and allows a second for Phoenix to, like, wrestle with what would happen if he ever thought she was actually dead. Like, how would he react, kind of thing. So it's like, that's kind of what we mean when we say showing characters react to that kind of stuff. You can let it sink in for a bit, but what often happens is, like, the fake out death happens in the third act of the movie in the final battle, and then seconds... Actually, Free Guy does that! I just realized! Free Guy does that shit! Free Guy kills off a character in the final battle, and then literally one scene later, in the ending of the movie, he's back to life again, despite the fact that it makes absolutely no sense for him to survive, because Free Guy is a shit movie. My Free Guy video is gonna be something, let me tell you. It's gonna be something, let me tell you. Welcome to the main problem with modern comics. No one stays dead. Well, yeah, there's too much money to be made. There's too much money to be made when... Like, why kill off a character when you can keep using them again and again and again for more and more money each and every time? Okay, I need to drop shield this. This may not end well. Oh boy. This is a bad idea. Bad idea, bad idea, bad idea. Yeah, I'm dead. Jesus Christ. I'm not paying attention at all. Jesus Christ. Looking forward to future games now. Oh dear God. There's a lot on the horizon for future games I'm going to cover on the channel. The copyright, security guard, yeah. He dies on the bridge at the end, and then at the end he gets, in the final scene he gets revived, even though it makes literally no sense for him to be revived, because the whole thing is they're getting deleted from the server, and that if you delete it from the server, it's gone forever, because, like, it includes backup servers, it's all gone. If those servers are gone, they're gone forever. But yet somehow he's back again because happy ending, I guess. Free Guy's so terrible. But it has Ryan Reynolds, and it's Funny Man Ryan Reynolds, right? So how can a Ryan Reynolds, how can you, but it's, Funny Man Ryan Reynolds does Funny Man Ryan Reynolds things, how could it be bad? It's the Funny Man. Don't you like watching the Funny Man do funny things? I know I sure do. Also, this is a mistake, this is a mistake, this is a mistake, this is a mistake. How did I live? How did I live? How did I live? I should not have lived there. You lost count of how many times Marvel killed off Captain Iron. I need to stop reading chat and just focus on the goddamn so I can get past this section. I need to stop reading chat so I can actually play through this freaking section and not lose terribly. Do you make absolutely no sense? Nothing in the game makes any sense. Sorry, nothing in that movie makes any sense at all. Literally nothing. Literally what they do in that stupid movie is they take a character model from a completely different game and drop him in, like, it's the character model from Free City 2, and they drop him into Free City 1. That's not how that works. To tell you what, take the character model for Mario and Mario Odyssey and drop him into Mario 64. Let me know how that works out for you. Absolute morons. No one who made the movie thought about anything. No one who made Free Guy thought about literally anything when they were making it. It's so goddamn stupid. It's such a stupid movie. It's an advantage of manga above comics. Most death are actually definitive. I'm not a big comics person either for manga or just standard comics. I'm not a fan of either. I've not read much of either. I guess I read the Phineas and Ferb comics when they came in the magazine, but beyond that, not much. So I'm not a big comics person. I guess that's why some of the differences between Marvel movies and the comics just don't really annoy me, because I've never read the comics, so I have no frame of reference to compare them to. So yeah, I don't really have much to go off for that. But I have heard that people are not a fan of some of the differences in comics, the differences between the comics that they've been making over the years. Like, I know Iron Man 3, I'm pretty sure, was to, like, the Mandarin was really screwed up with that film compared to how it was in the comics. And other stuff like that. That they changed that didn't go over well with people. I have no frame of reference for that because I never, thanks for getting my way, Emil. I never read the comics, so I don't know for sure. Like, I wasn't a fan of the comics, so because I never read them, so I don't have any reason to be annoyed by the things that they changed. Where'd he go? He's over there. Okay, he's dead. What is the purpose of a backup server if you delete that too? You haven't seen the movie. So the plot in that movie is basically there's two game developers that make a game, and then they get bought out by a bigger company, but the bigger company shelves their game because he didn't think it'd make money. But he actually doesn't shelve the game. He uses their code illegally, like without permission, to resell as a different game and doesn't give them any credit for it. So, but the problem is that because he's an idiot, like he's an actual brain-dead moron, he doesn't delete the original build. He doesn't, the only thing in that game that he can use to prove, because like, they say that they've gone through the code with a fine-tooth comb, and he can't find any evidence proving it that their code was taken. The only thing that they actually have to definitively prove that the code was stolen was the fact that the original build, which has nothing to do with Free City, is still in the game. Literally, if you delete that build from the game, then the game functions perfectly fine, and you can never be caught for stealing their code. Because he's an idiot, he doesn't delete the build, he just hides it behind an invisible wall. Literally, if he had deleted it from the server, the movie would have been over, because he could not possibly, they can't get the evidence if the build isn't there. Especially since he's destroying the server. So at the end of the movie, he decides, I'll just destroy the servers because the sequel's launching in a few days anyway, so they'll never find it anyway. But it doesn't make any sense, because not only should he have just deleted the build in the first place, but he takes out the servers that are not the original build. All he cares about is the original build. Just destroy the build that has the original, destroy the server that has the original build. Like, he literally takes an axe to them. He takes an axe to the servers and destroys them. Which, first of all, if you were willing to do this, then why didn't you do this in the first place? Also, you didn't need to do this because you could literally just reset the server to stop them from actually getting to the island. Also, you should have done this in the first place because you should have known all along that you just need to destroy that build, and you could have just stopped them from getting to the build, and you could have prevented them from ever finding out that you actually stole the code! It's such a stupid movie. And also, it's so blatantly made by and for people who have absolutely no idea how video game development even works. Like, there's so many things that's just like, that's not how games work. But because people are stupid, because people are, like, actually brain dead, they don't think about that. So they just go, oh, it's Ryan Reynolds doing Funny Man Ryan Reynolds things. Don't you like watching the funny man be funny? No, I don't, because your plot is bullshit and it's broken and I hate it. Free Guy's such shit. People only defend it because it has references to movies that people love and because Ryan Reynolds is funny and Ryan Reynolds things. Why are video game movies so bad? Because there's two different mediums trying to tell two different stories. Like, the medium of a game doesn't work well in the medium of a movie and vice versa. It's the same reason why movies turn into games don't work, because you're trying to tell the story of a movie and the story of a game. I mean, it can work well. The Toy Story 3 game's really good, but that's the exception, not the rule. And if you still think Free Guy is good, don't worry. I'll prove otherwise when I release my video. All in due time. You watched my Let's Play of Detroit Become Human and you were surprised that it was before the Ace Attorney Let's Play? Yeah, I think there's a lot of people who haven't seen my older content. Like, I think there's a lot of games that people would be interested in seeing me react to. They just don't know that I've played because so many people found me through Phoenix Wright, so they just don't know what else I played before that point. But I think that people look back at my older catalog. I think you find a lot of games that you might actually enjoy watching. But yeah, I did play Detroit Become Human. 2019. It was actually not long before. It was very, very shortly before I played Ace Attorney. So not a whole lot of time passed between those two LPs. You can use video game characters to tell an original story in a movie, but at that point you might as well not use them at all. Yeah, it's basically what Wreck-It Ralph did. Wreck-It Ralph was clearly made by people who love video games, and they wanted to tell... Okay, I guess that guy didn't drop a weapon. They wanted to... Also, am I soft lock now? No, okay, I'm good. They wanted to tell a video game story about video games because they clearly love the medium of games and they wanted to tell a story about that. And they included references to video games in their movie, which is fine. You can include references to video games in your movie. It's like, hey, I like this thing, you like this thing too. But the thing is, Wreck-It Ralph tells a really good original story all by itself, completely independent of any actual references to the movies in question. Which is why it works completely. It actually works. It doesn't just shove references down your throat because it's like, hey, look, references. It actually tells a good story with good characters on top of the references, and the main characters in the story run entirely on games that are created specifically for Wreck-It Ralph and that don't actually exist. The reason Phase 4 is shit is you think it's because they were adapting bad stories from the comics? Maybe, but just because they're bad in the comics doesn't mean they have to be bad in the movies as well. Because there's things that comics have done badly that the movies have done better. So, like they changed the Civil War comic to make it better for the movies. So they could have changed WandaVision, Falcon Winter Soldier, and Loki as well. But they just didn't. Because they just don't care. Just frustrating. Problem, though, they have streamers that little kids and teens watch it, their version of video games for 60-year-olds who don't know how video games work. Yeah. Like, the fact that they have references to, so, I don't want to talk about this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. There's a scene where they show the kids watching a Twitch broadcast, or sorry, there's instances throughout the movie where people are like, hey, check out this Twitch broadcast, but you can't rewind Twitch live streams. So there's literally no way that they could have been like, hey, look at this cool thing, unless they psionically knew ahead of time exactly what was going to happen in the movie so that they could sense, like, hey, this is going to happen in this movie, or in this live stream, check it out ahead of time. Because you can't rewind Twitch live streams. And it wasn't a clip, it was live. It said it was live. So it just doesn't make any sense. It's such crap. Like, none of the in-universe, like, in real-world players that they have have dialogue that actually makes sense. They don't talk like humans. The game development doesn't work the way that they think it does. It's just an embarrassment. It's like, they're trying to appeal to kids, and they're like, look at all these cool video games. But that's not how games work. Nothing in that movie is indicative of how video game development, or just both from the consumer side and the development side, it's not how these things work. And it actually kind of insults me that they think it's how it is. And they probably fool people. They probably fool people with the movie into thinking that it's actually how this stuff works. Which is really upsetting to me. It's so exhausting talking about things that are shit. Because, like, there's so much that's crap nowadays. It's always so exhausting to kind of talk about this stuff. Being an aspiring coder in a video game lover, Free Guy pissed you off so many times. Yeah, me as well. Which movie? Free Guy. So Free Guy, there's a lot of characters in that movie who speak, like, in real world players, that talk, and you know how when adults try to write dialogue for kids, it doesn't work a lot of the time because it's just like, hey, we're trying to be cool and hip and edgy, guys, lol. And, like, you can tell it's so forced and cringe. That's kind of what it comes off as. Also, there's a lot of stuff, it's like the movie's about game development, and as someone who knows how game development works and, like, how programming works and optimization, it just pissed me off because I'm like, that's not how this works. Like, I've made games before. I'm working on games myself. I know this isn't how this works. Stop trying to fool me into thinking that it is. Watching my live streams lets you realize how... Hold on, let me not die by the 100%. I'll read your chat message. Okay. You realize how many movies you haven't seen. You haven't seen Toy Story or Free Guy or Home Alone. I don't recommend watching Free Guy at all. I do recommend watching the first 3 Toy Story movies, though. Home Alone... Yeah, Home Alone as well. Home Alone, the first Home Alone movies are great. It's a holiday tradition for my family to watch the Home Alone movies, the first 2 anyway, every year. Definitely... Hold on a minute. If I can get up here. The hunters died back to back. Look at this. They're just... I didn't plan this, but they literally died back to back to each other. It's like they're on an assembly line of death. Yikes. Alright. My apologies, guys. I didn't intend for you to die literally right next to each other, but, I guess that works. Evan Chris, did you watch Polar Express? Oh, that's another good one. I like Polar Express as well. The animation's a little wonky, because the motion capture is kind of, yeah, rough around the edges. But the story, the music, I definitely love Polar Express as well. As someone who just finished a game dev course, you already knew they were going to fuck it up because of the trailers, you never watched it. Probably good idea. Probably good. I would recommend saving it for my video instead. I know that sounds arrogant. It's like, well, just watch my video instead. But I do generally think that it's like, you'll probably get a better understanding. It'll probably be less painful to watch my video than to watch the movie itself. Because the movie is just... The movie really annoyed me when I was watching it. Just to seeing, like, seeing how all this stuff just doesn't work the way that it does. Oh my god! Okay, hello. How's sword guy. Goodbye. Thanks for the sword, I'll take that. I don't think I can get close enough to use this unless my shield recharges. Drop shield. Get back here! Thank you. Yeah, Polar Express was another movie that can be good for the holiday season. Definitely a big fan of Polar Express as well. There's a lot of really good holiday movies, but Home Sweet Home Alone just took... It shows such a blatant misunderstanding of what made the first Home Alone movie so good. It just didn't... It's like, you know all the stuff you love about Home Alone? What if we did none of that and made the robbers sympathetic and make them totally justified and make the kid who's trying to protect himself completely unjustified and a total asshole while also showing him beat the shit out of the robbers the whole time and make him the hero. It's the most tonally confused nightmare fuel of a film I think I may have ever seen. If I can get close enough to use the sword, I'd love to. I don't know if I can get close enough to use the sword. Going this way, And okay, hello. Ah, damn it. He punched me. I got a shield down too. You seen Polar Express? It's a fun movie. Personally, like the audiobook better. A lot more detailed to there compared to the movie. Remember they showed a trailer, I think it was Gamescom. I think it was the was it Gamescom or was it the opening night live thing in June? Actually, no, it would have had to be opening live because by the time Gamescom was around, the movie was already out. So I think it would have had to been opening night live back in June. Yeah, they showed a trailer, and I knew right then and there it was like, this doesn't look good at all. And I just didn't know how rough around the edges it was actually gonna be. But yeah, I remember that. That was my first taste because I had known because I knew that Jacksepticeye was gonna be in it. I'm like, hey, that'd be kind of cool to see Jacksepticeye in a big screen picture. But I did not. I didn't really know what it was about, and then I saw the trailer. And I'm like, oh, can we not? And then I saw the movie, and I'm like, oh, why? It's just like, hey, what if we did Wreck-It Ralph and The Truman Show, and then combined them together into one movie, and then made it worse somehow? It's kind of what Free Guy feels like. But, you know, it has Ryan Reynolds and it has a bunch of pop culture references. You think the director talked some straight up BS also? Maybe. So probably something like that. Nothing pissed me off to the point where, like, Josh Cooley did, because Josh Cooley, listening to Josh Cooley talk just makes my brain want to self-destruct. So it was nothing on par with, like, that stuff, but I think definitely this probably said something like that. Movie industry is doomed. I don't know if it's doomed. There's still people making good movies, but I think the standard for quality has fallen significantly below where it used to be. So we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I think I don't think it's undeniable that movies have, generally speaking, gotten a bit worse. Actually, I think a lot worse, just on a general scale since when we were younger. Anybody who's read Pacific Rim to say if the differences how egregious they are? I have not read Pacific Rim, nor have I watched Pacific Rim, so I am the least qualified person on the planet to talk about Pacific Rim. I've just never been really all that interested in it. But if anyone else in chat knows about Pacific Rim, you're more than welcome to give your thoughts on the matter. Don't fall off the edge. No. That's a crate of DMR ammo, and it's just gone. Okay. The only thing about Josh Cooley is his name. Yeah, funny. Get it? Because Cooley's funny. Oh my god, that's a lot of brutes. Okay. Have I seen Star Wars: The Clone Wars? No, I have not. But I'm not a big Star Wars fan, so I just don't really have any reason to actually watch it. So probably won't check it out. I've heard it's good. I'm just not a big Star Wars fan, so I don't really. Oh my god, you're inside the bubble with me. Okay. Hi, buddy. See you later, pal. Stupid. I missed the grenade. All right. I hate armor lock so much. Honestly, probably best for the reset. Maybe I can get a better shot of the DMR crate. Yeah, well, let's try to get that DMR crate back again. The name's inaccurate because nothing he makes is cool at all. Yeah, it's really not. Because I didn't really know much about him before I made my series. Ow! So we went from bad to worse. We went from the DMR crate falling off the cliff to the DMR crate crushing me to death. Apparently. That's new. Don't kill me this time, please.
I'll meet you there.
You good? Yep. Stop. There we go. Okay, we made it this time. There we go. Now all is well with the world. DMR crate's there. Full ammo. Now we're ready to roll. Yeah. I think Josh Cooley's making his own movie now. And I don't... what I kind of try to imply in my Toy Story 4 series is that I think, because Josh Cooley left Pixar the second after he finished Toy Story 4, so I think what probably happened is he wanted to use Pixar as a springboard for his own career. As in, he wanted to do something that he knew people would love no matter what, because it's Toy Story. You gotta love Toy Story. And then once he got that notoriety, he would launch off into the industry. And then people would say, look, it's the guy who directed Toy Story 4. His movie's probably gonna be amazing, right? I mean, if he made a Toy Story movie and he worked at Pixar, I think that's why he left immediately after Toy Story 4. So, I'm sure I'd be interested to see what else he makes in the future. I just don't... I kind of have a moral obligation to not support him anymore. Also, love this music right here. It's a melancholic remix of the Halo theme for the final stand on a reach. Big fan. Really good, but all the first two session scenes are not that good. The third and others come very good. Yeah, I don't know much about Star Wars Clone Wars. I think I've played the Lego game. I played a little bit of Lego Star Wars, because there's a Lego game based on the Clone Wars. But I don't remember much about it. Other than that, it's kind of it kind of has some RTS gameplay in there, just a little bit. Which kind of marks my problem with the Lego games, is recently the Lego games have become less and less focused on what makes them great. Like, the kind of open-ended exploration and puzzle solving is what made them great. And I feel like they kind of drifted away from that in recent years with some of their more recent releases. So that's disappointing to see. You didn't like Lego Clone Wars? I wasn't a fan of it either. I didn't really like it all that much. I didn't play much of it, I don't think. But I kind of just attributed that at the time to me just not being a Star Wars fan. But, you know, maybe I'll try it again one day. Here's hoping whatever he makes next isn't as atrocious, he's gonna stick in the industry. Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I mean. It's like, the fact that he directed Toy Story 4, I guarantee you his plan all along was, get in Pixar, hello, you need to not exist anymore. Get into Pixar, make something that everyone loves, like Toy Story, and then after that, after you've made Toy Story, use that to use it as a springboard for your career for the rest of your life. And it worked. I guarantee you it's gonna work. And I think I might be dead here. I think this hammer guy, unless I can... Where's the hammer guy? I don't see him. Hammer guy disappeared from me. That makes me nervous. Hammer guy, where'd you go? Where'd you go? I know he's around here somewhere. I'm gonna get risky and try to find him. There he is. I missed the sick. Missed that sick too. Okay, okay. Right. This could go very poorly. Hello. How goes it? Stupid armor lock. Yeah, I feel like that was gonna backfire on me. You like Lego Batman 1 and 2, but 3 was mad. Don't play 3. 3 goes off the rails very quickly. 3 is nowhere near as good as 1 or 2. And I don't even think, I think Lego Batman 1 is the weakest of the original 3. Like the original 3, Lego Star Wars, Lego Indiana Jones, Lego stop armor locking for Christ's sake. Like of the original Lego Star Wars, Lego Indiana Jones, Lego Batman trilogy, I think that Lego Batman's the weakest of the 3. But I still think it's a good game in its own right. And I think Lego Batman 2 actually might be better than the original. But Lego Batman 3 just flies so far off the rails, it's not even funny. That was kind of the first time I played a Lego game that was really, that really didn't resonate with me all that well. I kind of felt like it was losing some of the charm of the earlier games. But, you know. Because I was really hyped for it too, like, Neil's in chat right now. Neil probably remembers. When that game came out, I was really excited to play it. I was gonna do it. I was gonna do a day 1 LP and cover it. I was really hyped to actually play it on the channel. But when then I actually played it, and I'm like, oh, this is kind of a letdown. Not quite what I was hoping it was gonna be. 2 was a masterpiece. DC Supervillains, everyone says it's good. It's still, yeah, I don't think it's good. I really don't think it is. It still has so many of the same problems that all the other modern Lego games have. I guess I have my hopes for Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga, but from what I've seen in recent years with the recent Lego games, I have no reason to think that it's going to be anything other than just the same kind of sludge crap we're used to. But you know, I can hope. I can definitely hope, and be let down probably. I'm also going to miss all my sniper shots because my aim is crap. Or I can do that. That also works. All right, is there anything left? Is that all of them? Nope, that is definitely not all of them. There's someone right there. More on the way. Damn it. Lego Marvel Superheroes was... oh, God. Oh, I didn't look... I was wondering why there was no one there, because the dropship was coming in above me. Damn it. Did we get a checkpoint? No, we did not. That's... okay. Fine. I wasn't paying attention, and I got sloppy. Lego Marvel Superheroes was decent. Yeah, I enjoyed that. And I played it before I even was a big Marvel fan, so, like, I got enjoyment out of it, even considering the fact that I didn't watch any of the Marvel movies. I didn't know who Loki was, or Captain America, or Thor, or Hulk, or anything like that. I knew Iron Man, that's about it. So, it speaks volumes that it was able to entertain me, and I still enjoyed it, even though I didn't know anything about Marvel whatsoever. Well, I guess I shouldn't have been surprised, because I didn't know anything about DC beyond Batman, and even that, my knowledge is very limited. Also, I'm probably gonna die here unless I get a surprise sniper, or unless you're gonna do that for me. Thanks for that. Thanks for trying to attack the Marine instead of me, buddy. I didn't really know much about DC before I played Lego Batman 2, but I still was enjoyed by this. I still enjoyed the story. You played the first Lego Star Wars game, but never finished it. I think people really think that's the best, mainly just because I think it's the first one they played. But I still think Lego Indiana Jones is way better level design and gameplay. Like, in terms of its content, in terms of its, like, post-game 100% completion, I think the 100% completion is way better than Lego Star Wars, and all that. Localization work in Lego games is good. I can't speak to that, but I imagine it probably is. Okay, stay away here. I think the last one I played that I was like, this was pretty good, was the Lego Movie video game. And even that... well, maybe Lego Jurassic World, but even those kind of still was missing some of the charm of the originals. You found Lego Indiana Jones to be just alright? I would stand by that. That's easily the best of the bunch. Lego Indiana Jones 2 stumbled a bit in terms of its story presentation, especially because it doubled down on Kingdom of the Crystal Skull and just treated the first two movies like a joke. But the first one was really, really solid. You got Lego Batman games free from Epic Store. Where's my hammer? Where's my hammer? Where's my hammer? Hammer's here. Hold on, I'll read that comment after I probably die here, but I'll try to survive. Let's give this a shot. Goodbye. Get off the thing. Drop shield down. Come challenge me. Oh, wow. You shredded my shield to pieces in an instant. You ever played Lego Indiana Jones? You should. It's a lot of fun. I actually streamed that. I didn't want to fall. I actually streamed Lego Indiana Jones earlier this year. I think it was back in January that I streamed Lego Indiana Jones over on Twitch. Alright, bring it on, pal. You're down. Get off the platform. Drop shield, drop shield, drop shield. Thank you. Take that. I thought I swung first. You got Lego Batman free in Epic Store. Unfortunately, the first game didn't start. Something, a missing DLL file or something. If you hadn't gotten it for free, you would have asked for money back. Yep, that sounds like the Epic Game Store for you. Just another instance of Epic being awful. You're on the Indiana Jones Lego game school. Yeah, Lego game is really cool. Big fan of the Lego game. Big fan of the Lego game. Da-da, da-da. Oh god, you survived. Why did you survive? Get away from me. So if that was Halo Infinite, he would have been dead from this hammer, because the hammer in Infinite has insane range. It's actually kind of absurd how much range the hammer has in Halo Infinite. Oh god. More of you? Okay. We'll miss that shot. Behind me, behind me, behind me. What's that? Oh, Jesus Christ. Suicide grunts. When you watch the movies, you might appreciate the game more. Well, the thing is, I played Lego Indiana Jones without any knowledge of the movies, because most people will watch the movies and then play the games and be like, oh, that's neat. I was the reverse. I played the games, and that's what inspired me to watch the Indiana Jones movies. So I was the oddling there. Like, that's not how that's supposed to work. You're supposed to watch the movies and then want to play the Lego game after that, not the reverse. But that's what inspired me to actually want to watch those movies, and I'm glad I did, because the Indiana Jones movies, at least 1 and 3, are really, really solid films. Like, Raiders of the Lost Ark and Lost Crusader are genuinely amazing. And you can get a hammer to the face. Thank you. Oh, another one, really? Switch, hammer, hammer, hammer. Another, oh, Jesus Christ, get away. Get away from me. Okay, we're going back up here. Going back up here. What franchise would you want to get a Lego game? I think Mission Impossible could be cool. A Mission Impossible Lego game. I mean, I know they had that for the, like, the Lego Dimensions thing as, like, a DLC. But I thought Lego Dimensions was crap. It's just Skylanders, except instead of getting individual characters, you also get level packs. But it's the same predatory practice as Skylanders, except now it's Lego. Also, that portal thing was crap. That portal thing never worked. And by the way, having to switch around the pieces on the portal pad while I'm playing, not fun at all. I didn't like having to rip my eyes away from the screen so many times during gameplay, just to freaking switch around the position of the players on the portal pad. What happened with Cleat Saga and they watched Star Wars? And that's the same thing with me as well. Like, I didn't watch Star Wars either, and that made me want to watch Star Wars. Unfortunately, unlike Indiana Jones, where I watched it and it was like, hey, these movies are great. With Star Wars, it was like, oh, well, that was, nothing special. Lego Movie 2 game was, that was the worst of the bunch. It was like fully open world, and it was just a bunch of quests and characters. It was really bad. It was really, really bad. Like, that's probably the worst game they've ever made. It's not even close. How would I rank the Back to the Future movies? 1's the best. I'd have to watch them again to give a more proper ranking. 1's definitely the best by far. I think 2 and 3 are probably closely tied, though. I'd say tentatively 1, 2, 3, but I have to watch them all again to give a proper ranking. I think 1 is easily the best, though. Nothing compares to Lego Star Wars 2 on DS. It's a buggy, glitchy mess with terrible graphics.
Good to see you, Spike.
Yeah, I think there's a reason why they stopped making ports of the, why they stopped making handheld ports of the Lego games, because I don't think that technology could really keep up with it all that well.
Noble 4, I need fire on that cruiser or we're not getting out of here. Do you copy?
I have your window, sir.
Bridge, this is the captain. We have the package. Returning to the Autumn River.
Copy that.
Pretty sure they made the open world game using the Minecraft rip-off creative thing, possibly. I've been talking to DS actually was like amazing though. Oh, I don't know. I can't. I don't know how to explain it then. I assume there might have just been a lack of technological capability out of the handheld devices, but if Blitzlager was great, that might have just been them trying to find their footing with optimization then. As in, like, because once they found the first two, once they made the first two, they combined them into the complete saga, so maybe by that point they just kind of found their footing with how to make good games. Or how to optimize them well.
Lieutenant, get aboard! We gotta get the hell out of here!
Negative. I have the gun. Good luck, sir.
Good luck to you, Spartan.
You like the Lego Ninjago movie game, though? Never played it, can't say. But you know what? You know what movie deserved to get a game more than Lego Ninjago movie? The Lego Batman movie. Why didn't the Lego Batman movie get its own game? Why? Why? I don't understand. Why didn't it get its own game? It deserved it. It really deserved it. But it didn't get it, and it annoys me that it didn't get it. Lego games on PC are ew. I'm assuming you mean like the Lego Island one, like the early PC specific Lego games, because the PC ports of the Lego games are really good. But I've heard like the original PC only Lego games are not that great. Maybe because Lego Batman already exists. So what? They've clearly shown they don't have a problem with making more than one Lego Batman game. Also, they gave him another game anyway because he's in the freaking what's it? He's in Lego Dimensions. So I don't think that was the problem. I don't know why it didn't get its own game, but it deserved it. It really deserved to get its own game. It was awesome. You played Lego City Undercover on PC? Well, so Lego City Undercover on PC, I don't know how to comment on that one, because Lego City Undercover was made as a Wii U exclusive that uses the gamepad and all that. I don't know how well that was ported to other platforms, right? Because a lot of Wii U games that get ported don't go well because it relies on the gamepad functionality so much. So I don't know if that's a symptom of it just being a Wii U game that wasn't ported well or whatever. But I've never played that one on PC. I've also never really played that one in general. Not much of it anyway. So I can't really say much positive or negative about it. But I do know Lego Dimensions got a Lego Batman movie level pack. Oh, well, in that case, there's no excuse. There's no excuse in that case. It should have gotten its own goddamn game. It should have gotten its own goddamn game. Easily. Have I ever played Starlink Battle for Atlas? No, I have not. I've not played that. And where's that engineer? This might kill me. Don't shoot at me, please. Stop it. Stay away. Nope. I need a new weapon. The Lego City Undercover loading screens were on Sonic 06. Oh, that's bad. If they were really on Sonic 06 levels of loading screen, that's inexcusable. You can told Windows DID is very different to how it works IRL, unlike a certain other franchise. That was lucky. That grazed right by my shoulder. The problem with those 6 loadings is frequency. Yeah, it loads, like it loads once to load a single line of dialogue, loads again to load the side mission, loads again to load the victory animation, then loads again to take you back to the home world. The amount of loading in that game is absurd. Especially for longer side missions that have like multiple stages to them. It's insane. Okay, I'm gonna look at chat in a second, but I need to focus hardcore here in order to actually take out, because there's a lot of things coming at me from all directions in the scene, so I need to make sure I don't lose focus. I probably won't even do this first try anyway, but I want to at least try to get through it, because my throat's starting to give out on me, so I don't want to... I want to try to get through this first try, if I can. Which is easier said than done. I'm gonna give it a shot. Let's get away from me, Phantom. Thank you. You as well. Goodbye. This section's much easier on co-op, because you can have one person down there with a Spartan laser shoot the Banshees, and you can just focus on the Phantoms yourself. But on solo, you have to take out both of them by yourself, which is pain, because they're constantly shooting at you. They're constantly coming from all directions. You basically have to constantly be looking for someone to shoot. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! 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 Okay, we're fine. We're fine. All's well. All's well. Stop blasting me into oblivion. That's probably gonna kill me. Nope, I'm somehow still alive. I don't know how, but I am. Please regen my shields quickly. Banshee needs to go down. Stop it, Banshee. Thank you. No, don't shoot me. Don't shoot me. Don't shoot me. Don't shoot me. Lucky. And wait a minute. Game over. Halo Reach and Legendary completed. Oh my god, first try. How the hell did I do that? Okay. I hope you enjoy some Sonic in this loading screen game. Yeah, it's basically. There's obviously much lower quality graphics and different as much content, but it's your preferred version. Nostalgic. Oh, by the way, if you want to see this, look to the right, and it's Master Chief in his cryotube. Anyway, 2 has really good charm and feel to it. I've never actually played the original LEGO Star Wars games. I've only ever played the complete saga. AVGN said it best when he said the worst part about the loading screen is once it eventually ends, you're still playing Sonic 06. It's funny. There was a game with worse loading screens in 06, it's Sly 4. Never played it, can't comment on it, but that's an achievement if you have worse loading screens than 06. Anyone remember Disney Infinity? Yes, it used the same predatory business practice that Skylanders did to try to make money, where it's like, you can unlock more content if you buy more character packs. I always hated that.
The Pillar of Autumn. We're away. Packages with us.
The thing is, I fell for it as a kid. When I was a kid, I really wanted to collect every single Skylander from my collection, and I still have every single Skylander in my collection, so I could sell it one day, probably make money off of it. But once I grew up a little bit, and I, like, realized what they were doing, I'm like, oh, you're preying on people who... You're preying on kids who want to get all the things and beg their parents for it, and then you make a lot of money off of it. Yeah, I don't stand for that. I think that's awful. Remember when they threw Spyro into... Here's something. My first introduction to Spyro the Dragon was through the Skylanders game. It was not through Spyro the Dragon's... It wasn't through Spyro's trilogy. It was through Skylanders. Now, thankfully, it made me want to play the Spyro games eventually, and I ended up loving the Spyro games.
All I need to know is
but
did we lose them?
No,
I think we both know the answer to that.
that was my first introduction to him. Crash Skylanders was Crash in Skylanders? Oh, maybe was he in the racing game? Maybe. I'm not sure. He wasn't in the first game, but he might have been in some of the later ones. It's Toy Story 3 Toy Box, but what worse and with predatory business practice. Yeah, it's just the Toy Story 3 Toy Box, like you said, except instead of having everything in the game at launch, you have to buy extra content through the stupid little toy figurines. Also, the base gameplay is crap anyway, so it's just not worth it. Congrats on completing the game. Thank you. It's something new for me. I've played this game many times before. I actually just recently completed it with my friends, Neil and Zach. We played this together recently. Because Zach had never played it before, so we played it with him the first time. But no matter how many times I play Halo campaign, it's fun every single time. Skylanders Imaginators. Maybe. Like I said, I don't know. Because I never played... I didn't play anything past the first game. What was the gameplay in Skylanders anyway? It was a 3D, like, action-adventure game. You couldn't jump, which was pain, because you always wanted to but never could. But you basically, you attack people, and then you solve puzzles. It's like a puzzle action game kind of thing. And each character has its own unique abilities, and you would upgrade with the upgrade system back in the hub world. I still think that it was fun to play. It's just that it's predatory, like, the business practices were very crap surrounding the actual mechanics of the game, how you have to buy so many Skylanders, because you can't beat the game with only the first 3. You can't, because there's gates that will block you out. There's gates that will prevent you from making progress in the game unless you buy the additional action figures. Because there's like, each Skylander has its own element, and there's things called elemental gates, so you have to have Skylanders of a certain element in order to pass through them. So, you know, it doesn't really... It's designed to soak your wallet of all of its money. And it's really crap. The Reignited trilogy is pretty unpolished. It's the Year of the Dragon, but it's still a fun realm. Yeah, that was my experience playing those... Because I never played them on the PlayStation version. I've only played them on the Reignited trilogy on Xbox. But I really enjoyed playing them on Xbox. Fortunately, I didn't really experience any glitches. I know a lot of people found a lot of glitches, but I thankfully didn't experience any, glitches. So this is where the current objective survive meme comes from? Yes, this is where that meme comes from. You've now found the beginning of the meme. Crash 2 and 3 are way better than the first game if you ever get around to playing them. I've heard that Crash 1 is the hardest, but I've heard that Crash 3 introduces a lot of, like, wonky mechanics, like maybe not surfboarding, but, like, isn't there a jet ski or something in Crash 3? So I don't know if... I feel like that might annoy me. Great stream, and pleasure to watch. Thank you, Mr. Sanjon144. Happy you enjoyed the stream. We still got the final cutscene to play, and then I'll call it off for the day. Skyrim is just a fun and good game. It's just a bind. Yeah, it's like the game is good. It's just that the toys, like having to buy toys to play it beyond a certain point is
It didn't
dumb.
take long for Reach to fall. Our enemy was ruthless, efficient, but they weren't nearly fast enough.
It's as crappy as if Pokemon made you buy new Pokemon. Basically, yeah.
And because of you, we found Halo, unlocked its secrets, shattered our enemy's resolve. Our victory, your victory, was so close. I wish you could have lived to see it. But you belong to Reach. Your body, your armor, all burned and turned to glass. Everything. Except your courage. That you gave to us. And with it, we can rebuild.
And that is Halo Reach, completed on Legendary in just over 6 hours. Such a great game. Nintendo with the Amiibos did a good job adapting it so it isn't as bad. It's not... I still don't like it though. I still... Because there's a lot of... It's not as bad because it's not like core gameplay elements that are locked behind... not that are locked behind a paywall. It's just bonus stuff. But I still don't like the idea of like buying a bunch of toys. That's still not a... I'm not a fan of that kind of business model. But to each their own, I suppose. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna wrap things up here. So, thank you everyone for coming out to the stream today. It was a fun time as always, just as much as yesterday's stream. Yeah, I'm gonna be streaming all week because this is my Thanksgiving break, so I got plenty of time to stream. Time to stream Halo 5. No, that's not happening. So yeah, tomorrow I'll be playing Comet Evolve, which is the first ever game in the series. I'll be doing this tomorrow, same time as always. So yeah, thank you all once again for tuning in. We got a lot of great conversations today, every single one of you. Thanks all for tuning in. So I'm gonna say bye to everyone real quick. So Mariso, True, Everett AT, Olvander, Hayden, Brainfart Studios 28, G Shu, Waffles Do Games, Garnish 2001, the MC's biggest fan, Mr. Sanjon 144, every single person who came out to the stream today, and even those who I can't see right now because the list won't show me to them. I thank you all for coming out to today's stream. I hope you had a blast, because I certainly had a blast playing through the game and talking with all of you. But for now, I'm going to go eat some food and let my voice rest for a bit. So, thanks all for tuning into the stream, and hope to see you all tomorrow for when we're going to be playing through Comet Evolved on Legendary. Hopefully in one shot, but it's a bit longer than Reach, so fingers crossed. Have a good day, everybody.